This page is the front cover of SEGA Saturn magazine. It's advertising the first public release of screenshots for Virtua Fighter 3. The cover story is about the King of Fighters 95. There's a mention of a special bonus original poster, and a feature on creating a J-League Pro Soccer club. On the right side, it highlights strategy special features for Vampire Hunter and Street Fighter Zero. The bottom section lists a bunch of game titles, including Amber Rush, Denjin Makai Asura Buster, Virtual On, official corner-related events, Yuyake Myoji Murabito Hime, Panzer Dragoon Zwei, Gungrafon, The Eurasian Conflict, Snatcher, Supershot, The Golf and Mortal Kombat 2. It also mentions Angelique Special, Gotha 2. Tenku no Kishi, Dragon Force, World Advanced Daisen Ryaku, Sakusen File, Thor Sireu Kiden, Linkle Liver Story, Shin Seiki Evangelion, and 3x3 Eyes. The cover also indicates the issue is from 1996, March 8, Volume 4, and the price is 540 yen. This page showcases Gulliver Boy, a game from Human Hudson. The page has a dynamic illustration of the main character, Gulliver Boy himself, and a smaller fairy-like character at the bottom right. The text highlights the game as a fantasy science world Gulliver Boy. The text credits Hiroi Uji for general supervision, mentioning Game Tengai Meikyu series. Character design is credited to Ashita Toyu, and special mecha design to Toriyama Akira, associated with manga Dragon Ball. This page introduces Dino Land, an RPG for the SEGA Saturn. It's pitched as a grand adventure set in the 19th century Mediterranean, full of surprises and thrilling battles. The page highlights the engaging combat, promising intense scenes that are unique to the Saturn. It also boasts about a deep and rewarding trading system, where players can earn money by dealing with monsters and utilizing a simple yet realistic economy. The animation is emphasized as being superb, pushing beyond TV and video quality, with 30 minutes of animation and significant upgrades to screen colors and size. Finally, the page mentions the rich emotional expressions of the characters during conversations, pointing out that there are 42 voice actors involved, including Yokoyama Chisa and others. The game is advertised as a 2 Candelas room set, priced at 6,800 yen, and scheduled for release on March 22, 1996. This page is all about Gungrafon, a 3D shooting game coming to the SEGA Saturn. The advert proclaims, "A battle for survival begins," set in the year 2015 where the world is ravaged by war. It describes a grim scenario, with environmental destruction leading to barren lands, regionalism, and political instability causing widespread conflict. Powerful mechanized infantry, combat helicopters, and armored divisions are on the march. The game promises intense battles exceeding imagination, with new model mechanized infantry boasting 3D maneuverability. The advert highlights cutting-edge polygon graphics technology to deliver realistic battle scenes, emphasizing meticulously modeled military hardware and chaotic battlefield sounds. It's being touted as an unprecedented 3D shooting experience, Gungrafon, and it's finally here. The release date is set for March 15, Friday. Priced at 5,800 yen, exclusively for the SEGA Saturn. This page showcases a large, detailed image of a mechanized infantry unit, very likely the Hymax, from the game Gungrafon. The mech is equipped with a substantial rifle, and is positioned in what looks like a battlefield environment. At the bottom of the page, there is a small blue SEGA Saturn logo, along with some Japanese text. This text seems to be legal or copyright information related to SEGA Saturn and software. Below that, in a black bar, is the logo and contact details for GameArts, the game developer. Overall, this page visually emphasizes the Gungrafon game, with its striking mech image and branding. The next page is a full-page advert for Revolution X featuring Aerosmith. It's promoting the game across multiple platforms: Super Famicom, Super Nintendo, SEGA Saturn, and PlayStation. The advert uses a graffiti-style font and brick wall background, giving it a cool, edgy 90s vibe. There are screenshots showing gameplay, which looks like a light gun shooter, with live-action actors and explosions. One screenshot shows Aerosmith performing on stage, and another shows what looks like in-game enemies or characters. The text emphasizes the game's action and music, with phrases like hit, 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 and break through, and music is the weapon. It mentions that it's based on the #1 arcade smash, and highlights Aerosmith as a feature. The prices for the game are listed for each platform. 11,800 yen for Super Famicom, 5,800 yen for PlayStation, and 5,800 yen for Saturn. There's also a mention of a Get a Grip Tour giveaway for 3 lucky winners, including guitar picks from Joe Perry, Brad Whitford, and Tom Hamilton from Aerosmith. Other prizes in the giveaway include Revolution X merchandise, like t-shirts and towels. Essentially, it's a loud, exciting advert pushing Revolution X as the must-have arcade port, featuring a massive rock band, Aerosmith. It's targeting gamers on all major consoles of the time, with promises of action-packed shooting and killer tunes. This page showcases 2 games. On the left, it's advertising Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner, described as a polygon-based 3D dungeon RPG for SEGA Saturn. The advert emphasizes the immersive 3D dungeons and realistic sound, promising a tense and strategic battle experience. It highlights the Vice system and boasts over 300 demons to encounter and negotiate with. There's a cool character illustration and screenshots showcasing the dungeon exploration. On the right side, the page advertises Donpachi, a vertical scrolling shooter. It's promoted as a legendary shoot-'em-up, a port of a 95 award-winning arcade game. The advert mentions intense laser action and challenging boss battles that will excite players. It also introduces a new GP Get Point system for high-score chasing, encouraging continuous play to maximize points. Screenshots show fast-paced shooter action, and the release is slated for April. Both games are published by Atlas, with Donpachi being developed by Cave. This page advertises 2 games. At the top is FIFA 96 Soccer, presented as the pinnacle of soccer games. It boasts over 200 national and club teams, promising a realistic soccer experience with World Cup and league modes. Key features include various camera angles, realistic player movements, and customizable game settings like rules and match time. The advert highlights the game's immersive stadium atmosphere. Below FIFA 96 Soccer is an advert for Alone in the Dark 2. It's described as a horror adventure game where you play as private detective Edward Carnby, investigating a cursed mansion, Hell's Kitchen, to rescue a kidnapped girl named Grace Saunders. The game emphasizes realistic action-adventure gameplay, thanks to polygon rendering for all characters. Key selling points mentioned are the compelling story, detailed graphics, immersive sound effects, and the blend of horror and puzzle-solving elements. The advert also highlights the use of various camera angles to heighten tension and fear. Screenshots showcase both gameplay and cinematic scenes. Both games are slated for release on February 23, 1996, and are available for both SEGA Saturn and PlayStation, priced at 5,800 yen. This page showcases Gusun Oyoyo S for the SEGA Saturn, billing it as a dungeon escape puzzle action game. It's advertised for a mid-March release at a price of 6,800 yen. The page emphasizes several enhancements for this Saturn version, including an increased number of stages to boost gameplay volume, selectable voice types offering 2 voice options, improved graphics and music with new additions to enhance enjoyment, and bonus content like CM film footage. Excitingly, a brand new original mode is also promised, going beyond just a SEGA Saturn conversion. The advert includes screenshots showcasing the gameplay and menus, and highlights the game's improvements for the Saturn. This page is dedicated to the SEGA Saturn release of 3x3 Eyes, a game subtitled Kyusei Koshu, roughly translated as Spirit Absorption Princess. It's heavily advertised as coming to the SEGA Saturn, with the tagline, that 3x3 Eyes finally appears on SEGA Saturn. The advert highlights that it's a special SEGA Saturn edition with a cry drum included, slated for release in April, priced at 7,300 yen. The page features prominent artwork of characters from 3x3 Eyes, showcasing the anime style. There are also 2 small in-game screenshots, possibly demonstrating dialogue scenes or gameplay. The text provides details about voice actors and staff involved in the game's production. There's also information about a promotional event taking place on March 27, 1996 in Tokyo, inviting players to a game event and offering prizes related to 3x3 Eyes. It mentions that flyers with application forms will be available at participating stores, detailing how to apply and potentially win 3x3 Eyes related merchandise. The bottom of the page contains standard magazine and developer information, including Nihon Creates contact details and copyright information. This page showcases the upcoming release of DEF CON 5, a simulation real-time RPG, which is advertised with the tagline, "Hot-hearted guys are also hot-headed." The game is set to launch in March 1996 for PlayStation, SEGA Saturn, and 3Do. The PlayStation version is priced at 4,800 yen, while both the SEGA Saturn and 3Do editions are listed at 5,800 yen, all prices excluding tax. The page uses a striking visual of a heart shape, within which you can see screenshots from the game. It seems like an action-packed title, judging from the visuals and genre description. The bottom of the page includes logos for the publisher Multisoft and the console platforms 3Do, PlayStation, and SEGA Saturn, confirming its multi-platform release strategy. This page is all about the upcoming release of Brain Battle Q, which is described as a RPG prize quiz game for the SEGA Saturn. The advert highlights the speed and thrill of the gameplay, encouraging players to aim for the top spot in national rankings, boasting it as the ultimate RPG experience. The game is focused around quizzes and even promises prizes for quiz tournament winners. There's a campaign running where you can win a trip to Los Angeles Disneyland by answering a quiz question, which seems to be about the initials of Brain Battle Q in English. The game is set to be released on March 15th and will retail for 4,800 yen. SEGA Enterprises are the publishers, and the logo Clef appears at the top, which might be the brand or developer. This page introduces The Tower for the SEGA Saturn, a high-rise building simulation game. It's slated for release in late February 1996 and will cost 6,800 yen. You play as the owner and manager of a tower, and your goal is to expand it and keep the residents happy. A key aspect of the game is managing the elevators effectively to ensure smooth transportation within the building. The Saturn version boasts a brand new city map feature, which wasn't present in the PC version, allowing you to choose locations in 4 different areas to build your tower, offering a more realistic simulation experience. The gameplay is described as simple and involves building various facilities like offices, restaurants, and hotels. The advert emphasizes that skillful elevator management is crucial to avoid residents leaving your tower. We get a peek at the new city map and the elevator interface in the screenshots shown. The game is published by Open Book Company, Limited. This page is an advertisement for Gotha 2, Knights of the Sky, which is advertised as a shocking 3D simulation and the highly anticipated second installment in the Gotha series. The advert prominently features the game title, Gotha 2, in large blue lettering, and underneath in smaller Japanese text, Gotha 2 and Knights of the Sky. The image shows futuristic aircraft engaged in aerial combat or space combat scenarios, with what appears to be a large space station or structure in the background. The publishers are listed as Micronet and Koei. The bottom of the page has standard advertisement details like contact information and accepted payment methods, but these are less important than the game itself. This page continues the advert for Gotha 2, Knights of the Sky, highlighting the new game system. It boasts about overturning the conventions of strategy RPGs with a completely new system. They're ditching the hex-based map and going for a free map system, allowing movement in 360 degrees. There's a new weapon system where you can change weapons to suit the battle, emphasizing strategy based on weapon types, range, and attack power. The advert also mentions a unit formation system where parameters change based on unit composition. They say the key to victory lies in forming effective units, depending on the opponent and battle situation. There's an action progress experience system, where growth varies depending on your fighting style. Finally, it's touted as a complete multi-scenario, multi-ending game, where the drama's conclusion rests entirely on the player's choices. The page also details the voice cast, featuring voice actors like Kanemaru Junichi as the protagonist, Utsuka Akio as Gosh, Inoue Kazuhiko as Ozma, Kayahara Yoshiko as Volis, Hiramatsu Akiko as Randa, Takamori Natsumi as Damia, Yana Seiji as Tao, and Shibata Hidekatsu as the Emperor. The release date is prominently displayed as March 1st, with a price of 6,800 yen for the Saturn version. Koei is the publisher. This page is an advertisement for a new adventure game. It's written by Naoki Prize-winning author Keiju Shimoda, marking his first venture into game creation. The game boasts smooth and beautiful 3D CG graphics, compelling voice acting by famous voice actors, and a mysterious and shocking adventure. Produced by Ko Shibusawa, known for games like Nobunaga's Ambition, this adventure game utilizes 3D CG as its base, incorporating real-life movie scenes to create a realistic experience. They boldly claim it to be 7 times more interesting than any adventure game before. The game focuses on delivering a smooth animation experience and a compelling narrative. There's also a poetic section hinting at the game's mysterious atmosphere. This page highlights the upcoming release of 7 Mansions of Mystery from Koei, an adventure game that's being called a mystery puncher game. It builds upon the previous page's introduction, reinforcing that this is the new adventure game, written by Keiju Shimoda and produced by Ko Shibusawa. The advertisement emphasizes the game's mysterious atmosphere and features music by Tai Miyakawa. It highlights the psychological depth of the characters, particularly the female characters, promising a heightened sense of realism in the scenarios. The page showcases screenshots of the 3D environments, depicting mansions and indoor locations with characters. We also see an image of a stylized female character and a skull, hinting at the game's themes. The cast list includes names like Hikaru Midorikawa, Mari Takami, Yuri Amano, and Mika Fukami, among others, suggesting a strong voice acting component. The Saturn version is advertised at 7,800 yen for pre-order, with a release date set for April 5th. It also mentions that the 3D CG in 7 Mansions of Mystery is created using 3D Solid Modeler, Silicon Solid. This page is an advertisement announcing the release of a major war simulation game, referred to as War Slig's Pyramid, on February 23, 1996. The game is touted as a Super Dreadnought class title, previously a huge hit on PSC, now coming to the Sega Saturn with enhanced intensity and Saturn original features, inviting players to take on the challenge. Priced at 10,800 yen, the ad highlights the game's grand scale and sophisticated system. Screenshots showcase gameplay elements like budget allocation in April 1944 and Japanese military movement orders from June 6, 1942, indicating historical naval warfare strategy. The advertisement also mentions an immersive opening cinematic with live-action footage and narration by famous voice actors. Furthermore, the hex-based battle system has been enhanced with completely renewed 3D graphics, promising a graphically updated and engaging wargaming experience on the Saturn. This page is all about showcasing the grand scale of WW2 games with an advertisement for page TO2, Pacific Theater of Operations, known in Japan as Teitoku no Ketsudan 2, from Koei. Following on from the previous page's mention of enhanced graphics, this ad visualizes the intensity of naval warfare. The top part of the page depicts dramatic air battles over a warship, featuring both American and Japanese planes locked in combat. Below, 3 serious-looking Japanese naval officers emphasize the strategic command aspect of the game. The prominent WW2 game text reinforces the historical setting. This looks like a serious and immersive strategy game, where you'll be making crucial decisions in the Pacific Theater of Operations. The next page features an advertisement for Winning Post 2, a horse racing simulation game. This looks like a title aimed at fans of the sport, promising the romance of horse ownership. It mentions this is the sequel that fans have been waiting for, and it's finally decided to run on the Sega Saturn. The ad emphasizes that it's designed to be enjoyable for everyone, from newcomers to experienced players, and boasts improved visuals. We can see a large image of a jockey on a horse, alongside an in-game screenshot showing race information and horse details. The game is priced at 9,800 yen and is scheduled for release on March 22nd. This page definitely shifts gears from the serious WW2 strategy games highlighted previously, showcasing a completely different genre of simulation gaming on the Sega Saturn. This page is an advertisement for Koei's Air Management 96, a business simulation game where you take on the role of an airline manager. The ad copy emphasizes the grand scale and romantic aspects of air travel, stating it's a simulation game full of dreams and romance that connects the world, and highlights the game's expansive scope, allowing you to experience the fun of global travel in a management simulation. The ad boasts realistic graphics that vividly capture the allure of the skies. We can see screenshots showing in-game graphics, one of a plane on a runway, and another showing a world map with airline routes and interface elements. The game is priced at 8,800 yen and was scheduled for release on March 22nd. It seems like Koei is aiming to capture the imagination of players who dream of building their own global airline empire. This page showcases another Koei game, Romance of the Three Kingdoms IV, Wall of Fire, advertised as a recreation game blending strategy and RPG elements. It emphasizes the dramatic storytelling based on the Romance of the Three Kingdoms saga, letting players relive the heroic battles and ambitions of warlords. The game was slated for release on March 29th and priced at 8,800 yen. Below that, it also advertises the Emit Value Set, which is a set of English language learning software. This set includes 3 volumes, Time Maze, Life Journey, and Sayonara to Me. It highlights it as an enjoyable way to learn English with a complete set, featuring work from Jiro Akagawa for the original story, Katsaki Higashigo as the English education supervisor, Mutsumi Inomata for character design, and Tetsuya Komuro for music. The Saturn version of the Emit Value Set is priced at 15,800 yen, or you can buy volumes 1 to 3 individually for 8,800 yen each. This page is all about classic historical simulation games from Koei coming to the Sega Saturn. It highlights Sengokushi Returns, which is the English title for Romance of the Three Kingdoms Returns, emphasizing it's a return to the origins of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms series with a user-friendly yet deep gameplay system, allowing players to experience the beginnings of the series on Saturn with enhanced visuals. The game is priced at 6,800 yen and is marked as under earnest development. Next to it is Nobunaga's Ambition Returns, also presented as a return to the roots of the Nobunaga's Ambition series. It focuses on strategic gameplay, easy accessibility for new players, and enhanced graphics with polygon use. This title is scheduled for release on March 29th and priced at 5,800 yen. Below these main features, there are smaller adverts for other Koei games, including Nobunaga's Ambition, Lord of Darkness, Romance of the Three Kingdoms IV, and Winning Post X. This page showcases Angelique Special, a highly anticipated romantic simulation game from Koei, making its way to the Sega Saturn. It's touted as a neo-romance game and is based on the Super Famicom hit, promising to captivate players with its focus on romance and the ambition to become a queen. The advert emphasizes the game's enhanced features for the Saturn, boasting beautiful animated opening and ending sequences, enchanting narration by a star-studded cast of voice actors, and a plethora of engaging events. They highlight that Angelique Special adds new exciting elements that will make your heart race, and players can look forward to spending time with numerous charming guardian saints. Scheduled for release on March 29th, the game is priced at 7,800 yen. The page also proudly presents the impressive voice casts, including Shohaya Mizu as Julius, Nobutoshi Hayashi as Randy, Kenyu Horiuchi as Oscar, Mitsuo Iwata as Zethel, Toshihiko Seki as Luva, Kotono Mitsuishi as Rosalia, Kaneto Shiozawa as Clavis, Nobuo Tobita as Lumiale, Hiro Yuki as Marcel, Takehito Koyasu as Olivier, and Atsuko Tanaka as Dia. The character design is by Kairi Yuda, the music is composed by Shiro Sagisu, and animation production is handled by Studio Live. You can also see small screenshots from the game. Finally, it mentions an exciting campaign where players can win original Angelique goods. This page is an advertisement for Kitchen Stadium Tour on Sega Saturn K-Drum. It's described as a digital kitchen stadium, where you can freely walk around. The text mentions this is based on the Iron Chef TV program and is a Gourmet Academy certified Saturn Keydrum. It seems to be presenting a digital exploration of the famous kitchen stadium, offering a chance to delve into the secrets and information not usually shown on TV. The ad highlights you can experience this secret atmosphere and enjoy the taste. There's also mention of a software quiz and a present of an Iron Chef apron included in the software. The release date is listed as February 23rd. The advert also includes some small in-game screenshots showing different areas within the kitchen stadium. This page showcases Virtual Casino for the Sega Saturn, highlighting it as the first serious casino game for the console. It boasts realistic visuals thanks to 3D polygons and a dramatic storyline delivered through impressive CG movies. The game supports 2-player gameplay as well. The page includes screenshots showing various casino game interfaces, like slot machines, roulette, and card games. There's also a section detailing a Virtual Casino Original Goods Present campaign, where 1,100 lucky purchasers can win items like original t-shirts and telephone cards. The game is advertised for release on March 15th, priced at 5,800 yen excluding tax, and is being brought to you by DAT Japan Inc. This page showcases the game Reverthion for the SEGA Saturn, boasting hyper-realistic 60 frames per second animation. Promising players will be reborn in the hyperdimension. It is described as a high-speed 3D versus action STG and is scheduled for release on April 26. The page features screenshots of insect-like creatures battling in a 3D arena, highlighting the fast-paced action gameplay. Technosoft is the developer behind this title, and their logo is prominently displayed. This page showcases Sword and Sorcery, a microcabin RPG for the SEGA Saturn, set to launch in May 1996. The game is advertised as a microcabin RPG saga from 1996 and boasts features like 3D polygon graphics with texture mapping for realistic stages and 3D battle areas for strategic diorama battles with line-of-sight elements in a command selection system. It also highlights a full-voice character message window for enhanced storytelling and an original opening animation to immerse players in the legendary world. The music is described as Quiz and S Fantastic Symphony Part 2. The artwork features a cast of characters, including a blue-haired knight wielding a sword, a red-haired mage with a mace, a goblin-like monster, and a rabbit creature, suggesting a fantasy adventure. The side panel lists the voice cast for the game. It's priced at 6,800 yen. This page is an advertisement for the 96 Spring CSG TV Game Software New Presentation Event. It's a showcase of new games from CSG, promising exciting new titles. Entry is free, and there's even a grand prize draw with luxury maker prizes to be won. The event will be held in 3 locations: Tokyo on March 3rd at Sunshine City Culture Center, Osaka on March 10th at ATC Hall, and Nagoya on March 17th at Nagoya International Conference Center. Each event runs from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Maps and directions are provided for each venue, detailing train stations and walking routes. Attendees can expect hands-on game demos and questionnaire-based game and software presence. A wide range of game publishers are listed as exhibitors, including big names such as Konami, Compile, Sunsoft, Jaleco, Sega Enterprises, Taito, Hudson, Namco, IMAX, Acclaim Japan, ASC2 Publishing, Atlas, Electronic Arts, Epoch, Capcom, King Records, Climax, Game Arts, and many more, indicating a large and diverse selection of games to experience. At the bottom, logos for various game consoles are displayed, including Game Boy, Virtual Boy, CD-ROM, PCFX, 3DO, Game Gear, Mega Drive, Sega Saturn, and PlayStation, suggesting games for a wide variety of platforms will be featured. This page highlights Cubic Gallery, a Sega Saturn title described as art edutainment. It's presented as a gateway into the world of famous paintings, featuring 50 masterpieces by artists like Cézanne and Monet. The game allows players to explore these artworks within a 3D environment, offering a unique way to experience art. The advertisement suggests the game is both sublime and comical, hinting at a possibly lighthearted or unusual approach to art education. It emphasizes the innovative nature of the software, calling it an art edutainment legend, and highlighting the novelty of experiencing paintings in a 3-dimensional space, moving through the art itself. Screenshots on the page showcase in-game visuals, featuring characters exploring digital galleries filled with paintings. There's also a mention of a special first-time purchase bonus, a discount ticket for a real art museum. The advertisement is from WeNet and provides contact details for inquiries. This page is an advertisement for the Sega Saturn and PlayStation game Death Mask Director's Cut. It's touted as a authentic movie adventure game, and the tagline is, "The City of Death is aware." The ad highlights that both the Sega Saturn and PlayStation versions are currently on sale. The Sega Saturn version is priced at 8,800 yen for a 3-disc set, while the PlayStation version is 7,800 yen for a 3-disc set as well. It also mentions that further information is available online at the Death Mask Theater website. There's a luxury prize present campaign happening, with a total prize value of 1 million yen. The campaign period is from January 1st to March 15th, 1996. To enter, you need to answer a quiz question related to the game title, filling in the missing katakana characters. The ad details the application process by postcard and mentions various prizes. Prizes include Los Angeles E3 Tour and Hollywood Tour for 10 people. An NTT personal brand, Valdio 102H for 100 people. And a Vantan Digital Art Studio, Digital Design School. Free trial lesson, also for 10 people. There's also a Double Chance Death Mask special event, with an estimated 500 invitations in February or March 1996. The page includes screenshots from the game, and features a menacing character pointing a gun directly at the viewer. This page seems to be an advertisement for a SEGA Saturn game titled Kogel Mahjong Crazy Era. It's promoting a game where you can interact with and date cute Kogel girls in a Mahjong setting, specifically after school. The tagline, "I want to be in a hot relationship with you," is prominently displayed at the top. The ad mentions that if you win against these 4 Kogel girls in Mahjong, you get to enjoy a thrilling time with them and a secret date in your room after school. It lists a standard price of 8,800 yen, excluding tax, and highlights that it's currently on sale and popular. The advertisement also mentions a first-time limited edition that includes a large poster and voice message and voice letter from Mayuko-chan's voice lover, which they emphasize you shouldn't miss. The bottom of the page displays the developer's name, Micronet Company, Limited, along with their address and phone number. This page is advertising My Best Friends for the SEGA Saturn, a puzzle game published by Atlas. The ad copy talks about after-school angels who are waiting for you and are featured in jigsaw puzzles in the game. Clearing the puzzles unlocks movies which change based on how quickly you complete them. They are highlighting the animated scenes, voice acting, and a replay feature to rewatch scenes whenever you want. The suggestive tagline is, "I'll show you, in your room." It's an 18+ rated title priced at 6,800 yen and scheduled for release in late March. Interestingly, Atlas also have a staff recruitment section at the bottom of the page, looking for game designers and programmers. This page showcases an exciting adventure simulation RPG called Great Adventure, Sentinel of Elmos. It's advertised as a brand new adventure game coming in spring 1996. The page highlights several key features, starting with 3DC movement mode, emphasizing polygon-based graphics for realistic ocean scenes. It also mentions a 360-degree viewpoint system for enhanced immersion. Another feature is real-time naval battle simulation battles, promising intense ship-to-ship combat with polygon ships. They also boast cinematic visual movies, which are exclusive to the SEGA Saturn and enhance the adventure with beautiful movie scenes. Finally, it mentions a free trading system where players can trade at over 50 ports and villages to manage their naval funds by reacting to fluctuating market prices. The bottom of the page provides release date information, April 19, 1996, with a suggested retail price of 6,800 yen. It's published by Pang. This page is all about official setting material collections for 2 popular games. First up, we have Final Romance R, advertised as the series' first official collection of artwork and background information. They're really pushing the artwork by Sugiyama Gengenshi, mentioning a special pinup and a deluxe first edition bonus. It looks like it covers the arcade version of R mainly, but also includes the Saturn exclusive editions, with over 300 graphics. They even highlight character designs, voice actor introductions, and developer interviews, promising a deep dive into the world of Final Romance R. The Saturn version, Idol Mahjong Final Romance R, is also mentioned, with a release date of March upper. It's priced at 8,800 yen. Then we have Metal Fighter Miku, also getting an official setting material collection, and this one comes with an original Creedrom. This is Amusement Books Volume 1. This collection, from SEGA Saturn Magazine, mentions it's not gameplay focused, but has a special recorded section called Illusion Confrontation Miku vs. Sapphire. It's a B5 size book with a Saturn Cadrom and is priced at 2,500 yen. We see screenshots of Metal Fighter Miku gameplay and a cool group shot of characters. Both of these setting material books are set to release in March lower. This page is the contents page of the magazine, highlighting the key articles in this issue. Kicking things off is the cover feature on The King of Fighters 95 on page 44, followed by a strategy guide for Darkstalkers, the Night Warriors, or Vampire Hunter, as it's known here on page 109. Page 199 dives into the world of Sega soccer games, with a big feature on J.League Pro Soccer Club Wotsukuru and Victory Goal 96. There's also a preview of Virtua Fighter 3 from the AM2 development team, reporting live from the AOU show on page 206. The special report section on page 62 is packed with game news, covering titles like Panzer Dragoon Y, Gun Griffon, Nonomura Byuin no Hitobito, Suikoden, Metal Black, Snatcher, Mortal Kombat 2, Tomb Raider, Super Street Fighter 2, The Golf, Dungeon Master, Marika, Shinjitsu no Sekai, Keiou Gekitai Katsugekihen, and Angel Paradise Volume 1. It also mentions Langrisser 2i, Final Romance R, which was just discussed on the previous page regarding its setting material collection. Albert Odyssey Gaiden, Legend of Eldian, Sangokushi Iketsuten, Angelique Special, Gotha 2, Tenku no Kishi, Air Management 96, and Winning Post 2. It looks like a packed issue with a broad range of game coverage. This document highlights Sega Saturn game releases and upcoming titles. New releases include Hyper Reverthion, Metal Black, Gradius Deluxe Pack, Rayforce, and World Cup Golf. In Hyatt, anticipated coming soon, games include Dragon Force, World Advanced War, and Dark Savior. The document also features strategy guides for games like Guardian Heroes and Sega Rally Championship, as well as an in-depth Virtualion feature. A comprehensive game index lists numerous titles, and the document includes a breakdown of regular magazine sections like news, data updates, and reviews. This page showcases adverts for two value-priced games from Sunsoft for the Sega Saturn. On the left, we have Game no Tatsujin 2, advertised as a collection of 7 different game types for the price of 1,271 yen. These games include classics like shogi, mahjong, Chinese checkers, chess, and backgammon, offering a variety of gameplay in one package. It's highlighted as being easy to enjoy for anyone, with computer-level adjustments and 7-player support. It's slated for a March release, with a suggested retail price of 8,900 yen. On the right side, we see an advert for Shanghai Great Moments, a new entry in the Shanghai puzzle game series, priced at 1,625 yen. This version adds a new mode called Action Shanghai and boasts 9 different tile designs. It offers diverse game modes and ways to clear tiles, promising a fresh Shanghai experience. This one is expected to release in late April, with a suggested retail price of 6,500 yen. Both games are positioned as affordable and enjoyable additions to your Sega Saturn library. This page from Sega Saturn Magazine is titled Landmark and acts as a news and information section. It kicks off with a big announcement for the 18th CSG New Software Presentation, a major event for home console game software. It's happening in Tokyo on March 3rd at Ikebukuro Sunshine City Culture Center, and also in Osaka and Nagoya on different dates in March. The event is showcasing upcoming software expected to be released in April, with playable demos of games from various publishers, including highly anticipated titles like Panzer Dragoon Y. The magazine encourages readers to check out what's coming for the Saturn and other platforms. Moving down, there's a feature on the idol group QT, titled Together with You and Saturn. They held an event at Tower Records in Shibuya in February, and their song, Arc Searching for the Future, is the ending theme for the game Quo Vadis. The group members are mentioned as Yabe Miho, Sakurai Ayumi, and Sawaguchi Haruka. Below this, a list details the game publishers scheduled to exhibit at the Tokyo event on March 3rd, including many well-known names in the industry. Finally, there's an advert for a premium versus cable for the Sega Saturn. This cable, released on February 23rd, is bundled exclusively with the game Hyper 3D Battle, G-Bockers, and is not sold separately, making it a limited edition item for players wanting to enjoy versus battles in that game. The Landmark section features several announcements. Sata's King of Kings shogi software, having won the 6th computer shogi tournament, is now available for 7,900 yen. Sony is promoting its stylish audio accessories, including headphones and a simple selector, emphasizing comfort and design. Tokimeki Memorial fans can look forward to 3 new jigsaw puzzles, including a limited edition version. A Death Mask Premium Party was held in Harajuku, discussing the game's CG technology with industry figures. Finally, several music albums and game soundtracks are announced, including Buster XXISH and Vivid Concert Tour 95 by Maria Kokubu, with release dates in February and March, and prices ranging from 1,000 to 4,900 yen. This page is showcasing the SEGA Saturn data station, focusing on the latest software sales rankings and arcade game popularity. It seems to be a snapshot of the hottest games at the time. The top 10 soft sales chart is headlined by Street Fighter Zero, topping the charts with a massive 7,102 points. Following behind in second place is Guardian Heroes with 6,541 points, and Sega Rally Championship in third with 3,090 points. Rounding out the top 5, we have Virtua Fighter 2 at number 4 with 1,632 points, and Virtua Fighter CG Portrait Series Lion Rafale in 5th position with 844 points. The rest of the top 10 includes titles like Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner, Mobile Suit Gundam, Virtua Fighter CG Portrait Series Akira, DX Jinsei Game, a board game, and Theme Park at positions 6 through 10 respectively. It looks like Virtua Fighter and its spin-offs are really popular. Moving on to the Shop Data Top 5 video games section, this highlights the arcade scene. Fighting Vipers is in 4th position, and Sega Manx TT Superbike comes in at 5th. Lastly, there's a section checking out the latest arcade game popularity. Mage. It mentions the recent AOU show, and how Virtua Fighter 3 was shown on demo screens for the first time. They are excited about the new characters and dual battles, and the improved graphics and new Model 3 board. It seems Virtua Fighter 3 is creating a buzz. This page showcases 2 SEGA Saturn user polls. The first is, Want to Convert Top 20, listing games players are hoping to see ported to the SEGA Saturn. Topping this chart is the Tekken series, followed by Final Fantasy and Samurai Showdown. Dragon Quest and Marvel Superheroes are also high on the wish list. Other notable titles include Virtua Cop 2, Virtua Striker, Ridge Racer, and even series like Phantasy Star and Sonic the Hedgehog are mentioned as desired conversions. The second poll is Hopeful New Soft Top 15, focusing on upcoming Saturn releases that players are anticipating. Darkstalkers. The Night Warriors, Vampire Hunter, leads this chart, with Cyber Troopers Virtualon and Fighting Vipers following closely behind. Panzer Dragoon Zwei, Neon Genesis Evangelion, King of Fighters 95, and Sakura Wars are also highly ranked, showing a lot of excitement for these titles. There's also a mention of Gungrafon, the Eurasian Conflict and Lunar, the Silver Star and the Czech sections, highlighting these as games to watch. Overall, it's clear players are eager for both arcade conversions and brand new Sega Saturn experiences. This page continues the Sega Saturn Readers Poll results, focusing on game rankings and player opinions. It presents an odds table Saturn A, which lists a ranking of games with scores. Topping the chart is Virtua Fighter 2, followed by Sega Rally Championship and then Virtua Cop. Other high-ranking games include Panzer Dragoon, and Guardian Heroes appears at number 12. This table seems to be a snapshot of game popularity based on reader votes. The page then highlights specific, new Destiny Horse introduction games. First up is Guardian Heroes, praised for its 2D action and RPG elements, described as easy to control with diverse techniques. Reviewers note it as a game that can be enjoyed by many players, and remark on the quality of the graphics and gameplay, even mentioning it's captivating enough to keep players hooked for long sessions. Next is Street Fighter Zero, Street Fighter Alpha, described as fulfilling player expectations with its gameplay and responsiveness. Reviewers mention the game modes and the X-Men-like quality, highlighting improvements and balance adjustments over previous versions. They praise the control responsiveness and overall polish of the game. Finally, Clockwork Knight, Pepperucha's adventure is featured, described as having enjoyable minigames and a satisfying sense of accomplishment when completing them. Reviewers comment on the charming presentation and the suitability for casual play, emphasizing the appeal of its minigame collection. The odds table Saturn B continues Sega Saturn game rankings. Off-World Interceptor Extreme, a racing game, earned a 7.5 for its speed and strategic elements, though course visibility presented a challenge. Daytona USA, Championship Circuit Edition, Bayside Dead Heat, scored a 6.0, with reviews noting a lack of tension despite the drift-focused gameplay. The page also highlights Saturn accessories. The Real Arcade VF Stick, ranked number 1, offered an arcade feel but lacked L/EER buttons. The Fighting Stick SS, at number 3, was praised for its ease of use and stability. The Fighting Stick X, ranked 5th, offered good value. The Virtua Stick, in 12th place, provided good operability but had layout and pricing issues. This page of SEGA Saturn magazine features a blend of game reviews and reader contests. Fortune City Story Part 1 receives a lukewarm review, while Hunter, Let's Go Out is highly praised. Reader engagement is prominent, with a race offering game software and peripherals for predicting rankings and participating in a soccer contest. Stan League Pro Soccer Club Create Dream. Previewed games include Virtua Fighter CG Portrait Series, Lion Rafale, Graphics Focus. The puzzle game, Deron Derodero, Chain Reactions praised, 8.564 score. And Ninku Ninja Sky Strongest Ninjas Great Air Battle, mixed reviews. The page also continues peripheral rankings and promotes the SEGA Saturn Readers Race, offering a joystick and power memory set as this month's prize. Another contest, Odds Table Expected Game Double Chance, offers software prizes related to predicting game rankings, with New Century Evangelion mentioned. This page is a cover feature dedicated to the King of Fighters 95 on SEGA Saturn. It's a special report announcing the highly anticipated Saturn port of this super popular 2D fighting game. The report mentions the game is set for release on March 28 and will retail for 7,800 yen. The article highlights that this Saturn version is a complete port, emphasizing its speed and data volume, inviting players to experience it as a must-try title, especially for Virtua Fighter fans. The story section sets the scene for the King of Fighters tournament, mentioning Rugal and the American sports team. The page then delves into the KOF 95 system, explaining various gameplay mechanics. These include the team edit and assist attack feature, attack evasion, counterattacks, power charging, guard cancels, super jumps and taunts. Screenshots throughout the page showcase characters in action, like Kyo, Iori, King, and Ralph, illustrating these gameplay systems. This page continues the coverage of the King of Fighters 95 on Saturn, and highlights that it's a 100% perfect arcade port, with the only difference being the button layout. The page emphasizes the twin advanced room system, and assures fans that it's a complete recreation of the Neo Geo experience. It details the button configurations for both the Neo Geo and Saturn versions, showing how moves like weak and strong punches and kicks, flying attacks, and power charging are mapped to different buttons on each controller. The page also confirms that the game modes and options are identical to the arcade version, reinforcing the claim of a perfect port. A screenshot of the options menu is shown as evidence. There's also a focus on specific gameplay mechanics like the flying attack, explaining how it works and its strategic use in combat, accompanied by in-game screenshots. Essentially, the page is reassuring players that the Saturn version of King of Fighters 95 will deliver the full arcade experience at home, with only minor control adjustments needed. The interview focuses on the Saturn port of King of Fighters 95. Developers highlight the twin advanced room system as crucial for loading character data and achieving arcade-quality graphics. The Saturn's dual VDPS are praised for their graphics capabilities. The cartridge slot is utilized for memory expansion, functioning similarly to the system's main memory, and holds a 16 megabit room. While a larger room doesn't guarantee better gameplay, efficient data management is key. Developers discuss the eventual potential use of larger rooms, 32 meters or 64 meters, based on cost and performance considerations. They also acknowledge the difficulties in mask room production and the shift towards CD-ROMs for cost-effectiveness, even though this shift required some initial effort to secure mass production. Their priority is reducing costs through CLI-ROM adoption. This page delves further into the Saturn's twin advanced room system and cartridge usage. It explains that the cartridge design is similar to power memory cartridges and uses the main system RAM for data, so there's no need for power memory while playing. For games like King of Fighters 95, using just one side of the cartridge or just the card-ROM won't work. Both are required. The cartridge and card-ROM work together as a two-in-one system. They mention that pulling out the cartridge during gameplay is like cutting off the power. The cartridge system is seen as effective for sprite-based and 2D games, leveraging both RAM and room efficiently. The interview touches on why the Saturn didn't adopt a similar buffer RAM approach like the PC Engine's arcade card, citing cost as the main factor, specifically the cost of mask rooms. Looking ahead, while they acknowledge the possibility of continuing cartridge slot use, there are no plans for a Saturn booster like the Mega Drive's 32X. They emphasize the Saturn's ongoing evolution as hardware, making future predictions uncertain but constantly under consideration. Finally, they briefly mention the upcoming modem for Saturn and the exciting prospect of real-time internet gaming over long distances using public lines, which they find quite remarkable. This page focuses on King of Fighters 95 for the SEGA Saturn and highlights its unique cartridge usage. Building on the previous page's discussion of the Saturn's twin advanced ROM system, this article details how the game leverages both the CD-ROM and cartridge. The writer's comment praises the character Kyo Kusanagi, mentioning his reach, projectile moves, anti-air capabilities, and overall versatility. They consider him a very popular character in the Neo Geo version and expect him to be just as well received on the Saturn. The page showcases various gameplay aspects with screenshots and move descriptions. It breaks down different button inputs and their corresponding actions like taunt, winning pose, counter, power charge, evade, throw, and special moves including 100 shiki, oniaki, and one-finger killing throw. It also highlights Kyo's super special move, the Euro 108 shiki, Oro Kanagi, showing a sequence of images from activation to impact. The text at the bottom emphasizes Kyo's immense popularity, stating that he is so popular that it's unusual for him not to be included in team edit mode. It mentions his strength, ease of use, and cool demeanor as reasons for his appeal, predicting that even Saturn version players will be satisfied. The writer humorously remarks that staff at publications like SNK World, Satamaga, Famitsu, and The Play, especially the female staff, also find him very popular. The page concludes by clearly identifying the character featured as Kyo Kusanagi and his team affiliation as the main character team. This page continues the focus on King of Fighters 95 for the SEGA Saturn, showcasing more details about Kyo Kusanagi and his moves in the game. The writer's comment reiterates Kyo's strengths, pointing out his effective reach, projectiles, and anti-air attacks that make him a very versatile and popular character, just as he was in the Neo Geo version. The page then delves into gameplay mechanics, illustrating various button inputs and their corresponding actions. These include actions like taunt, winning pose, power charge, evade, throw, and counter, linked to specific buttons. There is also a display of Kyo's special moves like 100 shiki, oniaki, and one-finger killing throw, along with his super special move, the Uro 108 shiki, Oro Chinagi, shown in a sequence of images. The text at the bottom emphasizes Kyo's overwhelming popularity, highlighting his strength, ease of use, and cool personality, suggesting Saturn players will also be pleased with his inclusion. The writer jokingly mentions his broad appeal extends to staff across various publications, and even the female staff, emphasizing just how popular Kyo is. The page clearly states that the featured character is Kyo Kusanagi, and he is part of the main character team. This page continues with the King of Fighters 95 coverage, this time showcasing Benimaru Nikaido and Goro Daimon, both part of the main character team. The writer's comment for Benimaru highlights his stylish fighting style and his effective use of 2P colors. They mention his flashy techniques, particularly his 3-stage jumping attack, and how cool his winning poses are. The page then details some of Benimaru's moves with button inputs. These include his Reijinken super move, executed with the R button, plus actions like winning pose, taunt, power charge, evade, throw, and counter, all linked to button presses. Another super move, Super Reijinken, is also shown, requiring Z plus an attack button. Moving on to Goro Daimon, the writer's comment emphasizes his power and throw techniques, noting that he is a character who excels at grappling and overwhelming opponents. They mention that while he might be challenging for beginners, mastering him is rewarding, especially in versus battles, though they jokingly suggest he isn't recommended for serious competition, likely referring to his slower, grappler style in a fast-paced game. Goro's moves are also displayed with button inputs. These include his Okurigoshi Harai and Jishin Hazami standard moves, plus actions like throw, counter, power charge, evade, and winning pose. His super move, Jigoku Gokuraku Otoshi, and another move, Kumotsukami Nage, both throws, are also highlighted. The page effectively presents both characters' movesets and fighting styles in King of Fighters 95. This excerpt from a King of Fighters 95 guide focuses on the Hungry Wolf team, Terry and DC Bogard. Terry is described as a balanced, beginner-friendly character with easy-to-execute moves like his Power Geyser Super and Rising Tackle, providing versatile combat options. Specific button inputs for his moves are detailed. And Graney, the author's favorite, is presented as a close-range powerhouse despite his short reach. His strong attacks and combo potential are emphasized, making him rewarding to play. Andy's moveset includes the projectile Giki Hishuken, the Zai I Ken special, and the super move Chorepadan, with button inputs provided for each. The page effectively introduces the movesets and playstyles of both characters. This page continues the King of Fighters 95 guide, now focusing on Joe Higashi and Takuma Sakazaki, representing the Hungry Wolf and Dragon Tiger teams respectively. For Joe, the writer's comments suggest his regular moves are easy to use, making him a solid choice. His super move, the Screw Upper, is highlighted, alongside various normal moves demonstrated with button inputs like R button, L button, and Z button combinations for different attacks, including counters and throws. Another super move, the Golden Heel Kick, is also showcased. Moving to Takuma Sakazaki, the writer notes his short reach compared to Ryo and Robert, but emphasizes his strong jump kick and ground punch as effective tools, especially his counterattacks. His super move, the Dragon Tiger Mayhem, is featured. Similar to Joe, various normal moves with button inputs are presented, focusing on power charging and counter techniques. The page gives a good overview of the basic moves and fighting style for both Joe and Takuma in King of Fighters 95. This page continues the King of Fighters 95 guide, now showcasing Ryo Sakazaki and Robert Garcia, still under the Dragon Tiger team banner. For Ryo Sakazaki, the writer mentions he is a standard character type, good for zoning, and highlights his Dragon Tiger Mayhem super move. Various normal moves are also detailed using button inputs like R, L, and Z buttons for attacks such as counters and throws. His Roaring Earth Dragon Fury super move is also featured. Moving on to Robert Garcia, the writer notes his reach isn't extensive, but praises his small flying dragon kick and emphasizes using tricky movements to confuse opponents and exploit openings for orthodox strategies, especially aerial defense and attacks. His Dragon Tiger Mayhem super move is also showcased, alongside normal moves activated by R, L, and Z button combinations for power charging and throws. The page provides a good overview of the moves and fighting styles for both Ryo and Robert in King of Fighters 95. This page continues the King of Fighters 95 character guides, this time focusing on Hydern and Clark, both from the Ikari team. Starting with Hydern, the writer describes him as a character with great reach and speed, especially in his aerial attacks. He's noted as requiring patience to play effectively. His super move is called Final Bringer. The page details several of his moves, like the Vulcan Punch, a throw called Death Mountain Buster, and command moves like Lead Belcher and Stormbringer. It also shows his Power Charge, Evade, and Victory Pose actions activated by various button presses. Moving on to Clark, the writer comments that he was originally in the Neo Geo version, and his fighting style emphasizes strong kicks and long reach. They mention that his basic fighting style translates well to the Saturn version. His super move is the Ultra Argentine Backbreaker. Similar to Hydern, Clark's move list includes counters, throws like Reed Belcher, and special moves like Stormbringer, alongside actions like power charging, evading, and his victory pose. The layout is consistent, showing screenshots of the moves in action and button inputs for each. This page continues the King of Fighters 95 character guides, now focusing on Ralph Jones from the Ikari team and Athena Asamiya from the Psycho Soldier team. Starting with Ralph, the writer comments that he's a power character who relies on his strong normal moves. They mention he's not as reliant on special moves, and suggest advanced players will find him rewarding due to his reach. His super move is the Gatling Attack Punch. The page showcases various moves like the Vulcan Punch, a throw called Death Mountain Buster, and command moves, along with his Power Charge, Evade, and Victory Pose. There's also a counterattack, and what appears to be his Super Argentine Backbreaker. Moving on to Athena, the writer mentions she's their main character in the game, but finds her special moves, and especially super moves, harder to execute. They feel she's more for advanced players, but rewarding to master. Her super move is a combination move starting with Shining Crystal Bit leading into Crystal Shoot. The page illustrates her Psycho Kick, Psycho Ball Attack, Throws, Counterattack, Power Charge, Evade, Victory Pose, and the sequence of her Crystal Shoot super move. Both characters' pages are laid out similarly, showing screenshots of their moves and the button inputs to perform them. This page continues with character introductions for King of Fighters 95, now featuring Kensu and Chin from the Psycho Soldier team. Starting with Kensu, the writer mentions he is part of the Psycho Soldier team, and they like using him. They mention he's been given new special moves, and is stronger in 95 than in 94, especially his Psycho Ball, encouraging players to use him, hinting he is even stronger than Athena. His super move is the Shining Dragon Sky Dance Leg. The page highlights various moves like the Emperor Supreme Fist, throws, counterattacks, and special moves activated with button combinations including Z and L buttons. We also see his Power Charge, Evade, and Victory Pose. Moving on to Chin, the writer suggests he is another character they like to use, and this time around, he has been made more edit-friendly for players. They find his normal attacks and special moves like the Roaring Fire Cannon to be powerful, and recommend players to try him out. His super move is the Roaring Fire Cannon. The page showcases moves including his Drunken Mist attack, throws such as Tomoe Throw, counterattacks, and special moves using Z and L buttons, along with Power Charge, Evade, and Victory Pose. Both characters are presented with screenshots demonstrating their moves and associated button commands for the SEGA Saturn controller. This page introduces Kim Kafwan and Chang Kohan, also from King of Fighters 95. Starting with Kim, the writer seems to really rate him, noting he looks different from the previous game, in a good way, and appears to be even stronger than before. They think he's a solid character, and expect players to use him to dominate. His super move is the Flying Phoenix Legs. The page shows off a range of his moves, including his super move, standard special moves like Flying Swallow Flash, throws, counterattacks, Victory Pose, evading, and power charging, all with button inputs like R, L, and Z buttons highlighted. Moving on to Change, the writer describes him as a character for more hardcore players, implying he's not as straightforward. They mention his sluggish movements but highlight his powerful attacks and destructive capabilities. They suggest that winning with Change is very satisfying and encourages players to master him. His super move is the Iron Ball Great Runaway. Like Kim, the page details Change's moves, such as his super move, Iron Ball Smash Fist, throws, counterattacks, Victory Pose, evading, and power charging, again with button inputs shown. Both character sections give a good overview of their movesets and offer a glimpse into how to play them in King of Fighters 95 on the Saturn. This page continues the King of Fighters 95 character introductions, this time focusing on Choi Baunj and King. For Choi, the writer mentions that while he might seem small and easy to defeat, he can actually frustrate opponents. They highlight his tricky movements and unpredictable attacks, suggesting that mastering him involves confusing the opponent. His super move is named True Super Whirlwind True Sky Slash. The page showcases a variety of Choi's moves, including his super move, standard attacks like Tornado Kick and Flying Monkey Slash, throws, counterattacks, Victory Pose, evading, and power charging, with button inputs shown like Z, L, and R buttons. Moving on to King. The writer comments that she is a strong character who can confidently fight, even against powerful opponents. They praise her well-rounded abilities, saying she excels in both normal and special moves, making her a reliable character. Her super move is called Illusion Dance. Similar to the previous characters, the page details King's moves such as her super move, Surprise Rose, throws, counterattacks, Victory Pose, evading, and power charging, again with button inputs like L, Z, and R buttons. The writer concludes by encouraging players to practice with King, especially in weekly play sessions, to master her. This page introduces two more characters from the King of Fighters 95, Yuri Sakazaki and Mai Shiranui, continuing from the previous page's introduction of Choi and King. For Yuri Sakazaki, the writer's comment highlights her energetic and cute appeal, emphasizing her unique moves like the Yuri Chow Upper and Double Slap. The writer seems charmed by her personality and fighting style, finding her strength and playful nature appealing. The page showcases several of Yuri's moves, including her super move, Flying Phoenix Kick, normal moves like Lunge Punch, throws, counterattacks, victory pose, evading, and power charging with button inputs like R, L, and Z buttons. Moving on to Mai Shiranui. The writer mentions her captivating style and appearance, which is hard to ignore. They express admiration for her attractiveness and powerful moves, especially her super move, Super Deadly Ninja Bees. The writer seems impressed by her strength and beauty. The page also details Mai's moves, such as her super move, surprise rows, throws, counterattacks, victory pose, evading, and power charging, with button inputs like L, Z, and R buttons again. The writer encourages players to try out Maid, suggesting she will be a fun and exciting character to master. This page showcases two more characters from the King of Fighters 95 on the Saturn, this time focusing on Eiji Kisaragi and Billy Kane, highlighting the rival team. For Eiji Kisaragi, the writer emphasizes his swift movements and unpredictable special moves, labeling him a tricky character. They point out that players might enjoy mastering his unique fighting style, which is described as ninja-like, suggesting he will offer a different kind of gameplay experience. The page details some of Eiji's moves, such as his super move, Zantetsu Swallow Flash, and other techniques like throws, counterattacks, victory pose, evading, and power charge, with various button inputs like R, L, and Z. Moving on to Billy Kane, the writer mentions his strength lies in his long reach with his staff. While acknowledging his normal moves may not be extraordinary, they highlight his strong reach attacks, especially his super move, Super Fire Whirlwind Rod. The writer recommends utilizing his reach and special moves effectively. The page also lists Billy's moves, including his super move, one-pole vault throw, various throws, counterattacks, victory pose, evading, and power charge, again using R, L, and Z buttons. The writer concludes by noting Billy Kane's appeal to female players in the SNK world, adding a fun tidbit about his popularity. This page is all about an illustration contest for the King of Fighters 95, brought to you by SNK and Satamaga. They're calling for players to get creative and submit their KOF 95 illustrations using indelible ink on postcard-sized paper. It's a color illustration contest, so no monochrome submissions. They're really serious about judging the Burning Prize and Burning Soul Prize, so they've prepared some awesome goodies. The grand prize is a SEGA Saturn console and a copy of King of Fighters 95. Other prizes include KOF 95 mascot sets, calendars, joysticks, and even a Neo Geo CD version of King of Fighters 94, along with some unique prizes they're still considering. The deadline for submissions is March 31st, and the results will be announced on April 26th. There's a message for you section, where they encourage SNK fans to express their love for the characters through illustrations and send in postcards. They're excited to see creative and well-drawn entries. Abon Mi, the Satamaga illustrator, mentions the importance of detailed sketches, careful inking, and color usage, and points out that Kyoto and Athena are popular characters. The SNK editorial staff also chimes in, thanking fans and hoping to award prizes that go beyond just the presented list, showing their enthusiasm for unique submissions. The page also features a picture of a smiling female character, likely Athena, to promote the contest. This page is all about Panzer Dragoon Zwei. It's highlighting the opening scenes of the game, calling it a shocking cinematic experience, where a village burns down right before your eyes. The article mentions that the game is 80% complete and scheduled to be released on March 22nd for 5,800 yen. They are focusing on the game's intro, showing screenshots of the dragon riding and the burning village. The text details the opening, introducing the protagonist Lagi and his dragon, and the dramatic scene of the village being engulfed in flames as the game starts. It seems like they're emphasizing the emotional and visual impact of the game's opening sequence. This page delves into Episode 1, Haunted Forest of Panzer Dragoon Zwei, and reveals some of the bosses and mid-bosses you'll encounter there. It kicks off with a description of the opening stage, depicting a village ravaged and transformed into a monster-infested forest. They highlight the initial enemies, noting Haman and Stronghold as boss-like foes that appear in Episode 1. Apparently, these enemies have unusual behaviors, like destroying monuments, hinting at some intelligence. The page then moves on to feature two Czech sections. The first is about a massive aerial battleship that appears early in the stage. This is presented as an opening mid-boss battle set in a village reminiscent of older times. You'll apparently use powerful pods to attack this giant enemy, which is shown crashing down into the village. The second, check section, introduces a mysterious dragon encountered mid-stage. Described as orange and large, it's hinted to be a key figure in unraveling the story's mysteries. While its full form isn't yet clear, it seems to be connected to the shadows of buildings and disappears into the night sky. This dragon encounter is emphasized as a crucial point in the stage, suggesting it's more than just a regular enemy, and likely a major challenge for Lajai and Lundi. The page suggests this dragon is essential for understanding the narrative thread of Panzer Dragoon Zwei. This page moves on to cover Episode 2, called Empire and Other Countries Battlefield, which is set in a deep valley entrance. It sounds like you'll be pursued by enemies as you advance, and the scenery will change as you progress into aerial combat. The description mentions the mechanical empire and imperial vehicles featuring in this stage, emphasizing the sense of aerial perspective. Next up is Episode 3, Thicket and Stormy Forest. Here, it seems Randy and Lagi are being chased from the battlefield and enter a forest. Unknowingly, they stumble into a forbidden forest where they'll face wild creatures and what are described as old biological weapons from a previous era. The page highlights a boss enemy called Naga, and it's described as a tough fight. Finally, Episode 4 is titled Old Century Underground Plant Awakens. This stage is set in ancient ruins and an underground plant location. Randy and Lagi venture into this area, which is described as a closed-off plant environment. The stage apparently features ruins, rocks, and floating objects. It mentions the Panzer Dragoons from the previous game, and it emphasizes the level design, spanning from normal levels to boss encounters with diverse enemy movements. The stage also boasts impressive water effects, with realistic reflections and ripples. The final area features artificial water channels and underwater scenery, which sounds visually striking. This page unveils the first look at the boss that awaits in the underground lake. It's called Landora, a biological weapon shaped like a bird and fish, dwelling in the underground lake of the plant. The battle against Landora begins in the waterways of the lake. Randy and Lagi will engage in aerial combat during this stage. The page highlights how Landora submerges and emerges from the water, launching diverse and powerful attacks, making it a tough opponent. This boss, Landora, unleashes a variety of attacks. Equipped with numerous optical weapons, it fires laser beams and large energy projectiles. It also uses direct attacks like tail whips. It can launch a set of 2 projectiles simultaneously from the air, making for a chaotic battle. The page mentions that Randy and Lagi will struggle against these relentless attacks, emphasizing the boss's imposing presence and powerful aura. Landora also has powerful options, in the form of optical weapons that look like flowers. When deployed from its body, they spread left and right, firing laser beams. These are described as bioweapons from a lost ancient civilization. Finally, the page introduces another boss called Guardian, which also uses lasers. After navigating ruins and encountering guard robots called Titeteke, Randy and Lagi will find a large space and an elevator platform starts moving. The Guardian boss emerges from within the plant during this elevator ascent. Guardian also attacks with strong lasers, targeting all 3 directions and inflicting significant damage. This page introduces the Berserk mode, a brand new attack system for Panzer Dragoon. It's designed to add more variety to your attacks and help you out in a pinch. To activate it, you'll need to fill the Berserk gauge, located in the bottom left of the screen, and then press a button. This unleashes a powerful homing laser attack that targets all enemies on screen. The page highlights a couple of key points about Berserk mode. Firstly, it mentions the visual feedback. When you trigger Berserk mode, the screen flashes white for dramatic effect, though this is just a visual flourish and doesn't directly affect attack power. Secondly, it explains that the Berserk gauge fills up as you defeat enemies, encouraging you to take down enemies to charge it faster and use Berserk mode more often. There's also a section discussing the homing laser's color, noting it changes. Normally pink, the color shifts. Though the exact reasons and implications are unclear, it could be tied to increased power or some other effect. But the page hints it might just be a visual change for now, with further details to be revealed later. In an interview, SEGA developer Tomohiro Kondo discusses Panzer Dragoon Zwei's Berserk mode. This new feature moves beyond simple shooting accuracy, rewarding diverse playstyles and exploration. The Berserk gauge fills by defeating enemies, and allows for powerful, visually impressive attacks. The longer the gauge is charged, the longer the attack lasts, although the mode is balanced to avoid being overpowered. The game's design emphasizes accessibility for casual players, while still offering depth for skilled players to discover hidden routes and elements. Kondo highlights the dynamic Stage 4 boss battles and the addictive nature of the Berserk mode, hoping players will find the experience exhilarating. Gungraphon, a 3D shooting game for SEGA Saturn, emphasizes skill and visual appeal. Beginners are advised to practice in exercise mode to master the game, aiming for a 1-minute clear time, beginner, or 2-minute, advanced. The game features the high-max weapon system with 4 types: main gun, powerful, rocket pod, wide range, machine gun, rapid fire, and guided missile, homing. The data link system, DLS, provides crucial battlefield information, including friendly and enemy helicopter locations, aiding strategic planning. The Versus mode was removed due to implementation difficulties, focusing development on refining the single-player experience. Mastering high max in Gungraphon requires practice. Core maneuvers include standard movement with X, A, and directional buttons. Independent aiming is achieved with the L button, while jumping is done with Z. The roller dash, double tap movement, allows for fast travel, excluding forests. Fixed viewpoint movement utilizes the B button, and the B button activates infrared night vision. New weapons are introduced. The variant, British AWGS, with heavy armor and a machine gun cannon, an unnamed Russian anti-aircraft gun with missiles, the versatile ADATS, the Collart, Thai, for jungle combat, and the Littorio, Italian, designed for mountainous areas. This page details 2 stages from Gungraphon, presented as real combat report stages. Stage 1 is called Dandelion Seed, set in Ukraine, specifically a helicopter stage. The mission objective is to descend in a helicopter and destroy enemy supply and support units. The battle area is described as plains, during daytime under clear weather. The page says this stage is designed to be easy for beginners to get used to the combat. It emphasizes using the exercise mode for practice and encourages players to experiment with different weapons and controls, suggesting that even if the map layout is simple, there are hidden depths to discover. It notes that enemies are not very numerous or heavily armed. Stage 2 is Dark Servant, set in Kyiv, Ukraine, and is presented as a much harder stage. The mission objective is to descend into southern Kyiv and destroy enemies occupying the city. This stage is set at night, in a city battleground with clear weather. The page highlights the importance of night vision in this stage, stating that switching to night vision mode is crucial, as visibility is drastically reduced in normal camera mode. It advises players to take their time to get accustomed to the green night vision display. Enemies are scattered across the map, often positioned on buildings, and jumping onto buildings to attack from above is suggested as an effective strategy to minimize damage taken. Stage 3 of Gungraphon, Fox Hunt, takes place in the West Siberian lowlands, with a primary objective of destroying a supply train within 3 minutes. Players must intercept the train in a muddy, forested environment amidst foggy daytime conditions. This technical mission focuses on strategic enemy elimination rather than total annihilation. Players need to carefully choose their invasion route, prioritizing powerful enemies and utilizing allies while safeguarding the crucial supply helicopter. The real battle begins upon the train's arrival, bringing a surge of enemies from Germany, France, Russia, and Allied forces against Japan, China, and Siberian forces. The reviewer notes a large enemy presence. Rocket pods are recommended for attacking the train, and players are advised to focus on enemy elimination to protect the train's approach, as initial damage to the train is limited. This page details the Bloodstorm mission, which is Stage 4 of Gungraphon, set 50 kilometers southeast of Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia. It's a daytime mission in a grassy field under sunny weather. Your objective is to eliminate enemy units advancing from the left flank and prevent them from pushing south. The battle pits the Japanese Foreign Legion, APC Chinese Army, and Siberian Joint Army against German, French, and Polish forces. The situation overview explains that enemy forces are pushing east towards Beijing. The game advises you to use the hills to reduce damage, especially from helicopters. suggesting you use the terrain for cover and to launch counterattacks with machine guns. Be aware of enemy reinforcements arriving early in the mission. The game recommends setting up a defensive position and waiting for them, rather than rushing in. For mission success, route planning, and pattern recognition are key. The game highlights the importance of being cautious of certain powerful enemy units that can deal significant damage, advising players to utilize jump maneuvers, view locking, and effective weapon choices to overcome them. A best route is also suggested to help players navigate the mission. This page unveils Stages 5 and 6 of Gungryphon. Stage 5, titled Tikkun Cage, unfolds at the Great Wall of China. In this mission, your role is to defend Allied forces amidst challenging weather conditions, heavy rain, and poor visibility. You'll be facing off against German, French, and Russian forces. The backdrop is the Pew Allied forces pushing towards Beijing, encountering fierce Chinese army resistance and constant attacks, making defense lines hard to maintain and resource management crucial. Stage 6, Shockwave, shifts the action to upland plains during a sunny morning. Here, the mission objective is to safeguard transport aircraft. You'll be pitted against AFTA forces. The context is a global power struggle with forces deploying to America and China, leading to renewed conflict. Both stages have operation data summaries, detailing battle locations, times, weather, and the forces involved on each side. Finally, there's an announcement about a Gungryphon auto demo that's being showcased in stores. This demo, around 20 minutes long, includes a simple story introduction and actual gameplay footage. It's also highlighted that CG demos are compatible with movie cards, and the game utilizes new sound drivers to enhance the battlefield atmosphere, focusing on position, distance, and Doppler effects. This page announces that Elf, known for popular PC games like Dragon Knight and Classmates, is entering the SEGA Saturn market. They are releasing their first title, Yonomura Hospital People, a remake of their popular adult mystery adventure game, for 6,800 yen on April 26th. This adventure game, for one player and rated 18+, is focused on love, courage, and suspense. The article highlights that Yonomura Hospital People is a remake of a past hit game, emphasizing its intriguing story centered around Detective Maro Izumiya, who gets caught up in a murder case at Yonomura Hospital. The game promises suspense, thrills, and some humor, exploring complex human relationships within the confined setting of a hospital. It also mentions that the game uses a multi-story system, where player actions influence the plot, which was influential in many later games. The page includes screenshots showcasing the game's characters, including the nurse protagonist and other characters involved in the hospital mystery, and a framed close-up image of an older man and a female nurse, suggesting scenes within the game. It ends by encouraging readers to check out this story-driven adventure with mature themes. This page continues the feature on Elf and their move to the SEGA Saturn, this time focusing on the improvements in the Saturn version of their upcoming game, Yonomura Hospital People. The headline talks about Elf and their genius game designers changing the Saturn landscape. It highlights that Elf is known for PC hits like the Dragon Knight series and Classmates series, showcasing images from these games. The article then dives into the enhanced performance on the Saturn, emphasizing significantly improved quality. It mentions that while the scenario remains true to the original multi-story structure, the graphics and sound are leveraging the Saturn's capabilities to their fullest. The graphics are described as having a vastly expanded color palette, moving from 16 colors on the PC to 32,768 colors on Saturn, resulting in much more realistic visuals. Furthermore, the text-based messages from the PC version are now enhanced with voice acting, thanks to the CryDrum format. Sound effects and background music are also significantly upgraded to create a more immersive experience. Finally, the page touches on the X-rated elements of the game, calling it an X-rated adventure, and a key selling point. It notes that the adult themes and heart-pounding scenarios are central to the game's appeal, with the overarching theme being love's captivation. The article suggests that these elements are presented naturally and are integral to the game's entertainment value, emphasizing the Saturn version as a true entertainment machine that delivers on these mature themes. This page is a special report announcing the upcoming release of Fighter's History Dynamite, boasting an 85% completion rate and a release date of March 22nd. It emphasizes that this sequel to Fighter's History is even more powered up than the original. They highlight speed improvements and enhanced controls as key upgrades. A new weapon pickup and throwing system has been implemented, which was not in the previous game. They've retained the secret moves and ultimate moves from the previous title, and even added more. There's a beginner mode mentioned, designed for new players, or those not so good at fighting games, allowing special moves and ultimate techniques with just one button. Even cooler, you can now play as the last boss and the mid-bosses from the arcade version, which weren't playable in the Saturn version before. 2 new characters are introduced. Yomi, a Taekwondo expert described as a genius girl from the Taekwondo world, and Minokichi, a stoic and uniquely Japanese fighter. The page showcases various screenshots of these characters and gameplay, demonstrating the new moves and features. The overall tone suggests the reviewer is very positive and excited about these enhancements to Fighter's History Dynamite. This page is a special report diving into the enduring appeal of Snatcher. Even though it's been out for a while, they're exploring why it's still captivating. The article describes Snatcher as a straightforward adventure game that really sucks you in with its story and cinematic presentation, comparing it to watching a movie. They break down the charm of Snatcher into 3 key areas. First, the thrill factor. It's described as a suspenseful game where you play as a runner, hunting down these bio-android snatchers. The article highlights the constant tension and unpredictable nature of the enemy encounters, making it a real nail-biter. Secondly, they point to the compelling story. It's packed with complex mysteries and intriguing characters, especially the protagonist and the Junkers team. Solving the puzzles relies on your own deduction skills and observation, keeping you hooked from beginning to end. Lastly, they talk about the game's intricate mechanisms. They praise the attention to detail in the game's world and systems, mentioning the tricycle vehicle and the helpful robot companion, Metal Gear MK2. They even highlight the plaster weapon. Essentially, they're saying the game is well crafted and offers a deep, engaging experience for those who appreciate solid game mechanics. In the futuristic world of Snatcher, Special Operative Jillian Seed, assigned to the Junker unit, is the central character. The game begins with Jillian pondering his mission in Neo Kobe. We're introduced to Jillian and his wife, Jamie, along with basic profiles. The page also introduces the Junker team. Mika Slayton, the receptionist with criminal psychology expertise, Benson Cunningham, the director and former athlete, and Harry Benson, the respected mechanic and scientist. Additionally, the page details the layout of Junker headquarters, highlighting key areas like the reception, director's room, deca room, computer room, mechanic room, and shooting range. Interacting with Mika and exploring the facilities are crucial for gameplay. This section establishes the game's setting, introduces key characters, and provides essential locations for players. This text focuses on Jean Jack Gibson, a veteran detective in the game Snatcher. Gibson, a 55-year-old bioroid with 30 years of experience, is killed by a Snatcher, mirroring the fate of Jillian Seed's predecessor. Players are encouraged to use shooting training, crucial due to the Snatcher's insect-like weapons. Gibson, a valuable asset due to his scientific background, leaves clues for Gillian, who must carefully analyze them to avoid dead ends. A graphic depiction of Gibson's decapitated head underscores the Snatcher's brutal methods. The text defines Snatchers as bioroids that murder and replace humans in Neo Kobe City, with a height range of 150 to 190 centimeters. They possess advanced features like metal bodies and artificial skin, and target both Neo Kobe and Gotave City. The Snatcher's ultimate motives remain a mystery, highlighting the need for further investigation. This page dives right into Mortal Kombat 2 for the SEGA Saturn, and it's being touted as a special report with development at 80% complete. It looks like Acclaim Japan is handling it, and they're aiming for a release in the latter half of March, priced at 5,800 yen. They're emphasizing it's a fighting action game, and it's rated 18 and over, likely due to the violence. The article headline boasts that even MK maniacs will be satisfied with the quality of the port to Saturn. It talks about how Mortal Kombat has become a household name in Japan, especially among hardcore gamers, and how the second game is finally coming to Saturn. They mention it's an American arcade game that's being ported, suggesting it will be a faithful recreation of the arcade experience. The page showcases a bunch of characters with screenshots and short descriptions. Liu Kang, Cage, Johnny Cage in the West, Kung Lao, Reptile, Sub-Zero, and Shang Tsung. It looks like they're highlighting the character selection aspect of the game. Each character has a small blurb about their fighting style and background. Overall, It's a pretty standard preview, getting Saturn owners hyped for Mortal Kombat 2. This page continues the Mortal Kombat 2 special report, focusing on what makes the game exciting. The article highlights the blood-freezing, flesh-leaping action, and emphasizes the intense battle stages. It points out that Mortal Kombat is different from typical fighting games because of its violence, which is part of its appeal. The page then showcases the extreme fatalities, calling them Extreme Godfist, with screenshots of Kung Lao performing one, and highlighting the AACK sound effect. It reiterates that the game's violence is a key aspect that sets it apart. Moving on, it explores the friendship moves, questioning if they are proof of friendship. It explains that these moves, triggered by specific commands, offer a non-violent and funny alternative. Similarly, it delves into babality moves, asking, "Why Baby-chan?" and showing Scorpion turning his opponent into a cute baby, highlighting the humorous side of these finishing moves. Finally, the page presents character profiles for Kitana, Milena, Jax, Baraka, Scorpion, and Raiden, with screenshots and short descriptions of their fighting styles and backgrounds. It showcases the diverse roster of characters available in Mortal Kombat 2. This page unveils Victor Entertainment's exciting lineup of 5 upcoming titles. It's highlighted as a special report focusing on core design from a UK company, with 3 titles being localized into Japanese. The page prominently features Tomb Raider as Title 1, described as a female version of Indiana Jones. The article details Tomb Raider as a grand-scale Egyptian adventure where female archaeologist Lila explores pyramids to find the lost pyramid of Osiris. It's emphasized as a 3D action-adventure game with realistic Lara Croft movements and smooth controls. The writer draws a comparison to Prince of Persia in 3Ds, emphasizing the feeling of control and depth, stating the game is already 30% complete and looks very promising. The page includes screenshots showcasing in-game actions like running, climbing, and hanging, illustrating the gameplay and environments. It seems the writer is impressed with the graphical fidelity and gameplay elements presented for Tomb Raiders, anticipating a high-quality release. This page highlights 2 games from Victor Entertainment, developed by Core Design. Supershot Golf is a golf game aiming for realistic gameplay with up to 4 players. Swagman is a comical action puzzle game where players, as the Swagman, rescue fairies in a dream world. Players can choose to play as either a boy or a girl. An interview with Adrian, Core Design's operation director, reveals the company's 1988 establishment and history, with titles like Wonder Dog and Thunderhawk. Core Design emphasizes unique and innovative games, particularly 3D development, utilizing original tools for the Saturn. Finally, a section with Takeshi Sato from Interactive Soft Group acknowledges Core Design's understanding of the Japanese market and their collaborative efforts. This page spotlights 2 titles from Victor Entertainment. First up is Marika True World, described as an anime touch and slightly horror supernatural ability RPG. It's set in Tokyo and revolves around a superpowered girl, Marika, who is trying to find the true path. The game blends horror and anime styles, promising a visual RPG experience with impressive visuals and over 3 hours of voice acting and dialogue scenes. Character designer Akari Kanemoto is mentioned as portraying the unpleasant group boss, and Kaname Fujito as the good girl type. There's a director interview with Seiichi Taniguchi from Interactive Soft Group, who talks about aiming for a media mix and emphasizing the unique character designs and visual appeal of the game. The second game is Dungeon Master, advertised with the tagline that Danmus is reborn on Saturn. It highlights the Saturn version of the classic 3D RPG, emphasizing it's not just a simple remake, but a complete new creation. The page gives a brief history of the Dungeon Master series, noting its initial release in 1990 on PC, followed by SFC and other console versions, highlighting its popularity and influence as a real-time battle RPG. This page shines the spotlight on Maju Kaimusho Gekijoban, which translates to something like Demon Beast Prison Theatrical Edition, a new action shooting game from Victor Entertainment. They are calling it a vigorous action drama, and promise will meet the energetic Rankachan in May. It's currently at 60% completion, and is planned for release in May, priced at 5,800 yen. The game isn't just a shooter. It's packed with various actions from Rankachan. The core gameplay involves jumping and stomping enemies, or using weapons for attacks. She'll have hammer, bow, and arrow weapons, and you'll need to choose the right weapon for each stage. The game features 5 stages in total. This article is giving us a sneak peek at the first stage and a bit of stage 2, describing it as a Shugoro-Q-style game, similar to a board game progression. The screenshots give us a glimpse of different stages. Waterfall Mountain, where you'll be jumping around. Hell Cave, described as a dark underground cave with bright lights. National Gymnasium, featuring a Daruma doll boss battle that requires hit-and-run tactics. Rat Underground Empire, with Kappa enemies where timing your jumps is key. And finally, Garden City, with fast-paced action involving auto-fire and power-ups. Apparently, items give you 1 hit of damage protection, and the game is packed with stage gimmicks and karakuri mechanisms, suggesting lots of surprises are waiting. Next time, they're promising to introduce Drive-Bon and other attractions from this action-packed amusement park-themed game. This page is all about Angel Paradise Volume 1, featuring the idol Yuko Sakaki. It's advertised as a love puzzle game coming to the Saturn, where you piece together puzzles to reveal her smiling face. It's described as a new type of moving picture puzzle game. The game is designed around the concept of piecing together puzzles to see idol Yuko Sakaki in various situations during her 4-day trip. As you solve puzzles, you progress through the story and get to see her different expressions. Apparently, hidden items in the puzzles will unlock special movies and private photos that you wouldn't normally see, which is a nice incentive. There are 2 game modes mentioned: Puzzle Mode and 15 Puzzle Mode. Puzzle Mode seems to be the main mode with various stages, and the 15 Puzzle Mode looks like a classic sliding tile puzzle with 15 pieces. It mentions that completing puzzles with fewer mistakes is key. The page also highlights personal data, which you can unlock, suggesting you can learn more about Yuko Sakaki. Finally, there's a campaign mentioned. If you pre-order the game, you can get a B2 size poster of Yuko Sakaki as a bonus. The deadline for this offer is April 5th, so don't miss out. It also teases that the second installment of Angel Paradise will feature another idol, Yuka Yoshino. This page is a special report on Langrisser 2i, announcing it's 50% complete and slated for a June release at 5,800 yen. It's highlighted as a simulation RPG and boasts beautiful male characters and new screenshots. The article introduces the new male character illustrations, mentioning characters like Emerinshak, the protagonist's rival, Altamüller, and Poltz. It notes that female gamers will be especially pleased with the character designs. The page also features an interview with the developers of Langrisser 2i. The developers discuss the game's development, noting that they are making improvements based on feedback from previous games. They mention making the game easier to understand and play, even for newcomers, and are trying to avoid making it feel tedious. They talk about shortening command inputs and aiming for shorter playtimes per stage, around 30 minutes for initial stages. They are aiming for a more streamlined and enjoyable experience compared to previous titles, where players might get tired midway through. The developers also touch on the game's volume, stating it's about 4 times larger than the previous game. They mention adding new elements and are confident in the scenario, although they can't reveal too many details yet. They also discuss the graphic improvements and aim for stress-free gameplay. In summary, this page is an early look at Langrisser 2i's, emphasizing its appealing male characters, improved gameplay flow, increased game volume, and developer focus on player enjoyment. The next page dives into Idol Janshi Final Romance R, a title arriving this spring on Saturn. It's highlighted as an arcade strip mahjong game making its way to the console. We are introduced to 2 characters, Koizumi Rina, voiced by Kokoro Ogasawara, who is described as a pure and innocent girl, and Fujisaki Minami, voiced by Ayano Kudo, portrayed as a mature and older sister type. Both character profiles include their height, weight, and bust-waist-hip measurements, typical for this genre. The page emphasizes that this Saturn version is a complete version, with newly added animation cuts and fully voiced scenes, even in communications battles. Apparently, the sound quality is also being significantly improved for the keydrum format. There's a focus on Saturn-only bonuses that include an album mode to view the girls' visual scenes and a dress-up mode, where you can customize the girls' outfits after clearing the game with all characters. It seems clearing all 5 characters unlocks these extra modes, allowing you to enjoy the girls in various costumes. The game is priced at 8,800 yen, and it's rated for adults only, 18 years and up. This page introduces the cast of 5 characters featured in Idol Janshi Final Romance R. We have Kaito Yamamura, voiced by Naoko Matsui, described as voluptuous and seemingly 17 years old. Then there's Chisei Akari, voiced by Ayako Shiraishi, depicted as a graceful musician playing the violin. Lastly, we have Hayami Izuko, voiced by Ori Iwatsubo, a sporty girl who enjoys changing in the gym's changing room. The page highlights some obaka or idiots items that are less numerous than before, but still effective and funny to use in the game. It mentions idle items and suggests mastering inchiki techniques, which are timing-based button presses. There are descriptions of 4 items: the pair exchange seal for swapping unwanted tiles, the Dora Dora handgun, which seems to increase Dora tiles, the accumulation beckoning cat, which increases the chance of drawing winning tiles, and the crystal standing rod, a Richi item for immediate wins, described as very powerful but rare. These items seem to be power-ups that can be used during mahjong matches. This page is all about Albert Odyssey, Legend of Eldian on the SEGA Saturn, and it's shaping up to be a real treat for RPG fans on the system. It's flagged as 80% complete and slated for release on April 26th at 6,500 yen. The magazine highlights that Saturn users are eager for more RPGs, and this one looks to deliver a proper, orthodox RPG experience with a strong storyline, quality presentation, and a serious tone. It's described as being a follow-up to the Super Famicom Albert Odyssey games, positioned as a grand saga set centuries after the original. They're really emphasizing the immersive feel of the game world, showcasing the field maps built with 3D polygons for a detailed bird's-eye view. Event scenes are said to be packed with content and crucial for driving the rich narrative. The battle system is shown in screenshots as a side-view perspective, with animated characters and dialogue-driven actions, a classic RPG style. Essentially, this preview is setting the stage for Albert Odyssey, Legend of Eldian, to be a must-have RPG for Saturn owners who are hungry for a deep, engaging adventure. The game Albert Odyssey, Legend of Eldian, features a story rooted in the legend of 3 Eldine brothers who battled a dragon, Ragger. The narrative introduces Pike, a young man raised by harpies, whose peaceful life shatters when his village is attacked by goblins, and Lyra is turned to stone by the demon mage Belnard, who seeks a magic crystal stone. Pike's adventure begins with a goblin attack, showcasing the burning village and Pike's rescue by Lyra. His idyllic childhood with the harpies is depicted, contrasting sharply with the sudden appearance of a black dragon and Belnard's attack. Driven by rage and the desire to save Lyra, Pike embarks on a quest, utilizing screenshots to effectively illustrate key story moments, setting the stage for a classic RPG adventure filled with fantasy and drama. This page is a special edition feature focusing on Koei titles, specifically highlighting Sengokushi Aikitsuden, which is known internationally as Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Ein Vive, Wall of Fire. The page announces a Koei Masterpiece Mega Collection and acts as a special report covering 5 Koei games scheduled for release around early April. The aim is to provide users with purchasing information and insight into these games. Featured titles include Sangokushi Aikitsuden, Angelique Special, Gotha 2, Air Management 96, Winning Post 2, and 7 Treasures. Romance of the Three Kingdoms Ein Vive, Wall of Fire on Saturn is the main focus, promoted as making the Three Kingdoms series more accessible to players who might have found it complex before. This version emphasizes story and RPG elements within the war simulation, incorporating dialogue scenes and strategic advice from characters. Players can level up their military commanders through battle experience and gain hints for strategy. The game allows players to choose their path, leading to original storylines. The page emphasizes the improved visuals and opening movie of the Saturn version, boasting impressive CG movies for opening and ending sequences, enhancing the dramatic atmosphere. Screenshots showcase gameplay, including battle scenes and map views, highlighting the visual upgrades and the strategic depth involving various terrains and unit types. The release date is stated as March 29th, with a price of 8,800 yen. The game is described as SLG plus RPG, and supports 1 player. This page continues the Koei Special Edition feature, now focusing on Angelique Special. The game is described as a simulation game targeted towards women, where the player takes on the role of Angelique, a queen candidate. She, along with her rival Rosalia, competes to cultivate a new continent in space. The The goal is to develop the continent faster than Rosalia to become queen. The gameplay involves borrowing power from guardian saints, who represent different elements. By building relationships with these saints, Angelique can receive their power and develop the continent by constructing buildings. However, the page notes that the real purpose of the game isn't just about continent development, but about romance and the relationships with the 9 guardian saints, who are all handsome men, aged between 14 and 26. The reviewer highlights that love events happen after 1-2 days in the game, encouraging players to focus on building relationships with the saints alongside continent development. The page features chibi artwork of the guardian saints: Julius, Clavis, Oscar, Randy, Lumiale, Marcel, Zephyl, Olivia, and Luva. Each character has a short description highlighting their personality and the element they represent. Screenshots show in-game scenes including dialogue and city-building aspects. The release date is listed as March 29th, priced at 7,800 yen, for one player only. The reviewer humorously comments that it's like a shoujo manga, with love at its core, even suggesting to those around them that it might be different than it seems. This page showcases Gotha 2, Night of the Sky, billing it as the Royal Road of science fiction simulation games. It highlights several key aspects of the game. Under story, it emphasizes a grand narrative, where you play a soldier fighting for the kingdom against rebels, promising dramatic battles and impactful choices within scenarios. The scenario section mentions that the story unfolds with player choices affecting the narrative branches and even the ending, ensuring replayability. Battle focuses on strategic unit movement, stressing efficient control to maximize mobility and attack opportunities. It also notes the importance of unit formations and tactical positioning for victory. The page also promotes a Gotha World expansion, which is a CD drama featuring the voice talents of famous voice actors like Kanemaru Junichi and Hiramatsu Akiko, and introduces Idol Monacan as the voice of Monica. This CD drama apparently expands on the game's universe and story beyond the game itself. The review suggests it's a must-have for fans of the series. This page features Winning Post 2 and Air Management 96, both from Koei. Winning Post 2 aims to bring the thrill of horse ownership to players. It's more than just raising famous horses. It's about experiencing the drama of horse racing from an owner's perspective. Players start with 200 million yen, buy horses at auctions, train them, and enter them in races. You'll manage a stable, breed horses, and experience the emotions of an owner-breeder over a 30-year period. The game promises realistic race scenes with text commentary, feeling like you're watching live TV. It's a simulation released on March 22nd for 9,800 yen and even has battle race options. They boast the light source in race scenes being particularly impressive and claim it's the most user-friendly in the series. Then there is Air Management 96, which challenges players to grasp the needs quickly and secure the air network. In this simulation, you start with limited funds and aircraft to establish air routes and build a profitable airline. You will expand your network globally, with scenarios set in different eras and 5 difficulty levels. You choose your headquarters from 22 cities and face rival companies. The game emphasizes strategic route planning and anticipating passenger needs. It's also released on March 22nd for 8,800 yen and supports up to 4 players. It is described as deep simulation, with a strong company management and social element, recommending it for multiplayer fun. This page is showcasing 7 Secrets, a brand new mystery adventure game from Koei, described as a puzzle venture game. Based on a scenario by Keiki Shibusawa, you play as Hirayama Ichiro, who explores a mansion alongside his uncle to uncover a treasure linked to 7 mysteries. However, they face opposition from 3 villains: Madoka, a mysterious woman who uses a large water crystal; Kurotani, a cool and collected type who uses a handgun; and Akashima, a skinhead who relies on brute strength. Fortunately, Ichiro has allies to help him: Shirakawa Reina, a beautiful woman and a love interest of sorts; Suzuko, a young girl with a mysterious aura; and Zero, a loyal dog. The page highlights cryptic riddles and poems, suggesting puzzle solving is central to the gameplay as you explore the mansion. The game is set to be released on April 5th and will cost 7,800 yen, and it's highlighted as a special edition. For those who need it, a detailed strategy guide can be found starting on page 192. It looks to be an engaging and challenging adventure. The Circle of Saturn, features reader submissions centered around Sega Saturn gaming and life. Readers discuss their experiences with Virtua Fighter 2, sharing stories of skill, frustration, and competition. A 17-year-old wishes for Saturn games, while others recall nostalgic memories of student life and arcade visits. One reader, nicknamed Virtua Psycho, seeks a boyfriend alongside their gaming pursuits. Another reminisces about a crushing arcade loss to Dural. Other submissions include a childhood dream about earthworms and playful interactions with the navigator. A 100-person Virtua Fighter tournament in Fukuoka is also reported, highlighting the energetic atmosphere, notable players, and overall success. An illustration and mention of boys and wolves close out the page. This Sega Saturn magazine page focuses on reader opinions and Saturn features. Discussions center on whether the console should prioritize original games over ports. Readers desire original titles to showcase the Saturn's capabilities. The Say Anything You Want section includes stories about acquiring a power memory card and a Saturn, highlighting positive experiences. One reader humorously criticizes frequent error messages from Sega products. Other content includes a VF2 and Feelings comic and advice on memory capacity, emphasizing the importance of backup memory. A reader reflects on the spectating aspect of video games, finding enjoyment in their immersive qualities, comparing them to art. Lastly, a reader inquires about using arcade-style pads, and a note about fighting vipers closes the page. This page is packed with reader contributions and humorous columns. We kick off with Game and Knowledge Tips, where one player shares a clever way to enhance their racing controller experience by securing it better for more precise play, and another tip about keeping your feet warm while gaming during winter by placing them inside the foot warmer section of a kotatsu table. Then there's Saturn Willow, featuring reader-submitted funny short poems, seemingly poking fun at everyday situations. Next up is Rave Monologue, where readers express their opinions on games. One reader is enthusiastic about the Saturn's capabilities, arguing that games should fully utilize the hardware's potential rather than just being ports. They feel original games are key to satisfying Saturn owners, and criticize developers who simply port games instead of creating experiences tailored for the Saturn. We also have comic strips. Constellation Theater seems to be a gag comic with humorous situations. Drunk Punch Drunkard is another short comic strip. Lastly, Nice Pose Is This showcases reader-submitted funny photos with captions, like someone pretending to be a character from a fighting game. The Gallery of Saturn showcases fan art inspired by Sega Saturn games. Submissions range from humorous illustrations referencing games like Final Fantasy V and Vampire Hunter, Darkstalkers, to artwork of Panzer Dragoon Zwei and Street Fighter Zero. Artists from across Japan, including Kumi Sitop, Aki and Mana, Kisaragi Ryuga, Saiga Hyoko, S.Takayel, Ryujin, Nakano Takahito, Ha, Nantobum, Tasogare Tanuki, Kotaro, Harada Takafumi, and Naganuma Junya contribute their takes. Notable pieces include a Sega Rally Championship car, a comic strip referencing Devil Summoner, and drawings of characters. Some submissions inject humor about character archetypes and lengthy song intros. A correction of a previous entry showing a silhouette in the rain also appears. This page showcases a few interesting segments. We start with a funny story about a family playing Virtua Fighter 2, where the mother hilariously misinterprets the characters as primitive people, causing some amusement for the father and son. Then, a reader gives a shout-out to a lesser-known game called Blackfire, praising its challenging gameplay and recommending it to shooting game fans. It's described as a bit obscure but worth checking out if you're into tough shooters. Moving on, there's a recruitment ad seeking part-time package designers for Sega Saturn software. They're looking for people with Mac design skills to work on game packaging and manuals. Finally, the information section details various reader submission categories for the magazine, inviting players to contribute funny stories about their lives, character pose drawings, Saturn-themed poems, 4-panel comics, original Saturn character designs, Saturn-related sayings, and general discussions for the Voyager section. It seems like they're really trying to engage the readers and get them involved in the magazine's content. Oh, and there's a small note apologizing for some printing issues with fan art in a previous edition. The next page delves into the strategy game, Wagram Strategy, and a historical campaign scenario focusing on the German invasion of France. It's subtitled, Journey into the Labyrinthine History, 1. German Army, Invasion of France. The article explains that the game map recreates the 1940 invasion, showing the Maginot Line and the Ardennes Forest, which the Germans cleverly bypassed. We see a game map illustrating the German advance through Belgium and towards Dunkirk. The article highlights how quickly France fell to the German blitzkrieg, emphasizing the speed of the offensive and the French surrender within just a month. There are snippets of the game's interface, showing unit stats for infantry, tanks, and artillery, displaying attack and defense values, and movement costs. A section titled, If Thinking, poses a hypothetical question. What if the Germans had concentrated their forces on Dunkirk? It suggests that Hitler's command to halt the advance allowed the British and French forces to evacuate, and wonders about the alternative outcome if the Germans had pushed on Dunkirk. Finally, the page discusses France after surrender and its armaments, explaining how post-surrender France was under German occupation, yet partisan resistance continued. It mentions that captured French weapons, including Hotchkiss tanks, were utilized by the German army. An image of Stuka dive bombers is included, representing the German air power that played a significant role in the invasion. This article previews Panzer General, a popular PC strategy game, possibly slated for a Saturn release, comparing its gameplay to War Grand Strategy and hinting at deeper strategic elements. The piece also details the Autumn Water rocket fighter, Mitsubishi J-8M Shusui, highlighting its development, purpose as an interceptor against B-29s, and the fatal first test flight. Furthermore, the article features a Q&A section, Player's Room Special Project, with Mr. Hibina, a staff member for War Grand Strategy, and Wargame File, answering reader questions. Readers were encouraged to submit questions before the end of February, early March. Finally, the Player's Relaxation Room section invites reader submissions of fan art, questions, and general discussion, and introduces the Panzervor theme, German for tank forward, encouraging contributions related to strategic warfare. This article explores the HIMAX units featured in the 3D robot shooting game, Gungriffon. Initially conceived around 2007 as multi-legged civil engineering machines, HIMAX were adapted for military use due to their superior terrain adaptability and combat abilities surpassing tanks. General Dynamics M15 and UDLP's Bickers M16 models were officially adopted, with the units becoming the 12th generation armored walking battle machine in 2012. Deployment is primarily to Japanese forces, with some foreign use and a parallel development effort by the U.S. Marines. The article details two key weapon systems: the GAU-8B Gatling gun, a high firepower weapon for both ground and air targets, and chem missiles, high-speed projectiles effective against tanks and helicopters. Screenshots showcase the in-game UI, targeting systems, and combat scenarios featuring HIMAX in action. This page showcases the 12th Armored Walking Fighting Vehicle, known as HIMAX, which is from Japan. You can see detailed illustrations of the HIMAX unit from the front and rear. There's a section titled Machine Specification, which lists technical details. It mentions the overall height is 8 meters. Overall width is 3.8 meters, reducing to 2.7 meters when joints are retracted for C-130 transport. The machine weight is 15 tons, and the full equipment weight is 21 tons, ranging from 15 to 22 tons depending on weapon and fuel load. It boasts a maximum ground speed of over 80 kilometers per hour and a flight speed of 270 kilometers per hour, with a cruising range of 450 kilometers. The primary weapon is the GAU-8B 30mm 7-barrel Gatling gun and chem missiles. As secondary armament, it can equip low-recoil 120mm recoilless guns and small rocket pods. The page also describes two key systems: FLIR, forward-looking infrared, and composite armor. The FLIR section explains, it's a system that detects infrared rays emitted by objects, showing temperature distribution on a TV screen, useful for nighttime, and in poor visibility conditions like fog or sandstorms. The composite armor section describes a layered structure using ceramics and plastics between the main and inner armor plates. This design diffuses impact energy, enhancing defense against projectiles. Carbon fiber pipes are used in the frame for weight reduction, and the cockpit is designed for pilot survivability using modular composite armor bolted to a space frame. This page is titled, Game is Love, Love is Game, and introduces a section called, This is Kusoge Shop 2. It features an article focused on a developer named Norio Nonaka from the band Blow. Nonaka discusses his game development experiences, mentioning a game called Tower, which he describes as a simulation game similar to SimCity, but with a unique twist where you play as the owner of a building in a city rather than the city itself, managing design, construction, and business. He talks about drawing inspiration from L.A. and wanting to create a game where players can experience the fun of managing a high-rise building. He also reflects on the challenge of creating truly satisfying games. In the Blow News section, it's announced that Blow's single Rusty Rose is releasing on February 25th, and they will be performing live at Nissan Power Station on April 9th. The bottom section is Pebdob's Favorite, presented by Kenny Sijitu, who talks about Hyper 3D Battle Game Bowsers. He mentions it's a 3D combat game using 3D CG graphics, and that they used Lightwave 3D software for its development. He highlights that while it's affordable software, it's incredibly capable and used in professional settings for video production, mentioning software like Start Rec Next Generation and Sequester in movie and TV program production, emphasizing the high quality that can be achieved with these tools. This text is a blog post featuring personal reflections, technical insights, and a comic strip. The first section details an encounter where the author met a woman from the previous summer, suspecting she was a fan. He describes their meal together as pleasant. The second section discusses the use of Lightwave 3D software in game development, specifically for a project called Gibokaz. It highlights the use of modeler and layout for modeling and animation, including character design and movie creation, along with the time involved. The third section is a comic strip about a man buying an expensive item for two girls. The post concludes with the author's personal details, contact information, and upcoming event announcements. This page is a high-tech column titled Open the Hyperbox, focusing on next-level multimedia and information. It dives into the concept of the Navi Saturn, a blend of car navigation and the SEGA Saturn console, spearheaded by Bandai. The article discusses how Navi Saturn was advertised and the industry's interest in the connection between home electronics, computers, and networks. The piece questions the identity of Navi Saturn, pondering if it's a game machine or a car navigation system, ultimately suggesting it's positioned as a family information terminal. It touches upon Bandai's Atomark and its significance in the network market, highlighting the Atmark as a symbolic representation of Internet addresses, showing Bandai's early vision. Moving into the future, the column discusses the rise of network computers, contrasting them with SIACs. It envisions a future where network computers, or NCS, become central to home information systems, with software being delivered over networks and stored on servers. It mentions the potential for affordable $500 network computers, and the transformative impact this could have on the world. The author notes that while there are still challenges regarding communication speeds and software licensing, the potential success is immense. The author's profile reveals him as a technology writer interested in presentation, production, multimedia, and corporate consulting. He has a passion for various tech gadgets, including PowerMacs, PowerBooks, Newton message pads, Sony PIC 1000, Saturn, 3D reel, and portable navigation systems, even mentioning his book, QV10 Fun Book, and his interest in digital cameras. This page showcases a complete guide special for Vampire Hunter, which is Darkstalkers, the Night Warriors in international releases. It's presented as a feature within SEGA Saturn magazine. The page is packed with character art from the game, a vibrant and dynamic collage of all the fighters. The text at the bottom is highlighting that this guide will cover all characters' special moves and techniques, beyond just the basic controls and combos, offering detailed command inputs and strategies to master each fighter. It encourages readers to use it as a reference to improve their gameplay in Vampire Hunter. This page continues the deep dive into Vampire Hunter, with a detailed breakdown of Donovan Bane. It's showcasing Donovan's moves and strategies, going beyond just the basic stuff. You've got a list of his special moves, like Behemoth, Doppelganger, and Disaster. Then it moves on to his throwing move, Shalil Marna. Following that are his regular special attacks, like Killish Red, Ground Stab, Killish Red, Air, Inferno Sword, Blizzard Sword, Lightning Sword, and Sword Grapple. The page then highlights Donovan's X special moves, Press of Death, and Change Immortal, explaining that these are powerful but predictable, and suggesting ways to make them hit reliably, especially after a sword grapple. Lastly, it covers his S special moves, including S versions of Killish Red, Inferno Sword, Blizzard Sword, and Lightning Sword, noting these are stronger versions for when you need that extra edge in a fight. The page is packed with screenshots to visually explain how these moves work in-game, giving you a real sense of how to use Donovan effectively in Vampire Hunter. This page continues the character breakdowns in Vampire Hunter Darkstalker's Revenge, this time focusing on Leilai, known internationally as Hisienko. It details her unique moves, starting with special techniques like Rantetsu and Kyokyuga. Then it lists her throwing techniques, Aurei and Houten, moving on to special attacks like Anki-hu, Henreiki, Senpubu, and Houten-geki. The guide also covers her X special attacks, Jirai-tu, and Tenreiha, noting Tenreiha is a powerful move crucial for victory, highlighting its ability to break guards and cause significant damage, especially when comboed from chain attacks. Finally, it details her S special attacks, which are enhanced versions of her regular specials like Anki-hu, Henreiki, and Senpubu, noting these are best used when you need that extra power boost in battle. The page uses in-game screenshots to illustrate the moves and their effects, offering visual guidance on how to use Leilai effectively. The reviewer emphasizes the importance of mastering Leilai's Tenreiha X move for high-level play. Dmitry Maximov in Vampire Hunter Darkstalker's Revenge utilizes throws like Bat Type and Demon Fly. His special moves include the Fireball Chaos Flare, the Anti-Air Demon Cradle, the damaging throw Bat Spin, and the command throw Negative Stolen. X special moves featured Demon Blast, Bat Transformation Attack, and Midnight Pleasure, Powerful Grab. All specials can be enhanced to A's versions, consuming the special gauge. Midnight Pleasure is noted for its fast startup. The guide aims to help players effectively use Dimitri's diverse moveset. This page is a strategy guide for the character Galen, who is known internationally as John Talbane in Vampire Hunter Darkstalker's Revenge. The page details his moves, breaking them down into categories like throw techniques, special moves, X special moves, and S special moves. Throw techniques listed are Rapid Crunch, Cannon Rounder, and Cannon Flyer. Special moves include Beast Cannon, Anti-Air Beast Cannon, Air Beast Cannon, Climb Razor, Million Flicker, and Wild Circular. X special moves consist of Mirage Body and Dragon Cannon. The Eshi special moves section describes enhanced versions of moves such as Beast Cannon Full Power, Climb Razor, Million Flicker, and Wild Circular. Screenshots on the page illustrate John Talbane performing moves like Climb Razor and Beast Cannon in gameplay. The text provides strategy tips, highlighting Mirage Body's invincibility during the back roll and its clone-creating ability. Dragon Cannon is noted as a strong projectile attack but difficult to use effectively. The guide seems aimed at helping players understand and utilize John Talbane's versatile move set in combat. This page continues the character strategy guides, this time focusing on Victor von Gerdenheim, or Frankenstein as he's known internationally, in Vampire Hunter Darkstalker's Revenge. Just like the previous guide for John Talbane, it breaks down Victor's moves set into categories. First up are his throw techniques, which include the Jaw Slugger, Mega Strangle, and Mega Slew. Then we have his special moves, a powerful and varied set, like the Charging Giga Hammer and Giga Buster, the Giga Burn, the Gyro Crush, Mega Shock, Graviton Knuckle, and the Mega Spike. Moving on to the X special moves, Victor has the Thunder Break and the unique Great Gerdenheim. The guide highlights that the Great Gerdenheim is unusual, as Victor just taunts after the command input, but it makes him invincible to throws and other attacks for a period, allowing for strategic counterattacks or setting up powerful moves. The Diaz special moves section talks about enhanced versions of his regular specials like Giga Hammer, Giga Buster, Gyro Crush, and Giga Burn, emphasizing their destructive power and how to effectively use them in combos and follow-ups. The screenshots show Victor in action, demonstrating some of his key moves in gameplay. Overall, this page gives a good overview of Victor's move list and offers some strategic insights into using his powerful techniques effectively. It really emphasizes the strength of Victor's moves and encourages players to master his charging attacks and unique X moves to dominate opponents. This page dives into the move list for Zabel Zarok, who you might know internationally as Lord Raptor, In Vampire Hunter Darkstalker's Revenge, it breaks down his techniques into categories. First, we have his throw techniques, which are the Murder Beat, Deadly Catapult, and Air Catastrophe. Next are his standard special moves, including the Death Hurricane, Skull Stinging, Skull Punish, and Hell's Gate. Moving on to the X special moves, Lord Raptor boasts the Evil Scream, Death Voltage, and Hell Dunk. The guide points out that he has 3 X special moves at his disposal, making him quite versatile. Then there are the S special moves, which are enhanced versions of his regular specials. These include S Death Hurricane, S Skull Stinging, and S Skull Punish. Looking closer at some moves, Evil Scream is described as a long-reaching bone projectile, good for mid-range and countering projectiles, but it can be vulnerable if the opponent jumps in close. Death Voltage is a quick, powerful attack that works both on the ground and in the air, ideal for combos and follow-ups. Hell Dunk is a tricky move, where he teleports behind the opponent and slams them down, great for catching people off guard. Finally, the page touches on Lord Raptor's general fighting style, highlighting his need for directional inputs and aerial attacks, especially emphasizing the importance of using the down direction in the air. This page details Morrigan Aislenn's moveset from Darkstalkers, following a similar format to the previous page on Lord Raptor. It breaks down her techniques into special techniques, throw techniques, special moves, X special moves, and S special moves. Her moves include the aerial shell kick, close-range throws like Moontracer and Sexual Embrace, and various special moves such as Soul Fist and Shadow Blade. X special moves feature Valkyrie Turner, Astral Vision, which creates a mimicking clone, and Darkness Illusion. The page highlights the strategic depth added by moves like Astral Vision. Kek's special moves are stronger versions of her standard specials. The page also offers gameplay screenshots and emphasizes Morrigan's versatility, comparable to Lord Raptor's variety, with Eddie's moves being useful for dealing major damage. This page details Anakaris's moveset in Vampire Hunter Darkstalker's Revenge. It covers throws, special moves, X special moves, and S special moves. Throws, like Sage's Walk, are guard-breaking techniques. Special moves include Mirage Drop and King's Howl, each with distinct properties. X moves, such as Pit of Hell and Pharaoh Spirit, are activated with specific button combinations. S moves are enhanced versions of his specials, dealing significant damage. Detailed move breakdowns with screenshots are provided for specific moves, including Pharaoh Split, Pit of Hell, and Pharaoh Magic. Pharaoh Split is a floating incantation, while Pit of Hell is a beam attack with slow startup. Pharaoh Magic involves torso and limb separation for strategic attacks. Mastering Anakaris's timing and unique move properties is vital for success. This page continues the character move breakdowns, this time focusing on Felicia from Vampire Hunter Darkstalker's Revenge. It details her move list, broken down into throws, special moves, X special moves, and S special moves. For throws, it lists Panic Nail, Tumblecat, and Flipcats. Special moves include Rolling Bacalar, Rolling Scratch, Sand Splash, Delta Kick, and Hellcat, each with button combinations and short descriptions of their properties and uses in combat. The X special moves section highlights Dancing Flash and Freeze Help Me, providing more in-depth descriptions and gameplay screenshots. Dancing Flash is described as a fast-paced rush attack, good for surprise attacks from mid-range, and Freeze Help Me involves calling for backup, leaving Felicia temporarily vulnerable but summoning allies to attack. Finally, the ST special move section lists enhanced versions of her special moves, explaining that these versions increase hit count and damage. It provides notes on how Asti's Rolling Bacalar, Rolling Scratch, Sand Splash, Delta Kick, and Hellcat are improved, including screenshots for Rolling Scratch and Sand Splash, showing their enhanced effects. The page suggests that Asti's moves are generally advantageous due to increased damage and hit counts. This page showcases Bishaman from Vampire Hunter Darkstalker's Revenge, continuing the character move breakdowns. It details Bishaman's move list, categorized into throws, special moves, X special moves, and E special moves, just like Felicia on the previous page. For throws, it lists Striking Throw, Armor Stripping Throw, and Imperial Thunder Throw, detailing the close-range inputs for each. Moving on to special moves, we have Possession Blade, Returning Blade, Raging Wind, Dwelling Slash, upper level, Dwelling Slash, lower level, Sealing, Demon Flame Slash, and Cutting and Discarding Imperial Guard, each with their command inputs and brief descriptions of their function and usage in combat. The X Special Moves section highlights Demon Head Hanging and Consecutive Slashing. Demon Head Hanging is described as a guard-breaking throw with long invincibility frames, while Consecutive Slashing involves Bishaman summoning 5 afterimages and launching a multi-hit attack, but is vulnerable to aerial guards. Lastly, the Aang Special Moves section covers enhanced versions of special moves, powered up through Aang's mode, for greater offensive power. It describes as Fierce Upper Dwelling Slash, as Fierce Lower Dwelling Slash, as Cutting and Discarding Imperial Guard, and as Possession Blade, emphasizing their increased hit counts and damage. The page points out that Iant's moves significantly increase Bishaman's offensive capabilities. There are screenshots illustrating the Demon Head Hanging move, showing the difference between hitting an opponent at close range versus further away. This page provides a move breakdown for Albath from Vampire Hunter 2, Darkstalker's Revenge, covering his techniques in detail. It starts with his special techniques, including the Spinning Current attack and throws, such as Landfisher and Cataract Cry. Next, it lists his special moves, which include Sonic Wave, Poison Breath, Screwjet, Trickfish, Crystal Lancer, and Sky Neptune, detailing their commands, properties, and tactical uses. The page then moves on to X special moves, such as Direct Scissors, Aqua Spread, Sea Rage, and Water Jail, highlighting their enhanced offensive capabilities and meter requirements. S special moves are also discussed as enhanced versions of regular special moves. Screenshots are included to visually demonstrate the moves. The text emphasizes that mastering Albath's ES and X moves is crucial for effective gameplay. This page focuses on Sasquatch from Vampire Hunter 2, Darkstalker's Revenge, breaking down his moves and techniques. It starts with his throwing techniques, Big Bomb and Big Air, explaining their execution and properties for close and aerial combat. Next, it details Sasquatch's special moves like Big Snow, a freezing attack, Big Typhoon, a spinning attack, Big Cyclone, and Big Towers, both involving body slams and throws, Big Branch, a body press, and Big Swing, a giant swing. The descriptions outline the commands, properties, and tactical uses of these moves, highlighting how some are effective in the air or against grounded opponents. The page then moves to X special moves, Big Freezer and Big Iceburn, emphasizing their enhanced power and meter usage. Big Freezer is described as a powerful, slow start UP ice breath, and Big Iceburn is a ground-based ice attack that is unblockable while standing. These special moves are also discussed as powered-up versions of regular special moves, making them stronger for strategic combat. Screenshots are included to visually demonstrate these moves in action and showcase the effects, especially for the X and E's techniques, with tips on how to effectively utilize them in battle and suggesting combos like using Big Branch after freezing an opponent. The reviewer notes that mastering Sasquatch's X and X moves is key to maximizing his fighting potential. This page details Phobos' combat abilities in Astra Superstars. He utilizes close-range throws like Magnet Slam and Sky Capture. His special moves include Plasma Beam, projectile, Might Launcher, missile, Genocide Vulcan, cannon, Reflect Wall, defense, and Circuit Scrapper, close range. Each move has specific input commands and properties, with Plasma Beam negating projectiles. X special moves, Confusioner and Final Guardian, require simultaneous button presses and X meter usage. Confusioner incapacitates opponents with a thrown projectile, enabling follow-ups. Final Guardian transforms Phobos into a powerful fortress. Various special moves are enhanced versions, boosting power and combo potential for Plasma Beam, Might Launcher, Genocide Vulcan, and Circuit Scrapper. Mastering X moves, especially Confusioner, is crucial. The page suggests using standing strong kicks after Confusioner and combining Final Guardian or Genocide Vulcan with those kicks for effective follow-up attacks. This page is all about Pyron in Vampire Hunter, Darkstalker's Revenge. It details his move list, starting with his throwing techniques, Corona Whip, and Galactic Throw. Then we move on to his special moves, which include the Soul Smasher, Air Soul Smasher, Zodiac Fire, Orbit Blaze, Planet Burning, and Galaxy Trip. The page highlights Pyron's X special move, Cosmo Disruption, explaining that by holding down the button, you can change the shape of the attack through 4 constellations, Triangle Formation, Cassiopeia Seat, Orion Seat, and Big Dipper Seat, each with different attack patterns and ranges, as demonstrated in the screenshots below. Finally, it briefly mentions the Lean's special moves, which are powered-up versions of his standard special moves, boasting enhanced damage and hit counts. The page notes that Pyron's normal close-range attacks are very versatile, with different punches offering varied attack directions and properties. This page looks like a preview for a CPU strategy guide, likely for Vampire Hunter. Darkstalker's Revenge, as the previous page was about Pyron from the same game, and there's an image that looks like Morrigan. The guide seems to be broken down into 3 sections. The first section focuses on analyzing the CPU's attack patterns, highlighting that CPUs have unique habits that can be exploited. The second section is all about strategies to reliably deal damage, emphasizing using the CPU's quirks to your advantage in battle. Finally, the third section gives advice on using guard cancels or X moves effectively against the CPU, suggesting these as key techniques to master when fighting the game's AI. At the bottom, there's a countdown stating, "Wait another 336 hours, alongside a date of March 8th, possibly hinting at when the full strategy guide will be available, perhaps in the next issue of the magazine. The development team behind Thor: Legend of Oasis is introduced. Koshiro Yuzo, the producer and sound director, discusses his work and upcoming projects. Planners Uchiyama Satoru and Kawamo Tetsuya are focused on game design, graphics, and map creation, highlighting the strength of the new hero, Leon. Programmer Kobayashi Kazutoyo works on character movements and placement, while chief designer Koshiro Ayano worked on the graphics in previous games like ActRaiser. Planning and other staff member Anai Hitoje seeks feedback from demo players. A comic strip by Yutori Toshimi shows daily happenings at Ancients. The editor reflects on reader interaction and encourages submissions. Reader contributions are solicited for the SEGA Saturn magazine's Einscient Park section, with development commentary from 10 people including Yutori, and the game is still under development. A staff member concludes with a plea for anticipation and support. This page from Hello Capcom starts with news about Street Fighter 02, announcing its upcoming arcade release with new characters and systems, stating that 13 characters from the previous game will be returning. Moving to the "You're a pain in the ass" corner, it's a reader feedback section for Capcom games. Readers are sending in postcards and seem to be enjoying Capcom's fighting games like Street Fighter and Darkstalkers, alongside Marvel superheroes. There's a mention of the recent release of Vampire Hunter, likely Darkstalkers, the Night Warriors in international territories, and they are eager for more feedback. It seems like readers are pretty passionate about these games. Next up is Try Arcade Next Consumer, focusing on cyberbots. They're discussing the possibility of porting arcade hits, like cyberbots and Powered Gear, to home consoles. A reader is really hoping for a SEGA Saturn version of cyberbots, expressing the desire to see it on the Saturn. The Capcom gossip section, called Ten Yawan Ya Ya, is a bit of fun about Capcom's internal happenings. It mentions long meetings, lively discussions, and someone called Maga working as a telephone person. Finally, there's a call for reader submissions for the Hello Capcom section in SEGA Saturn magazine. They are inviting readers to send in postcards to the magazine's address and offering Saturn game software as prizes for contributions. SEGA Saturn magazine highlights SNK news. The Saturn version of King of Fighters 95 is confirmed for March 28th, lauded as a perfect arcade port. News includes an upcoming Art of Fighting Gaiden game and a tournament at Neo Geo World in Ibaraki on February 25th, with shuttle buses available. A new Neo Geo golf game, Big Tournament Golf, is also announced, aiming for the definitive golf experience. The February 25th Neo Geo World event features talk shows with voice actors and an Art of Fighting tournament on the 24th. Reader feedback includes excitement for KOF 95 and concerns about Art of Fighting port quality. Smonks Umemoto invites readers to a spring event. Giveaways are mentioned, including items from Duckmania, and movie tickets will be prizes in the next issue. SEGA Saturn developers are busy with numerous upcoming releases. IMAX is preparing Suko Hunter Wolfen, Alum Archaic Rune, and Cyberdoll for April-May. Acclaim Japan has launched Virtual Photo Studio and is releasing Mortal Kombat 2 in March. NEC Interchannel is testing Voice Amusement Department and developing Tokyo Seima Devil Summoner. King Records teases a new game, Fishing, Koshin. Other developers include Glams with Chi Earth Story La Dio, Quo Vadis, Konami with Gradius Deluxe Pack and XEXEX. Sunsoft promoting Albert Odyssey Gaiden Legend of Eldine, and Zork 1. Cry with Sands of Time, and General Entertainment with a budget software line. SoftBank is nearing completion on Panic in Nakano Street. Taito is developing Darius 2. Technosoft's Hyper Reverthion is slated for April. Nichibutsu is finalizing Terra Cresta Neo. Bandai is promoting Slam Dunk, and Banpresto has Hokuto no Ken selling well, with new Saturn software in development. This page announces the results of Time Warner Interactive's Virtua Racing SEGA Saturn Time Attack Contest. The contest, held on the Surfers Speedway Oval Track, awarded prizes for top times in Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Super Advanced, and Art Play Award categories. Winners, including players like Takayama Tomohiro and Higashiyama Masaaki, are listed with their times. Prizes included duffel bags and ballpoint pens. The page also features mini-articles promoting upcoming games from various developers. These previews cover PC games, Return to Zork, Metal Black, upcoming Saturn titles, a game with impressive graphics, and a message to a gamer. Finally, a recruitment advertisement for programmers and graphic designers at Time Warner Interactive is present. This page introduces two Photo CD digital photo series. The first is the Idol Series Volume 8, featuring Ayaka Akimoto, highlighted with a large photo of her and the text, "Popular! On sale now!" It also mentions photographer Yasuhiko Arai. The second series is the Voice Actor Series Volume 3, featuring Shinji Suzuki and Noriko Namiki, accompanied by a picture of them in period costumes with a painted backdrop. This is titled Nakayoshi Theater. Below, it showcases previous volumes in both series. For the Idol series, it lists volumes 1 through 7, each with a title and featured idol, such as Volume 1 Stories, with Ryo Tsujiori, Volume 2 Je t'aime, with Saori Miura, Volume 3 Paradiso, with Sabrina, Volume 4 Letters, with Sari Shimada, Volume 5 2020, with Kumiko Tagata, Volume 6 Love Collection, with Ai Kawasaki, and Volume 7 Live, with Tomomi Miyamauchi. For the Voice Actor series, it shows Volume 1 Tsunameri Kumiko, with Kumiko Tsunameri, and Volume 2 Lamentable Woods and Lost Children, with Mariko Kokufu. Volume 9 of the Idol series featuring Mika Yabuchi is announced for release on May 8. The page promotes the real feeling experience of photo CDs, highlighting how they combine photos and CD quality sound. It mentions the high image quality and ease of use on computers and TVs, emphasizing the immersive experience. The price is listed as 2,800 yen each. It also lists compatible playback devices, including multimedia players, SEGA Saturn with specific cartridges, PCFX, 3 reel and photo CD compatible CryDROM drives, and CD players. This page highlights two perfect guidebooks published by SEGA Saturn Magazine. The first is for Virtua Fighter 2, boasting character-specific technique explanations and battle analysis. It also covers strategies for CPU battles and ranking modes, and includes information on using the dual control pads with command inputs. Apparently, it also compiles articles and strategy pages previously featured in SEGA Saturn Magazine. Screenshots from Virtua Fighter 2 gameplay are shown, and the book is priced at 1,100 yen and is stated to be on sale now due to good reviews. The second guide is for Guardian Heroes, and it emphasizes character introductions of 45 bodies, likely meaning playable characters and key enemies. It promises a complete strategy guide for story mode and introduces Backwaza, probably secret techniques and moves. The text suggests it is a must-have book for fully enjoying Guardian Heroes. Screenshots from Guardian Heroes are also present. This guide is priced at 880 yen and is also advertised as on sale now with good reviews. It's described as the complete strategy for the SEGA Saturn exhilarating action game, Guardian Heroes. This page promotes the upcoming April issue of Arcade Game Magazine, available from February 29th for 490 yen. Featured in this issue are articles on highly anticipated arcade titles such as Ace Driver Victory Lap, Virtua Fighter Kids, Sega Sonic Arcade Game, Street Fighter Zero, and Dungeons & Dragons: Shadow over Mystara. alongside other titles including Dragon Tiger Fist Gaiden and Sengoku Blade. The magazine also promises a special report from the AOU show, hinting at announcements of exciting new games. Sections like Perfect Guide will cover titles including Real Bout Fatal Fury, Cyberbots, Dart Dash, Soul Edge, 19XX, Fighting Vipers, and others. The new release Scramble section will feature games like Funky Head Boxers, Final Romancer, Big Tournament Golf, Battle Garega, and more. A special bonus for readers is a Fighting Vipers poster and information from Sega AM2 Lab. At the bottom of the page is an advertisement for the Super Famicom All Games Catalog Volume 3, published January 31st, 1996. This 224-page all-color catalog costs 1,200 yen and provides extensive coverage of Super Famicom games, including game details, reviews, reader rankings, and sales charts. This page advertises several gaming-related publications. A strategy guide for the expanded Sega Saturn and 3D versions of SimTower, The Tower, is coming in late March, offering features like Twin Towers and multiple locations. The Theme Park Perfect Guide for PC, Mac, PlayStation, Saturn, and 3D is currently available. The game machine is Daisy Daisy's Song, a collection of columns with illustrations from Yumi Ojino, Exploring Games, will be released in late February. RPG Illusionary Dictionary, Battlefield Women, focusing on female warriors from history for tabletop RPGs, is due in late March. The page also promotes other books in the RPG Illusionary Dictionary series already available, covering topics like Japanese, Shambara, and various warrior-themed guides, along with an item guide. This page is a new software schedule for the Sega Saturn. It is a listing of upcoming games for March and April, organized by release date with game titles, prices, makers, genres, and compatibility information. Games listed for March include titles across various genres like action, adventure, simulation, sports, puzzle, table games, RPG, shooting, quiz, and more. Some of the highlighted games include Dragon Force, a strategy RPG, Snatcher, an adventure game, The King of Fighters, 95, a fighting game, and Victory Goal, 96, a sports title. There are also simulation games, like Air Management, 96, and Underwater Great War Fury Restarts. Puzzle games like Horror Tour and adventure games, such as Angelique Special, are also listed. Titles like Gradius Deluxe Pack for shooting game fans, and Lupin III, the Master File, in the Etc. category, which are likely collection or miscellaneous titles. For April, Iron Blue Pinball is listed in the AVG genre, and Seven Bridges in the Etc. genre. There are also titles like Two People in the Sandcastle, which appears to be a puzzle game, and Idle 2, which is likely a table game. The schedule provides a comprehensive overview of the new game releases planned for the Sega Saturn during this period, offering a diverse range of genres to appeal to different players. This page continues the new software schedule, going beyond the March and April releases we saw previously. We're now looking at games planned all the way into 97. For May, there's a wide range, including RPGs like Wizardry Vi and V2, the baseball title Big Baseball, and action games like Metal Black and Sword and Sorcery. June sees the strategy RPG Langrisser 2, puzzle game Cube Battler, and a pachinko simulator. July highlights Des Crimson and Naughty Fighters, a fighting game. Sakura Wars is listed for September, and Earthworm Jim 2 for November. Moving into broader seasons, spring includes Alien Trilogy, Rise of the Robots 2, Lunar, The Silver Star, and The Seventh Guest 2 sequel. Summer features Three Kingdoms Returns and Grand Athletics Meet. Autumn has Ragnarok Stage and Winter lists Tomb Raiders. Looking towards the end of 96, there's Macross, World Heroes Perfect, Tokimeki Memorial Forever, With You, and Cotton 2. For 97, Guardian Force, Corpse Killer, and X-Japan Virtual Shock 002 are listed, among many others. The Saturn Magazine Editorial Department Check section discusses schedule changes, specifically mentioning Arc System Works' Flying Spirits title being changed to Naughty Fighters, and that Eco Software's pachinko game will be supported. They also mention Des Crimson as Des Crimzone, and hint at upcoming coverage of Virtua Fighter 3 and M2's latest developments, including director Suzuki Yu's Shenmue project and the Model 3 hardware. They also mention Saturn's older game info is still relevant. This magazine questionnaire gathers reader feedback on Sega Saturn gaming. It begins with demographic questions: gender, age, occupation, and asks about SEGA Saturn software ownership. Readers are prompted to choose preferred computer game magazines from a given list. The survey explores reader opinions on specific articles in the current issue, requesting feedback on interesting and uninteresting content. It also asks readers to list up to 8 owned hardware items and future purchase plans. Furthermore, readers are asked to provide a top 10 list of their favorite SEGA Saturn software titles. Included are a hardware list encompassing various consoles and peripherals, and a software list with numerous SEGA Saturn game titles for readers to reference. Finally, a table details the specific articles the questionnaire focuses on. This page showcases the latest and upcoming SEGA Saturn titles. Under the new release title section, you'll find games like Hyper Reverthon, Metal Black, Gradius Deluxe Pack, a mahjong game called Seima Rei Kyudai Gekijo Daiichi-kan, Mahjong Hen, Zork I, Media Romancer by Asakura Daisuke, World Cup Golf, which includes the Hyatt Dorado Beach Course, Lifescape Seimei 40 Oku Nen Harukana Tabi, Virtual Casino, DEFCON 5, and High Octane. The Coming Soon Soft section highlights anticipated titles including Dragon Force, World Advanced Daisen Ryaku Sakusen File, Thor Seirei Ukiden, Wrinkle River Story, Neon Genesis Evangelion, 3x3 Eyes, Omakase Taimagyu, Sabers, The Tower, My Best Friend St. Andrew Jogaku in Hen, Kusu Kagaku Seki, World Heroes Perfect, Darksaber, Sea Bass Fishing, Kururinpa, Roadrunner, Legend Returns, Sword and Sorcery, Dai Buken, and Doraemon Nobita to Fukatsu no page emphasizes the exciting volume of upcoming releases and encourages readers to look forward to these spring blockbuster titles. The illustration features a character in fantasy armor, possibly from the game Dragon Force listed in the Coming Soon section. This page is all about the new release title, Hyper Reverthon, a polygon-based one-on-one fighting game developed by Technosoft. It's described as a simple yet deep action game, where players use shots, acceleration, rolling, and command inputs to defeat opponents. The game features 8 selectable characters, each with unique special moves activated by button presses. The story revolves around collecting 8 God Crystals, which are said to bring chaos and war. The 8 mecha warriors are designed with motifs based on various creatures, like lions, sharks, spiders, and more. We get a glimpse of some characters, such as Teague, who pilots a lion-type mech, Gilded with a sharks type, Misara with a bird type, Ayanmira with a crocodile or type, Tiamira with a spider type, Varnea with a Jexa-type mech, and Kuma with an insect type. The screenshots show polygonal mechs battling in arena-like environments. The article mentions that the screenshots are from a development version, and the final product will have improved resolution, going from 352 dot to 704 dot resolution, enhancing the visual quality. The next page is introducing the new release title, Metal Black, for the SEGA Saturn. It's hyped as a masterpiece shooting game that's making a comeback on the Saturn. Apparently the game was originally released in '91 and is a side-scrolling shooter focused on realism and intense visuals based on a Half-Life theme. This new Saturn version promises to recreate the unique atmosphere of the original arcade game. The page introduces Stage 1 and the concept of collecting neurons. Neurons are described as power-up items that increase your weapon's power and eventually unlock the strongest weapon. It also emphasizes 2-player simultaneous play, where players can compete for power-ups or cooperate to strategize. The system section explains the gameplay revolves around using standard shots and a powerful max laser. The game consists of 6 stages, navigating through vast space. Bonus stages feature 3D lock-on shooting. The max laser is described as a screen-filling attack that deals massive damage. It seems like focusing fire is key to defeating bosses, and the game encourages using boss attacks against them. The story section sets the scene with an attack by the Space Invasion Army Wild Lizard. Earth is on the brink, and the sealed Project Metal Black is revived to save humanity from destruction. Overall, the page is presenting Metal Black as a highly anticipated and exciting shooting game for SEGA Saturn, emphasizing its intense action, strategic gameplay with power-ups, and the return of a classic arcade experience. This page highlights 3 very different upcoming games. First, there's Gradius Deluxe Pack, which is 100% complete and is described as the definitive version of the classic shooting game. They praise the power-up system and detailed graphics, emphasizing it's a perfect arcade port made by Konami. Next is Yukyu Gensukyoku Dai 1 wa Mahjong Hen, surprisingly listed as 75% complete. Despite the odd characters, They really want to stress it's a serious mahjong game experience, but with fun extras, like phone cards and ending movies featuring the quirky cast. Lastly, Zorkit is also marked 100% complete. This is a text adventure, and they emphasize the focus on reading and puzzle solving within the story. It's being praised for faithfully recreating the original Zork experience, with a new automap feature to help navigate the text-based world. This page showcases 2 games that are marked as 100% complete. First up is Media Romancer. This title dives deep into the world of Asakura Daisuke, offering fans a comprehensive database. You can explore profiles, photo albums, video clips, mobile content, and even a discography. It seems to be a treasure trove of information for fans, with minigames and movie viewing also mentioned as part of the experience. Screenshots show some quirky minigame action and character portraits. The second game featured is World Cup Golf in Hyatt Dorado Beach. This golf game is praised for its beautiful and realistic courses, particularly the California ocean scenery. It boasts various game modes including match play, skins match, and one-club games, plus a robust training mode. The reviewer highlights the importance of precise settings in golf games and mentions features like draw and fade shots. Screenshots demonstrate the in-game graphics and menu systems, including a skins match leaderboard. They emphasize that practice is key to mastering the game. The next page presents 3 new release titles for the SEGA Saturn. First up is Lifescape Journey of 4 Billion Years of Life. This educational title, inspired by an NHK special program, explores the mysteries of life's evolution. Players navigate through 8 sections as a navigator machine, conducting experiments and observations in a laboratory setting. It also includes a specially edited 44-minute movie from the TV program, making it an engaging way to learn about the origins of life. That received a completion rating of 50%. Next is Virtual Casino, boasting a high 90% completion rating. This game brings the excitement of a casino to life, with 3D polygon graphics. It features a wide array of classic casino games like 7-card poker, roulette, baccarat, slot machines, and blackjack. Players can enjoy Story Mode, a free play mode to try out all the games, and a Versus Mode for 2-player battles in roulette and baccarat. Finally, there's DEF CON 5, a role-playing game with an 80% completion rating. Set in 2024, it explores a world of military industries and strategic warfare. The game's title, DEF CON 5, ironically signifies absolute peace, a stark contrast to the game's setting where corporations are in control of weaponry and peace is a fragile concept. Players take on the role of a software engineer named Shelford Pitts, investigating a conspiracy within the military industry. The game involves infiltrating defense stations, using a VOS system to receive instructions and gather intel, and piloting robots in strategic combat. This page showcases 3 exciting new games coming to the SEGA Saturn. First up is High Octane, a futuristic hovercar racing game where you'll be battling rival vehicles to reach the finish line. You can choose from 6 different hovercar types, each with unique characteristics, and race across various courses. Game modes include Single Race, Clone Race where you control multiple cars, Deathmatch, and Split Screen for 2-player action. The reviewer seems impressed, giving it a 70% completion rating. Next we have Kingdom Grand Prix, described as a shooting race. This game, originally an arcade hit from 1994, is making its way to the Saturn. It's a vertical scrolling shooter where you're not just shooting enemies but also racing against rivals, aiming to be the first to the goal. The gameplay looks simple but engaging, and it supports 2-player simultaneous play. This one received a 50% completion score. Finally, True Pinball is presented, promising the ultimate pinball experience for up to 8 players. It boasts multi-ball up to 5 balls, 4 different table types, and immersive sound effects with 2 distinct modes. It's also packed with hidden elements to discover. Notably, it achieved a high 90% completion rating, indicating strong positive impressions. They even mention a competition with a prize of 100,000 yen for Iron Ball Masters. This page highlights the upcoming SEGA Saturn title, Dragon Force, showcased at 84% completion. The game is described as a simulation RPG, with a release date at the end of March. It features 8 scenarios, each playable from the viewpoint of a different ruler, with the Goldark and Reynard scenarios being particularly recommended by the developer. The page then delves into the game's premise, set in Legendland, where the Andoria Empire's declaration of war throws the land into turmoil. King Wayne of Highland receives a revelation from the goddess Estrella and learns of the dark plot of the evil god Madruk. To stop this threat, he must gather the Dragon Force's 8 generals. Wayne, realizing he is one of them, sets out to find the remaining 7 companions and confront Goldark's invasion. The article emphasizes the visually impressive opening of Dragon Force, featuring an anime scene before the game starts. This scene introduces the 7 rulers, excluding Goldark, showcasing their charisma. Moving on to the battle system, the magazine stresses that victory in Dragon Force isn't just about mindless combat, but strategic thinking. Players need to consider terrain, unit types, and tactical positioning. During battles, commands are given, and the game utilizes general special skills and various tactical maneuvers. Camera control and the option to retreat are also mentioned as key elements in the combat. Screenshots illustrate battle scenarios and in-game dialogue. This page continues the deep dive into Dragon Force, showing more of the game's strategic elements and storyline. It highlights that Tillis arrives at Wayne's castle, indicating story progression and her cooperation. The page explains how to read the battlefield situation using field icons, which represent various states like victory, defeat, ambush, and scouting. It also details the War Council time, a system where your performance is evaluated, influencing rewards and potentially attracting more soldiers based on your merit. Furthermore, the page touches on battle techniques, emphasizing strategic formation selection and tactical commands. It's not just about brute force. Choosing the right formations and giving appropriate orders are key to victory. The article also introduces Turan Bunfave, ruled by the evil Lord Bulnino, who is causing trouble in Highland and seems to be another enemy Wayne will face. Lastly, it briefly mentions Vampireheim, a mysterious tower ruled by a vampire, hinting at another encounter and story element within the game. Overall, the page emphasizes the strategic depth and narrative richness of Dragon Force. This page is titled, Heart Renewed, Refreshing, Brand New Opening, Right Before Store Opening, signaling a revamp of this section of the magazine as it gets closer to the release of Dragon Force. The Dragon Force Information Bureau section states that the game is just 1 month away from release, expressing a sentiment of ensuring everything is perfect before launch. There's a lore section called Noloon's World History, Madelk's Invasion Chapter 3, which details the history of the world, focusing on 8 heroes leading 3 races to fight against invaders and reclaim lost lands, mentioning powerful heroes and a cunning enemy named Madelk. Next to it is Forest People's Oral Tradition Collection, which talks about dragon people and legends and magic that sealed dragons. Moving on to the Legendora Continent Enveloping Darkness of Terror segment, it seems to be a humorous corner with a pretty girl contest theme, presented in a manga style. It features in-game characters in a comical scenario, like a winter endurance swimming contest for girls, with silly reactions and jokes. Lastly, Last Spurt J-Kun's weekly development diary reveals that the development staff are in the final stages, working tirelessly to polish the game. They mention focusing on checks, debugging, and fine-tuning graphics, emphasizing their dedication to creating a polished and enjoyable experience for players, and to look forward to spring when they can finally play it. This page introduces 4 female characters. Yuika, an 18-year-old swordsman, is bright and serious. Normali, a 21-year-old spirit user, is gloomy but grateful. Ural, a succubus of unknown age, is ordinary but changes at night. Vanilla, another spirit user, is energetic but clumsy. Each has detailed stats. The Pretty Girl contest features a comical discussion between Pan and Hasley about game tactics and unfair strategies. Additionally, there's an illustrator and memo recruitment, seeking reader submissions of artwork, opinions, and requests with prizes offered. Finally, the Cult Quiz Answer Edition reveals quiz answers. Elves eat kino, Tyrus's waist size is 54 centimeters, and Mikachi's favorite food is sanma fish. This page is all about the World Advanced Great Strategy Operation file for SEGA Saturn, which seems to be an expansion or scenario disk for World Advanced Great Strategy. The article highlights this as a long-awaited release for fans. It's described as offering even more depth than just simple data updates, suggesting significant content. This release focuses on scenarios, hypothetical campaigns, and standard maps. The featured scenario is titled Red Empire's Ambition Soviet Campaign, based on user requests. It includes a Kiev encirclement battle map from August 27th to October 3rd, 1941. This scenario is described as taking place during the German army's surprise attack. focusing on the Soviet forces' counteroffensive. Victory conditions are laid out, including capturing German Second Army HQ within 29 turns, and destroying German Second Army HQ and Self-Propelled Artillery Command HQ. Difficulty is ranked at 3 stars. The page also mentions increased war potential, stating that from September 5th, reinforcements arrive from the south, strengthening the Soviet forces. Screenshots show in-game maps and unit information. From the manufacturer, quote, mentions that they were initially surprised by the positive feedback to Parkland, but are happy with the reception and are developing with player opinions in mind, mentioning further opportunities to discuss other titles like Seto Inland Sea Waters. The World Advanced Great Strategy Operation file presents 2 new maps. Map 2, Break Through the Armored Net, recreates the Soviet counteroffensive near Moscow, December 1941 to February 1942. Players must destroy enemy headquarters within 48 turns, utilizing artillery and Katyushas in snowy conditions, with air support unavailable. A defeat condition targets the Free Commander Command HQ. Map 3, Blazing Cities, focuses on urban combat in Stalingrad, January 1943. This small, intense map emphasizes close quarters fighting within 15 turns. Snow limits air support, highlighting the importance of combined arms tactics. Victory requires destroying all enemy command headquarters, while defeat occurs if your HQ is destroyed, or the Free Commander Command HQ is destroyed. KV-1 tanks are recommended against enemy self-propelled artillery, and artillery support is crucial against the 62nd Army. This page highlights new scenario maps for a strategy game, catering to both beginners and experts. Beginner maps like Mountain Crossing and Forest Crossing focus on basic ground combat and resource management, while Forest Peninsula introduces naval and air combat. Red Cross emphasizes combined arms and air power. Expert maps include Los Angeles, requiring air and ground coordination, and Newfoundland, challenging players to achieve naval and air dominance. The multiplayer map India encourages combined arms warfare between Japan and India. An interview with Masahiro Hinabe reveals his favorite map is Winter War, with Parkland as a secondary recommendation. Unit balance adjustments are ongoing for English/Soviet units. Hinabe recommends the WA Great Strategy series and encourages players to find their playstyle, emphasizing the game's custom scenario and weaponry trial features. This page delves into new advanced map scenarios for what seems to be a grand strategy game. Under Next Level Maps, we see Island Stronghold, a map designed for defense in depth within a confined island setting that emphasizes strategic deployment and resource management within a 4-sided enclosed area. Then there's Parkland, which appears to be all about unconventional, powerful units like superweapons, freely deployable, alongside advanced units like tanks and fighter bombers, suggesting a scenario with over-the-top military tech and strategic depth. Moving on to the Cenozoic campaign, it's described as a story-driven campaign where player choices influence the narrative and gameplay significantly. We see a map branching diagram showing Breakdown of Peace as the starting point, leading to Southern Blade, Fortress Island, and Desert Kingdom. Southern Blade seems to focus on land battles with tank warfare in a region with varied terrain, including mountains and plains, requiring tactical maneuvering and resource control. Fortress Island highlights naval and land battles, requiring players to manage both sea and ground forces, with mentions of amphibious landings and island defense. Finally, Desert Kingdom appears to be set in a desert environment, emphasizing resource management and potentially air power in a vast, open map, with naval implications as well. This campaign seems to offer a varied and branching strategic experience across different map types and combat styles. Torque, Tokuwa Seirei Oyuki Den in Japan, is an upcoming SEGA Saturn action RPG nearing 80% completion. The game boasts impressive 3D models and the ability to display numerous characters on screen simultaneously. It introduces a fresh take on action RPGs, centered on spirit-based combat. Players control Leon, a hero striving to become the Spirit King by mastering Toe-style spirit arts. He'll utilize various special moves and a deep action experience, accompanied by music from Yuzo Koshiro. Gameplay revolves around collecting and using spirits. Leon summons spirits with spirit balls, each possessing elemental abilities. Dito, the water spirit, assists with attacks and healings. Using spirits consumes spirit points, SP, replenished by defeating enemies or using items. Strategic spirit usage is key to success. This page highlights the unique enemy characters in the upcoming SEGA Saturn action RPG, Torque, known as Tokuwa Seirei Oukiden in Japan. The page is all about showing off how different the enemies are. First up are the Nezumi, or rats. Apparently, you can easily defeat them by pulling their tails, but they become much harder to deal with when Cheese appears. If they spot Cheese, they completely focus on it and forget about Leon, which is a funny detail. Next, we have the skeletons. These guys are persistent. Even after you defeat them, they just keep getting back up, making them quite annoying to deal with. However, it seems they have a weakness to fire and will disappear quickly if caught in flames. Lastly, the soldiers are introduced. These enemies are strong because they throw bombs. They can even throw firebombs over a wide area, making them a dangerous opponent. The bottom of the page also includes a Thor's Basic Knowledge section, which explains the game's user interface. It points out elements like hit points, spirit points, and info displayed at the bottom of the screen, including enemy HP and stage details. It also briefly touches on how to switch weapons and magic, use keys and bombs. It's all about understanding the game screen to play effectively. Overall, this page emphasizes the diverse and interesting enemy design in Torque, showcasing different combat approaches needed for each enemy type. Linkle River Story, a SEGA Saturn action RPG, features a unique weapon cultivation system. Players grow weapons from seeds, planting them in seasonal areas and nurturing them with pearls earned from battles. This system requires careful weapon raising to enhance their power. The game's setting is Muma, a star formerly dominated by demanding beings called Muma. Following an animal rebellion, the Muma seek to regain control. Players control animal companions like Ungaro, Ratyara, Kichu, Fuchimuku, Robin, and Pareru. Weapon types include rods for magic, swords for balance, spears for ranged attacks, axes for power, hammers for strength, and boomerangs for wide range. The game is 90% complete, slated for a March 15th release at 5,800 yen, and is a single-player experience. This page for Linkle River Story, or as it's called here, Kichu's Adventure Big Active Play, dives into various scenarios within the game. It begins with a look at Kichu taking a nap in a cozy spot dreaming of good times. Then we see a training session between Kichu and OSA, followed by a scene of them enjoying a meal together with other companions. The page then introduces a scenario on the North Cliff, where something strange is happening, and the character Puchmuku is encountered. Next up is Ungaro the Mole, emphasizing his role in the game. There's a humorous scene showing Kichu being late for something important, possibly training, and OSA is depicted as being angry about it. Another section is set at the Clock Tower Chimney, hinting at a dungeon area or location to explore. Finally, the page reveals the Continent of Four Seasons, showcasing the game's world map and highlighting that the adventure takes place across this diverse land. The last section talks about the sun returning to the continent and bringing back blooming flowers, suggesting a positive story progression element. Overall, it seems to be previewing various locations, characters, and plot points within Linkle River Story. Get ready for the SEGA Saturn's Neon Genesis Evangelion, launching March 1st. This multi-story adventure boasts branching narratives and high replayability. The game features a real-time battle system and focuses on three main arcs: Battle, School, and Wanderer. In the Battle arc, Shinji fights to recover lost memories after an angel attack. The School arc has Shinji navigating school life and a cultural festival, while facing the angel threat, even without his memories. The Wanderer arc sees Shinji refusing to pilot, grappling with inner turmoil, and observing Asuka and Rei's battle against an angel. The developers promise a comprehensive experience, with arcs also focusing on other characters. The game is a single-player movie adventure priced at 5,800 yen, with screenshots showcasing each story path. The SEGA Saturn's Neon Genesis Evangelion game features turn-based battles emphasizing input speed for visual changes and successful actions. Combat involves attack, strong, quick, failure, and defense, counter, evasion, failure phases. Battles incorporate dynamic events like power outages and EVA rampages. Unit 02 and Unit 00 can join the fight under specific conditions. Pilot breakdowns, triggered by damage, impact battle outcomes. New weapons become available during gameplay via Misato's announcements. After completing the game, A replay mode offers different perspectives via episode selection and intermission data screen. A TV-style preview for the next episode plays after the ending. The game launches March 1st. This page is all about the special CRIDROM for the game 3x3, Eyes Absorbing Princess S on SEGA Saturn. It seems this special CRIDROM is being released because the Saturn version of the game came out later than other consoles, so this is like a bonus for Saturn fans. It's stated to be 90% complete and is set for release on April 5th, costing 7,300 yen and coming on 3 discs. It's an adventure game for one player. The page then details what's on this special CRIDROM, calling it a deep dive. Firstly, there's a character introduction section that uses scenes from the game to introduce the characters, and it's voiced acted. We know Koji Tsujitani voices, Yakumo Fuji, and Megumi Hayashibara voices by. Then there's a Hong Kong travelogue section, where you can explore Hong Kong locations with Yakumo and Pai, including sightseeing spots and restaurants. Finally, there are staff interviews featuring the director and scenario writer who talk about the game's production. It looks like this special CRIDROM is packed with extra content for 3x3 Eyes fans on the SEGA Saturn. This page is still about the special 3x3 Eyes CRIDROM for SEGA Saturn and delves deeper into what it offers. It highlights a terms and glossary section, explaining that you can click on highlighted words in the game text to get explanations, visuals, and even animations. It covers definitions from the original manga, anime, games, and even media like LCD and video. There's also a section detailing Episode 21 Holy Demon Bird, showing a scene and giving context to the story and characters involved in that part of the game. Intriguingly, there's a section teasing hidden content, specifically mentioning a collection of ing, or no good takes, which seems to be funny outtakes from voice recording sessions, described as ing noise. They list 4 CRIDROM message ing examples, hinting at these funny voice clips. Finally, the page features staff interviews under the title Special CRIDROM Fun. They talk about how they put together the CRIDROM, discussing location scouting in Hong Kong, aiming for a travelogue feel, and the challenges and learning experiences involved. They mention including lots of movie clips, still photos, staff interviews, and funny footage, aiming to make it a jam-packed disc of extra content. The staff seem enthusiastic about the CRIDROM and hope players will enjoy it. SEGA Saturn's Cyberdolls is a completed adventure game, promising an engaging emotional story. Targeted toward players experiencing a sense of detachment, the game features beautiful girl warriors and incorporates real-life video footage. Players act as exorcists battling monstrous entities. The game unfolds through opening, game, and ending sections. The game emphasizes 3D character models in exploration and battles. Transformation sequences via ceiling methods are shown. Combat utilizes a top-down perspective, requiring strategic attack skills and teamwork to defeat enemies. Cyberdolls focuses on story, character development, and strategic gameplay. This page highlights exciting scenarios from an upcoming adventure game, likely related to Cyberdolls as featured previously. First, there's Art Museum Doki Doki, Hohoimi Portrait, set in a spooky art museum. Here, characters vanish into paintings, and yokai are causing mischief, prompting players to investigate these eerie events. Next up is Fuzuroi, Inochi no Rinbo, which unfolds around a pool area and also involves yokai extermination. In this scenario, finding keywords like Tamasayura, Geta, and Jina appears to be crucial for progression. Lastly, the page includes a Cybers production secret story section, revealing details about the game's Cybers, and mentioning director Seijun Suzuki, Mitsuru Kaneda, and the Idol Group feel as part of the development team. Cybers seems to be set around AD 1605, and might have ritualistic elements within its story. The Tower is a simulation game where players construct and manage a skyscraper, striving to build a thriving community within. The game progresses through star ratings, each with increasing complexity and resident demands. Starting with a 1-star tower, players must grow their population and meet specific criteria to advance. Reaching a 2-star tower requires a population of 300, while a 4-star tower demands over 3,000 residents, introducing amenities like suites and medical facilities. A 5-star tower needs 5,000 residents, requiring efficient waste management and additional facilities like underground stations. The ultimate goal, the tower title, is achieved by housing 8,000 residents and hosting a grand wedding, highlighting the importance of resident happiness and strategic resource management. To succeed in The Tower, prioritize resident satisfaction by managing stress factors like distance and noise. Smooth movement via strategically placed elevators and escalators is vital. Avoid placing noisy businesses near residential areas, and plan for increasing demands as your tower grows. Residents will request amenities, and fulfilling these requests is crucial. Use the search function to track individual residents and address their needs. Elevators are the most critical factor for resident happiness. Minimize wait times with efficient placement and operation. Choose between standard, large, and service elevators, understanding their capacity and purpose. Efficient elevator management is the cornerstone of a thriving tower, ensuring resident contentment and maximizing rent potential. My Best Friend's St. Andrew Girls Academy chapter, a forthcoming SEGA Saturn jigsaw puzzle game from Atlas, promises an X-rated experience centered on beautiful girls. Releasing March 22nd, the game emphasizes the delight and ecstasy of its suggestive puzzle gameplay. Players begin with 5 selectable girls, with 3 unlockable characters. Each girl boasts a unique personality and appearance, including Nishizaki Yayoi, marine sports enthusiast; Kutendu Ayano, aspiring photographer; Aoki Hiromi, karate and abacus expert; Kiharame Megumi, reliable older sister; and Ikewe Reimi, sophisticated, from a Chinese restaurant family. The developers explicitly highlight the focus on boobs and nudity, indicating that solving puzzles reveals increasingly suggestive imagery. Various costumes are promised to enhance the player's excitement and passion. Screenshots showcasing puzzle mechanics and suggestive content are included. This page is advertising the SEGA Saturn puzzle game, My Best Friend's St. Andrew Girls Academy chapter. It highlights that the game is a race against time to complete jigsaw puzzles and get your favorite girl. The page describes the game's system, explaining that the HIF scenes, suggestive images, become visible in stages based on how quickly you solve the puzzle. If you fail to complete the puzzle within the time limit, it's game over, and you won't see the HIF scene. The advertisement emphasizes the relationship between time and the degree, indicating faster completion means a higher degree and more revealing images. Screenshots show the puzzle interface with a timer and progress bar, and preview progressively more revealing stages of an image as the puzzle is solved. The page also details that if you see the highest ice scene, you can get the girl's phone number in the character selection screen. By calling this number in the game using the in-game phone interface, you can view undressing animation scenes at any time. It is described as a feature for players who are interested in breasts, allowing them to repeatedly check and enjoy undressing scenes. The ad concludes by stating that they are showcasing the sexy undressing of Ayano Kutendu this time, and cautions that the content is intended for adults 18 and older. The page features screenshots of the game interface and suggestive images from the game. This page is showcasing the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Gulliver Boy. The advert highlights its anime quality animation, stating it surpasses TV and video, running for over 30 minutes with high-quality visuals, even better than the PC Engine version in terms of color palette and scaling. It emphasizes the engaging story and captivating animation that will hook players. The page details a part of the game's story where Gulliver, accompanied by Edison, Phoebe, and Silver, heads towards Naples where Moonlight and Misty are. They aim to find the sea lion ship, but Moonlight's necklace is stolen by Misty. The adventure involves a large flood and the emergence of a new continent in the Mediterranean Sea. Gameplay is shown with screenshots featuring towns and dungeons. It introduces Steel Bat, a beautiful female spy who becomes Gulliver's ally in Naples and provides magical discs. The game features a trading system where money is earned through trade because there's no in-game currency to collect directly. Players need to buy low and sell high, utilizing memos to track prices at different ports like Europe and Auburn. The page also gives an example of commodity prices for Camembert cheese in different locations. The release date is mentioned as March 22nd, with a price of 6,800 yen. This page spotlights World Heroes Perfect, featuring characters like Jiraiya Cannon, Muay Thai, Johnny Maximum, Strong Reach, Captain Kid, Spiral Attacks, Eric the Viking, Powerful, Jack the Ripper, Blades, Mudman, Strange Moves, Ryofu, Spear, and Son Goku, Judo. The game is 40% complete and being ported from the arcade to Saturn. The review also mentions ADK is developing Ninja Masters. The history of the World Heroes series is detailed, including World Heroes 2 with new characters and improved Deathmatch, and World Heroes 2 Jet with faster gameplay and further Deathmatch enhancements. World Heroes Perfect refines the system with air dashes and combos. Developer Mr. Tanabe provides a comment on the game's development.
This page shines a spotlight on Dark Savior, a game currently at 60% completion. The developers are aiming for a demo to allow players to experience the unique viewpoint and controls. They believe feedback from the demo will help refine the final product. Dark Savior is presented as an action RPG, and judging by the screenshots, it features 3D fighting segments. We see battles between characters like Ryuya and an enemy called Flavillain.
The game seems to use simple controls, with the A button for attack and ESC button for defense. Matches are structured in a best-of-3 rounds format. There's an interesting illustration of a couple kissing, accompanied by text, that seems to hint at facing a doppelganger of Piran and the need to defeat an opponent. There's also an offer for a demo Cradrom. To get it, you needed to send a postcard with your details to the specified address before March 8th. Finally, the page is branded with "Coming Soon Soft" at the bottom, indicating the publisher. Sea Bass Fishing is an upcoming single-player game focusing on realistic fishing simulation, releasing February 23rd for 6,800 yen. The game boasts detailed lure movements and stunning CG graphics, aiming for a true fishing experience. Players can catch various fish beyond sea bass, including bora and kasago, depending on location and lure choice. The game emphasizes strategic lure selection based on fish depth and environment. Tournament mode allows players to compete for the largest sea bass within a time limit and size restrictions. Practice in free fishing mode before entering amateur tournaments. Winning tournaments involves catching sea bass over 90 centimeters, with river mouths suggested as prime fishing spots. Prizes are available for tournament winners, promising an exciting and immersive fishing experience. This page showcases the game Thunderhawk 2, focusing on the ground vehicles you'll be up against. It seems to be explaining tactics for defeating these enemy units. The page introduces different types of ground vehicles, including anti-air tanks, anti-air missile launchers, which are highlighted as being particularly dangerous, and static defenses like anti-aircraft guns and observation towers. It also mentions regular tanks and non-combat vehicles, as well as small and large attack helicopters. There's a section where the developer expresses excitement that the game is 100% complete, praising the visuals, an immersive 3D shooting experience. They mention it's a single-player 3D shooting game and supports analog mission sticks. Overall, the page is giving players a preview of the enemies they will encounter and some strategic hints for engaging them in Thunderhawk 2. This page dives into mission strategies for 2 action-packed scenarios, likely from a SEGA Saturn game. The first section is Circa America Recapture Town, set in South America. Mission 1 is Radar-Based Destruction, where you need to take out enemy communication bases and be wary of enemy helicopters. Mission 2 is Draguda Army Pursuit, tasking you with stopping the Draguda Army as they retreat across a bridge, with river ambushes to watch out for. Mission 3, San Lorenzo Liberation, has you teaming up with American Marine Forces to liberate the town of San Lorenzo from the Draguda Army. Moving on, the second section is Eastern Europe Escort Convoy, set in Eastern Europe. Mission 1, Transport Unit Merge, involves joining up with a transport convoy south of Zapnik, being cautious of Serbia Army tanks approaching from a bridge. Mission 2 is Transport Unit Escort, where you must escort the transport convoy through Zapnik, dealing with Serbia Army ambushes in the city and radar bases. Lastly, Mission 3 is Battalion Encirclement Breakthrough. Here, the Serbia Army has begun a large-scale offensive, encircling Zapnik, and your mission is to break through the encirclement and protect the transport convoy heading to the city center. Both sections outline 3 missions, each with clear objectives, and mention enemy types and tactical considerations. It looks like a strategy guide, offering a glimpse into the challenges and missions players will face in these scenarios. This page continues the mission briefings, moving to the Middle East. The first section is titled Recapture Territory Middle East 1. Mission 1, Transport Helicopter Escort, has you protecting a transport helicopter in Jordan from Iraqi forces who have surrounded a base. Mission 2, Anti-Air Weapon Sweep, tasks you with eliminating anti-air weapons in a valley ahead of Iraqi Forward Command. Mission 3, Air Support,
requires you to provide air support for ground troops advancing towards the Iraqi command headquarters. The next section is Oil Dispute Middle East 2. Mission 1, Fleet Annihilation, is a naval battle where you must destroy the Iraqi fleet approaching a landing point. Mission 2, Landing Point Securing, is a coastal landing operation to secure a beachhead, eliminating enemy resistance. Mission 3, Iraqi Army Elimination, takes place in the city of Al-Hira and its airport, where you need to eliminate Iraqi forces occupying the area. Finally, Mission 4, Oil Field Defense, has you defending vital oil fields north of Al-Hira from invading Iraqi armored divisions. It looks like this page is outlining more intense and varied missions as the game progresses, focusing on strategic combat in different Middle Eastern scenarios. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn puzzle game, Kururin-Pa. It's advertised as a competitive puzzle game where you connect fuses to set off snowballs and chain reactions. The tagline emphasizes the exhilarating and addictive nature of the gameplay. The game is stated to be 100% complete, and the developer mentions it has different endings compared to the PlayStation version. The page introduces two characters, Kisaragi Nana and Mihail, and their special items, the Candy Ball and Lovely Rocket respectively, giving brief strategy tips on how to use them effectively. It also teases a roster of 9 playable characters, including a boss, and highlights special items as key to winning. There's even a contest mentioned, seemingly for submitting snowball-themed drawings related to the game. Overall, it's a hype piece, showcasing the fun and competitive aspects of Kururin-Pa and its characters. The next page showcases the upcoming game Titan Wars, a space-based shooter from Crystal Dynamics, the creators of Offworld Interceptor and Siberius. This isn't just any shooter though, they're calling it a space opera, with high-freedom 3D shooting and a massive 40 minutes of full-motion video cutscenes. The game is stated to be 90% complete and is scheduled to launch on March 15th. The page emphasizes how Titan Wars integrates its story directly into the gameplay, moving away from traditional demo sections in shooting games. The reviewer seems impressed by the beautiful graphics, the sense of speed, and the cinematic quality of the real movie scenes, which they say are on par with SFX movies and created using PCG compositing. The screenshot of the cockpit view and telemetry data indicates the game is set in the Lagrange mining colony within the Titan Saturn system, where some kind of incident has occurred, which kicks off the story. 2 missions from Titan Wars are detailed, both in the Saturn system. In Janus, set on the moon Janus, players pilot the Polecat, investigating a mining colony after an explosion. Gameplay involves canyon navigation, laser dodging, and a final battleship encounter, Hyperion, on the moon Hyperion, tasks players with investigating an automated defense system, led by Green Knight, and searching for survivors following an attack. This mission includes asteroid field navigation and laser fire.
Gameplay mechanics include 180 degrees rolling for horizontal flight. The energy conversion system links shields and weapon power. Shield damage boosts weapon power. Special weapon energy utilizes items for weapon boosts and color changes. Shield damage and regeneration are also explained. Used attack items trigger special weapons when shields deplete, enhancing weapon power and restoring shields, with repeated use leveling up the weapon. This page is all about the new visual announcements for Idol Janshi Tsuchipai 2. It highlights that this sequel from Jaleco is a power-up from the previous Tsuchipai games, including the arcade version. The character designs are by Kenichi Sonoda, known for his anime style, and the game promises lots of cheerful mahjong action. The page mentions a Tsuchipai 2 investigation team from SATURN Magazine that has secured screen captures of Eric Chan's service scenes, suggesting these are a key part of the game, maybe even more detailed and elaborate than before. It also shows off the Partner Select screen, where players can choose their partner, suggesting different characters to play with. Finally, it introduces Tsuchipai's Peace Pose, explaining that Tsuchipai shows different victory poses in mahjong matches, including peace signs. There are apparently 3 different pose patterns to discover and enjoy, all animated in the game. The game is stated to be 80% complete and is scheduled for release on April 5th. Priced at 7,800 yen for a CD2 disc set. This page introduces 3 main characters from Idol Janshi Tsuchipai 2. First up is Shiho Katagiri, described as elegant in her wedding dress. Next is Yuki Mizuno, the popular high school girl in her sailor uniform. And lastly, we have the mysterious Sister Cecil in her unique nun-like outfit. The page also highlights a new free battle mode for the game. This mode lets you choose your character and partner for matches,
promising deeper gameplay. Screenshots show this mode in action, with character selection screens and gameplay views.
Finally, it reveals the contents of the second CD in the 2-disc set. It seems the extra CD is packed with bonus content like voice actress interviews, behind the scenes, making clue-off footage, and outtakes, offering a deeper look into the game's production and the talent involved. This second disc appears to be aimed at fans wanting to see more, beyond just the game itself. This page is all about Mahjong Hyperreaction, AR. It kicks off by saying, this time they are focusing on the real personalities of 3 characters. Specifically, there's a feature dedicated to Matsuhara Remichan, highlighting service scenes in her story mode, and mentioning the game has a multi-strip system. It's noted that she's quite reserved in showing herself. The game is marked as 100% complete, and is coming out on March 8th, published by Sammy Industries, priced at 6,800 yen. And it's for 1 player, rated 18+. They also introduce a new character named Ideshita Kaori, described as a glasses-wearing girl, who was decided on smoothly in character meetings, and is suggested to be an idol-like presence. The theme song CD is also on sale. There's a section called Scene Revival, showing a glimpse of the opening demo and focusing on Remichan's visuals in the game. Then, the page jumps into Debut Imminent! Long interviews with 3 appearing characters. It's an interview format with Remi Matsuhara, Hideo Kaori, and Otsuki Kaoru. They talk about their thoughts on the game and their characters, covering topics from what they want people to see in the game, to their feelings about being featured and fan expectations. Kaori is described as cool and mature, while Kaoru is energetic and sporty. Remi mentions she's quite shy in the game's strip sequences. The next page dives into Load Runner. The legend returns, showcasing its construction mode. It highlights the Satama Gata original map, an example level made by the magazine editors to inspire players to create their own challenging stages and share them with friends. They introduce gameplay elements like the Warp Trap, which uses floor tiles with different movement speeds to trick enemies into falling. Then there's Bomb Rush, featuring bombs that can open up otherwise impenetrable walls, encouraging strategic bomb placement. The page then details various construction items.
You've got different ground types, breakable rocks requiring pickaxes, tar pools that slow movement, and treasure items to collect. There are also gameplay tips, like using the pickaxe effectively to dig and trap enemies, and hidden buried gold, which is revealed in edit mode, but hidden during gameplay. Moving on to enemies, they describe large and small monster types, jesters, and Wes characters. Finally, they list setting items like monster spawn points, shelters for hiding, doors, and colored doors for adding complexity to level design. This page announces that Sword and Sorcery is coming to the SEGA Saturn and is currently 55% complete in development. Microcabin are the developers aiming for a May release at 6,800 yen. It's an RPG for 1 player, suitable for all ages. The developers mention they are working hard and will be at the CSG new product announcement in March. The page celebrates showing the first Saturn screenshots of Sword and Sorcery, highlighting the move from the 3D version. They boast about the improved graphics on the Saturn, making the backgrounds and characters even more beautiful. It's described as a fantasy RPG with immersive 3D environments where battles unfold and character conversations drive the story. Screenshots showcase the game's visuals, including a world map view, a battle scene, and character sprites, along with a camp menu offering options like rest/save, items, equipment, magic, and other actions. You can even see the player's gold count at 666 grams. The magazine emphasizes the enhanced character graphics, demonstrating various animations like normal, magic, one knee, and fallen stances, showing off the detailed animations of the characters. Finally, there's a section titled Descent of the Demon God, featuring images of a blue female figure and an angelic character, and discusses the completion of voice recording for the game. It mentions that Mayumi Tanaka, a famous voice actress, is voicing the character Lushan. There's also a group photo of the voice acting team involved in the project. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Great Adventure, St. Elmo's Miracle. It's announced as 85% complete and scheduled for release on April 19th, offering a blend of RPG, naval combat simulation, and trade simulation gameplay. The developers are even planning a special campaign where buyers can win original keychains. The article highlights the naval battles, stating they are polygon-based and allow for free camera movement. You command your fleet by giving general orders, with AI controlling your allied ships, emphasizing strategic planning to win. A key element is trading, essential for funding your voyages. The game includes a trade simulation system where you buy and sell goods in markets, needing to understand fluctuating prices to become wealthy. Strengthening your fleet is also crucial for naval battles, requiring players to earn money to buy and upgrade ships. We are introduced to some characters. Silver Rays, a noble pirate prince and master swordsman. Lion Adventure, the protagonist searching for his father. Angelica Rula, a feared and beautiful female pirate. Lorena Farrow, and Trepierre Esteba, Lion's friend with trade knowledge. The story begins with Lion finding his father's wrecked ship and embarking on a quest to find him, funding his journey through trade and engaging in naval battles. This page announces Mahjong Dokusei Special, a SEGA Saturn Mahjong game based on the popular PC adventure series Classmates. This version is described as a powered-up arcade port, promising even more beautiful girls to captivate players. The game is said to retain those rules and those scenes that were popular in the arcade version, reassuring fans. Gameplay involves two-player mahjong against 6 different Classmates characters, with enhanced visuals and dialogue compared to the arcade original. It's set to be released on March 23rd, priced at 6,800 yen, and will include a special portrait CD as a first-run bonus.
We are introduced to the 6 main characters you'll face in Mahjong. First up is Hiromi Tanada, a cheerful girl who works at a local CD shop. Next is Mako Saito, the school nurse, known as the Nightingale girl of the school. Then there's Natsuko Masaru, a fashionable girl who works part-time at a boutique. For the teachers we have Yoshiko Kujisawa, a strict morality teacher. Following her is Satomi Kurokawa, a classmate who's described as being a bit childish but reliable. Lastly, there's Mei Sakuragi, an athletic girl part of the swimming club and known for her all-around talents.
This page is showcasing the upcoming SEGA Saturn game Brain Battle Q, which is already 99% complete and scheduled for release on March 15th. They're really hyping it up, calling it an unprecedented prize quiz game. Apparently, it's trying to bring internet-like features to the Saturn, allowing you to buy virtual items by looking at product photos.
They even use fancy terms like video on demand to describe it. It's definitely trying to be more than just your average game. As the tagline says, games are just games. Don't say that. The game seems to be centered around quiz competitions held in the barbecue dome, aiming for the origin of quiz games. You'll meet the tournament steering committee members, who seem to be the characters involved in these quiz events. Locations like the Barbecue Hotel and Barbecue Town are mentioned, suggesting these are in-game areas where you can participate in quizzes. There's even talk of mini-games, one specifically called Who is the Culprit?, which sounds like a detective-style quiz or puzzle. Finally, it mentions the Cebu Shopping Center as another location. The ultimate goal is surprisingly stated as High School Girl, which is a bit suggestive and unclear if it's a reward or part of the storyline. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn game Doraemon, Nobita, and the Revival of the Stars. It's advertised as a title that Saturn users and Doraemon fans shouldn't miss. The game is marked as 95% complete, and the developer expresses excitement for its imminent release, encouraging players to try it out and give feedback on what kind of games they want to see on the Saturn in the future. The page then highlights Doraemon and his friends as playable characters. You have the main man Doraemon, who uses his powerful wind gadget for strong wind attacks, Nobita with his named Sword Thunderclap Flash for sword attacks, Shizuka with her Whispering Mantle for glide moves, Tsuneo with his Chikuden suit, which seems to be some kind of barrier, and finally Big G, Jian, with his clone rocket hammer for powerful hammer attacks. Each character has unique special gadgets and level 3 attacks. The Kawari Banko system, or character change system, is explained as a key feature. In the game, you control one of the 5 characters and can switch between them. If a character's heart points reach 0, they're temporarily out of action, encouraging you to strategically swap characters to keep playing. Hearts are replenished by picking up heart items, and if all characters run out of hearts, it's game over. The page emphasizes the importance of teamwork and cooperation between the 5 friends in this system. This page is from the SEGA Saturn Soft Complete Guide, and seems to be highlighting some exciting game information. We can see a fearsome-looking character on the left, almost like a monstrous face in the darkness. And on the right is a character who looks like she's from a fighting game, maybe Morrigan from Darkstalkers.
getting ready to unleash an energy blast. The page mentions a corner for readers looking for useful game information, encouraging them to check it out. It then lists a few games with page numbers: Guardian Heroes, Street Fighter Zero, Gearboxers, and Sekai Ryuri Championship. These seem to be highlighted games within this guide section, offering tips and strategies for players. So this page is likely giving players a heads up on where to find valuable information about these specific Saturn titles within the magazine. This guide details advanced versus mode techniques in Guardian Heroes, focusing on specific characters. On/gash, benefits from guard breaks, throws, normal and command, and canceling attacks into command throws. The undead hero excels with rush attacks, combos into flying death tackle, and a strong dash attack, benefiting from his resistance to magic and normal attacks. Selena/Katie relies on counterattacks, dash throws, and complex attack cancels into throws. Single-hit situations favor normal attacks, followed by a strong attack for a rolling attack. Ginjiru's strategy revolves around the Phantom Shadow after jumping, emphasizing downward directions and strong attacks. These techniques are for skilled players seeking an edge in versus mode. This guide explores character strategies and alternate modes in Guardian Heroes Spepple vs. Mode. Randy's gameplay revolves around combos, including a powerful ice, fire, tornado, and thunder sequence, and sneaky throws. Nicole focuses on Paria magic and throws, emphasizing close-range combat and guard breaking. Valgar's Graviton Thunder is key, with a timing-based technique to regain MP after a successful hit. The guide also details 6 elemental resistances affecting damage output. Nicole's Super Zeal and World Destruction Evil God's Seal deal double damage against dark magic. Finally, 2 new one-on-one versus modes are presented: Line Movement Mode, which limits movement to lines for tactical gameplay, and No Magic Mode, removing magic to encourage direct attacks. These modes aim to address issues with the standard field size and encourage more engaging combat.
This page delves into Street Fighter Zero, known internationally as Street Fighter Alpha, highlighting the exciting, dramatic battle mode. This mode recreates the thrilling cinematic tag team battles from the Street Fighter II movie, letting you play as Ryu and Ken against Vega. The page details how to unlock this mode. While holding the SDL button for both Player 1 and Player 2, have Player 1 select Ryu and Player 2 select Ken on the character select screen. Then, still holding Agile, input up twice on the direction pad, and finally press X for Player 1 and Z for Player 2. It also mentions a cool character select screen Easter egg. If you input a command during character selection, Vega will interrupt, suggesting a hidden encounter or feature. The page then shifts focus to Ryu with an all-about-esque continuous technique lecture, likely demonstrating his super combo moves. It showcases several of Ryu's techniques, including his jump strong punch, standing strong punch, crouching weak kick, crouching medium kick, Hadoken, and Shinku Hadoken, giving brief descriptions of their usage and tactical advantages in combat. It emphasizes that mastering Ryu's basic combos, especially his Hadoken, is key to success, and suggests learning to incorporate his Shinku Hadoken super combo into his fighting style. This page continues the character move guide, now focusing on Chun-Li, Charlie, and Ken in Street Fighter Alpha. For Chun-Li, the guide highlights her jump strong punch as a reliable starting point for combos, especially after jump attacks. It also mentions her crouching weak kick and emphasizes her signature Tenshukyaku, the rising bird kick, as a 3-hit move to be used effectively. The guide also details her crouching medium punch, the Senretsukyaku 100 rending legs, and the more powerful Hazanshu Tenshukyaku supreme mountain rising bird kick. Moving on to Charlie. The page explains a combo starting with a jump strong punch into crouching weak punch. It also showcases his crouching medium punch and 2 variations of his somersault kick super moves, the somersault shell and the more powerful somersault justice, recommending them as effective super combos, especially the somersault justice, which can be incorporated from a standing light kick cancel. Lastly, for Ken, the guide mentions that his basic techniques can be used effectively. It points out his multi-hit Tatsumaki Senpukyaku Hurricane Kick and powerful Shoryuken super combo,
are his strengths. The guide suggests his standing strong punch due to its long reach. It then details his crouching weak kick combo and how to cancel a crouching strong kick into his Shinri Uken Rising Dragon Fist Super, recommending level 3 Shinri Uken as very damaging and reliable. This guide provides Street Fighter Alpha strategies for Guy, Birdie, and Sodom. For Guy, it recommends starting with crouching weak kicks, linking into crouching medium kicks and zero combos, and utilizing the Bushin Whirlwind Kick and Bushin Lightning Leg super combos. Birdie's guide emphasizes jump strong punches, followed by the Bullhead Super. While less common, Birdie's super combos, like the Birdie, are powerful. The full body press is suggested as a standalone attack.
Sodom is described as easy to use.
His strong kick is recommended for wake-up situations, and the Hell Slave Super is viable even if the kick misses. Advanced Sodom play involves strong kick combos, the Souvenir of Hell Super, and incorporating jump strong kicks and throws for a varied offensive approach. This guide section covers Street Fighter Alpha strategies for Asadon, Rose, and Sagat. Aradon's offense centers on jump medium kicks, followed by crouching medium punches or rising jaguar attacks. Combos include jump medium kick to crouching weak punch, then crouching medium punch into jaguar revolver. The jump medium kick is highlighted for reliable offense. Rose guide emphasizes a downward jump strong punch into crouching medium punch, with spacing awareness critical. Crouching medium kick can be cancelled into crouching strong punch, then soul spark. Jump strong punch to crouching medium kick is also recommended. Aura Soul Spark, level 2+, can substitute Aura Soul Throw. Sagat's section focuses on anticipating opponent movements. While techniques are challenging, predicting attacks is key to landing hits.
Tiger Genocide within super combos is a last resort.
The guide emphasizes consistent hits over complex maneuvers, suggesting Sagat isn't overly difficult to master with practice. This page dives into a strategy guide for Decision of the Commander 2, focusing on the Hawaii operation scenario, which is, of course, the Pearl Harbor attack. The guide is aimed at beginners playing as Japan and emphasizes that victory is achievable. It highlights a few key checkpoints for players. First, you need to swap your carrier-based aircraft, implying upgrading or changing your planes. Secondly, you need to be mindful of the weather and avoid getting too close to Hawaii. Also, be sure to be thorough in your reconnaissance and attack enemies from the same direction for concentrated attacks. The page then introduces key Japanese fleets for this scenario. The Third Fleet, under Chuichi Nagumo, which historically led the Pearl Harbor attack and has a large number of carriers. The Fourth Fleet, under Takeo Takagi, described as having fewer carriers but sufficient air power. And the Fifth Fleet, under Gunichi Mikawa, whose role is to guard the attacking fleets. The guide suggests that if players manage these fleets effectively, victory should be within reach in this scenario. The game seems to want you to use combined concentrated attacks from a single direction to achieve your goals quickly within one turn. This strategy guide for Decision of the Commander 2 focuses on the Japanese side of the Midway operation. The primary objective is to sink enemy aircraft carriers, with victory conditions based on the number sunk and the time frame. Capturing Midway is discouraged, as carrier destruction is the priority. The guide recommends attacking enemy fleets without air cover first. Players should approach from the Aleutian Islands, emphasizing careful movement, thorough reconnaissance, and decisive attacks. Key advice includes avoiding close proximity to Midway Island and being mindful of action points. A battle map illustrates fleet positions, and the historical context of the battle is highlighted, emphasizing the need to avoid Japan's historical losses. The guide also details the Japanese carriers lost at Midway, urging players to succeed where history failed. The ultimate goal is to rewrite history and achieve victory with the Japanese mobile fleet. This page is a strategy guide for the SEGA Saturn game, Gebo Gebo Booze, or Gebakers, as it was known internationally, focusing on defensive techniques for beginners and novice players. The page title humorously suggests that mastering the art of evading enemy attacks is a sign of maturity in the game. For beginners, the guide emphasizes preemptive evasion and minimizing damage. It recommends using the auto-turn feature to quickly face attacking enemies and using lock release with the L+R+C buttons to unlock and avoid attacks from the sides or rear, positioning yourself for counterattacks. For novice players, The focus shifts to reacting to attacks in real time, particularly explosive projectiles. The advice is to anticipate the trajectory of attacks and utilize dash moves to evade them. The dash commands are listed as forward dash, up, up, backward dash, down, down, and side dash, L or R+R. Another key novice technique is to utilize the environment by hiding behind objects to avoid damage. Essentially, the page is teaching players to move beyond simply attacking and to prioritize skillful evasion as a core gameplay mechanic in Jabokers, highlighting defensive strategies to become a more proficient player. This page offers advanced techniques for Jabokers and introduces a new boss, Big Eye. The guide focuses on improving player skill with 2 new maneuvers. Bounce Back, activated by down plus B plus C, returns enemy projectiles. The second technique, Drop Shot Bullet, triggered by B plus L plus R, is also used against homing projectiles, though its specifics are less detailed. The main attraction is Big Eye, a boss appearing in one-player mode's AI battles. Beating Big Eye, a tough boss made of glass and metal with the ability to copy player abilities, unlocks the game's ending. The page includes screenshots showcasing Big Eye's attacks. A manga strip provides a lighthearted interlude, adding humor without gameplay details. This page is all about SEGA Rally Championship and giving advice to players who want to improve their lap times. The headline asks, "How can I get faster?" And the article is aimed at helping players who are struggling to improve their racing times. There are sections for beginners and intermediate players. The beginner section focuses on the corner right after the circa page checkpoint, advising players to aim for a smooth line and maintain high speed. The intermediate section talks about trickier points, like tunnel sections and gravel areas. The article features advice from developers Hori Osamu and Nakamura Atsuhiko from the CS Development Department. They talk about focusing on tire grip and traction, especially when cornering, and being mindful of acceleration after corners. Screenshots show in-game action with lap times and car positions, illustrating the points being made about cornering techniques and maintaining speed. But essentially, it's a mini-guide to help players master SEGA Rally and shave seconds off their best times by focusing on core racing skills. This SEGA Rally Championship guide provides advanced driving techniques. It covers cornering strategies for gravel S-curves, inside line, hairpin turns, inside line, and high-speed lakeside corners. Maintain speed, avoid excessive braking. Machine settings, particularly tire choice, harder for tarmac, softer for gravel, are crucial. The setting advice section details tuning, recommending softer settings for gravel courses. Interviews with developers Hori Osamu and Nakamura Atsuhiko emphasize smooth steering, shift timing, and adapting to course variations. They stress the importance of practice, personalized setups, and enjoying the game. Professional drivers generally prefer the second button layout. This page unveils secret commands for SEGA Rally Championship and announces a time attack contest. First up, for those craving a different perspective, it reveals how to flip the race courses horizontally, essentially a mirror mode. To activate this in arcade mode, you need to press the Y and C buttons during course selection. The same command works for time attack mode. Secondly, prepare to get closer to the action in replays, as you can now zoom in and out. By holding the Z button and the down directional button, you can then use the L and R buttons to control the zoom level during replays. There's also a SEGA Rally Time Attack contest underway, named the SATURN and SEGA Joint Sponsorship SEGA Rally Championship Time Attack Contest. They are seeking the fastest racers out there. To enter, record your best run on video and send it in following the specified rules and regulations. The contest is divided into categories, including Normal Time Attack and Stratos, and a special Satamaga Original Nakamura Village category. Winners can expect amazing prizes, including trophies, SEGA Rally trainers, signed stickers, and SEGA Rally goods. The entry deadline is March 8th. Finally, the page shares interim results from the contest, showcasing the top players in beginner, intermediate, advanced, and super advanced courses as it stands currently. This article previews J.League Victory Goal 96 for the SEGA Saturn, touting significant graphical improvements with full polygon graphics and motion capture. The game, 70% complete, was slated for a March 29th release at 5,800 yen. It supports the multi-terminal 6-player adapter and offers various modes, including 4-player versus. The reviewer praises it as a top-tier soccer game for the system. The article details basic controls, explaining button functions for actions like pressing, dashing, and switching markers. It also covers customizable button assignments and advanced tactics using button combinations. Furthermore, a section on trick play highlights special moves like heel lifts for outmaneuvering opponents, encouraging strategic gameplay, and the use of all buttons for deeper tactics. The next page details the 6 game modes available in J-League Victory Goal 96, emphasizing how they will get players fired up. First up is Exhibition Mode, which allows players to pick any 2 teams and play a single match, a great way to quickly enjoy a game against friends. Then there's J.League Mode, a season-long league battle just like the real J.League, complete with player suspensions and injuries. League Mode is a shorter league, featuring a round-robin tournament across 15 matches, with all 16 clubs to determine the champion. Cup Tournament Mode is a knockout tournament for 4 to 16 clubs, where losing a single match means elimination. Superstar Mode is described as an all-star battle, where you can pick your favorite players from any team and create dream matchups. Lastly, PK Mode focuses solely on penalty shootouts, playable against the computer or another player, letting you hone your penalty skills with your chosen team and players. The page also highlights the replay feature, allowing players to relive exciting moments during a match. You can pause and select replay options to rewatch key plays from different angles, even in reverse, just like using a VCR, to really analyze and enjoy the action. Finally, it mentions the opening movie completion, stating that the game's opening movie is finished and uses motion capture technology. Players can check out this opening movie in the game itself, suggesting it's a highlight and really captures the J.League atmosphere. This page emphasizes the importance of tactics in J-League Victory Goal 96. It highlights 2 example strategies: a normal approach using a 442 system focusing on balanced play, and another attack-focused strategy, also with a 442, but utilizing a libero defense to push players forward. The article explains how these tactical choices influence player movement, particularly the overlapping runs from the sides. The page then dives into the detailed atmosphere of the game, mentioning that players can select from 3 stadium types: European, South American, and standard stadiums. Weather conditions like sunny or rainy days, and day or night settings with stadium lighting are also selectable, impacting the gameplay visually and even affecting ball movement in rain. Goal replays will even be shown on the stadium's big screen, enhancing the match experience. There's a section showcasing realistic in-game commentary examples, giving a glimpse into the lively match commentary players can expect. Finally, it's announced that a soundtrack CD for J.League Victory Goal 96 is being released by Crown Records in April, featuring music from the game including opening and ending themes. J-League Pro Soccer Club O Tsukuru tasks players with managing a soccer club, framed as a soccer management course lecture. Players begin with a 3 billion yen budget and must avoid bankruptcy through smart financial decisions. Core gameplay revolves around balancing player strength with budget constraints, requiring careful spending on players and coaches. Key management aspects include land acquisition for the home stadium, with factors like location and popularity impacting costs and spectator attendance. Securing sponsors is vital for financial backing, especially for stadium expansion. The ultimate income source is fan revenue. Optimizing ticket prices and investing in stadium improvements and advertising are crucial to maximize profits. The article is accompanied by screenshots illustrating in-game management screens. This page is a comparison in J-League Pro Soccer Club O Tsukuru, showing 2 contrasting approaches to club management, being a generous owner versus a stingy owner. The generous owner believes in spending big to attract top players and provide excellent facilities, aiming for high customer satisfaction and strong team performance. Their motto is, money should be spent. They invest in quality players, great training facilities, and even hospitality services. Screenshots show them investing in top-tier players and high-class facilities, even offering generous ticket prices. On the other hand, the stingy owner focuses on cost-cutting and maximizing profit with minimal investment. Their motto is, money should be spent, but sparingly. They aim to squeeze as much revenue as possible from customers and rely on cheap players and basic facilities. Screenshots show them focusing on inexpensive players, basic training, and advertising only through TV. The results show that while the generous owner's team wins big with an 81 victory, the stingy owner's team loses 0-4. However, the conclusion emphasizes that while extreme examples are shown, neither approach is ideal. True success lies in finding a balance between investment and frugality to ensure sustainable club management. It advises players to find their own balance and enjoy building their club. CG artist Nagata Minamo discusses his workflow. He primarily uses Macintosh computers, employing Shade for 3D and Illustrator for 2D. Abundant memory is crucial. Currently using a 240 MB machine, but preferring 1 GB. He utilizes 2 GB hard disks, MO disks for backup, and graphics/video boards.
For 2D work, he favors tablet input, finding it faster than a mouse.
3D work benefits from mouse precision. Conceptualization is the most time-consuming step, with ideas sometimes forming in an hour, but complex projects can take a week. Refining lighting effects requires approximately 3 days. A premium CG image, the Saitama logo with special lighting, is also showcased. This page continues the interview with CG artist Nagata Minamo, who discusses his workflow. He prefers to use 3D CG when rendering, and talks about the benefits of using both 2D and 3D techniques, stating that while 2D processing might be easier, 3D is more effective and detailed. He elaborates on the time it takes for different stages of CG creation, such as conceptualization and lighting refinement, and expresses his confidence in achieving high-quality CG, mentioning the Sakura Wars project as an example where he feels he is close to a handmade feel. The page also features an article titled, "A BB-Style Project Team, Following the One Day of the Mushiheims." This article gives readers a look into the daily schedule of the Mushiheims project team, detailing their day from waking up at 1300 to going to bed past 1300 the next day. It outlines their routine, which includes convenience store meals, team meetings, working on the game, playing SEGA Saturn games for research, and even enjoying some leisure time playing games. Abebe Takayuki is introduced as part of the project team. The article emphasizes the team's dedication and busy schedule in game development. This page is all about the upcoming arcade game, Virtua Fighter Kids. It's an official announcement corner from Sega AM2 R&D department for Volume 17 of Express Neo. Apparently, it was shown at the AOU show and is built on the STV arcade board. The article mentions that Virtua Fighter Kids is a brand new title from AM2, announced before its spring release, and uses the Saturn-compatible STV board. They highlight it as AM2's first STV title. The page mentions that Virtua Fighter Kids will be in the STV format, and the developers have incorporated elements from Shinobi Jawad or Jawad Street for a full-fledged Virtua Fighter advertisement. They emphasize it's different from Virtua Fighter 2 and are even considering a Saturn version. The article then describes Virtua Fighter Kids as having super cute, two-headed chibi characters. They are impressed by the new effects and detail, especially in the Virtua Fighter advertisement stages. The character select screen is shown, and the reviewer thinks it's adorable and easy to understand, noting the KO text and how the Japanese version might be even more charming. Finally, there's a small section mentioning the Saturn version of Virtua Fighter 2, pointing out a chicken design in the background as a funny detail in Kids, compared to the serious tone of VF2. It also mentions the game being playable by 2 players. This page is an interview with Makoto Osaki, the chief planner of Virtua Fighter Kids. He's from Sega AM2 R&D, and they are talking about the game after it was shown at the AOU show. Apparently, they got great feedback from location tests and have been making improvements. Osaki mentions they've really focused on making the game look CG-like, even though it's based on Virtua Fighter 2. He says they've redone the backgrounds and focused on the color schemes for each stage, like the Chicago stage, Laos stage, and Sarasvati stage. They wanted to make sure the stages felt fresh and visually appealing.
They also talk about how the character images have changed. Characters like Lau and Jeffrey are less like the serious old man and rough seaman from Virtua Fighter 2 and more approachable and cute for kids. The game also features lively in-game performances with more expressive faces and actions. They've added special effects to specific moves, making them more impactful, especially for Akira's powerful moves. The page highlights checkpoints, with screenshots showcasing these changes. One point shows off the different stages and how they've been revamped visually. Another point focuses on the in-game effects, with an example of Jackie's lightning kick that really looks like it crackles with electricity. The interview suggests they are aiming to make the game visually exciting and full of surprises.
This page dives deeper into Virtua Fighter Kids on Saturn, continuing the interview with the development team. They emphasize how they're refining the game's visuals to look more CG-like, despite it being based on Virtua Fighter 2. They've revamped stage backgrounds like the Chicago, Laos, and Sarasvati stages to give them a fresh feel, and even made characters like Lau and Jeffrey more approachable and cute. Expect livelier in-game animations, more expressive characters, and impactful special moves, like Jackie's lightning kick, which is shown crackling with energy. They are also hinting at hidden stages and refreshed opening and ending movies, possibly with boss characters making surprise appearances.
Then, there's a scoop
section, announcing the Virtua Fighter 3 demo shown at the AOU show. We get a sneak peek with screenshots of Lau, and mentions of characters like Pei and Jeffrey. Virtua Fighter 3 is running on Sega's brand new Model 3 board, showcasing a massive graphical leap. They are teasing new female fighters, with more details promised soon. The models in Virtua Fighter 3 are incredibly detailed, with 1 million polygons, and run at a smooth 60 frames per second, making the previous Model 2 look outdated. For all the juicy details, make sure to grab the issue hitting shelves on March 8th. The close-up of Lau's face really highlights the graphical fidelity, making you wonder just how much better character models can get. This page continues the scoop from the AOU show, revealing news about a Sega Sonic CG fighting game with the subtitle, OK no Amy, or Amy's Pursuit. This new arcade game, slated for a summer release on the Model 2 board, is being developed by AM2. The article introduces Amy Rose as the first playable character in this CG fighting game, describing her as Sonic's pursuer and highlighting her energetic personality and fortune-telling abilities, referencing her origins from the Mega CD game Sonic the Hedgehog CD. The stage shown throughout the page is a boxing ring-style arena with an Egyptian theme, referred to as the Treasure Hunter stage, and not specifically Amy's stage. While drawing visual comparisons to Virtua Fighter Kids, the game is emphasized as having its own unique style fitting for Sonic characters. The developers at AM2 are working on other characters, including Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Drive, Eggman, Metal Sonic, and 2 brand new original characters, promising a different kind of fighting game experience. The article teases more character reveals in future issues, and emphasizes that despite being a fighting game, it aims for a fun and approachable experience, unlike the more realistic Virtua Fighter series. It encourages readers to look forward to more updates and character reveals in the next issue. This interview with the Fighting Vipers development team previews the upcoming national tournament. They explain core gameplay mechanics, clarifying that low punches can counter high punches due to a low punch continuous hit system, although skilled players can still interrupt. Wall techniques are present, with specific characters having special wall attacks.
The interview covers armor reduction and how to capitalize on knockdowns.
Developers confirm counterattacks, especially guard cancels, are effective. Regarding the game's narrative, the final boss, BM, is controlled by the city's mayor for financial gain. The team hints at a possible connection between BM and Mahler. Advice for the tournament emphasizes mastering fundamental character strengths. The page also reveals Mahler's command inputs for moves like Extreme Deathfire and Black Liner, and a secret unlock condition involving the character select timer. The Saturn version is nearing completion. This page is all about character recommendations for the Fighting Vipers National Tournament. It seems to be a guide for players looking to get the edge in the competition, breaking down each character's strengths and offering advice on how to play them. For Grace, they are highlighted as a strong all-rounder, suggesting players utilize her beat raw spin and various kick attacks. Bon is recommended for his powerful throwing moves and wall techniques. Raxel is described as a middle-range character, with advice to use his Detroit Rock Down. Honey is good for beginners, and focuses on her quick kicks and aerial combos. Sandman's strength lies in his Sandman hammer and powerful throws. Jane is a power character, good for overwhelming opponents with attacks. Picky is recommended for players who like tricky moves and combos, suggesting use of the con-pose skipping technique. Finally, Tokyo is advised for players who prefer speed and using his Rose spin kick. There's also a special feature with Ikura Sera talking about the Fighting Vipers National Tournament mentioning Grace as her main character, and discussing strategies in baiting and punishing opponents. She thinks the most powerful character might be Raxel, and expects the tournament to be exciting. Finally, there's a section announcing a live broadcast from SEGA AM2 Development Studio on February 14th. It mentions a program about motion capture and CG modeling being broadcast on TV, indicating behind-the-scenes content on game development.
This page dives into the secrets of ranking high in Virtual Cop 2, aiming for the coveted 9th Dan rank, guided by AM2 developers. It's presented as an official strategy lecture, breaking down key techniques to improve your gameplay. The page outlines 4 core tips. Firstly, adjusting your gaming environment is crucial, emphasizing the importance of gun sensitivity and distance from the TV screen for accurate aiming. Secondly, it advocates for using 3-shot bursts, suggesting this is the most effective way to play for score and rank, particularly regarding justice shots. The third tip focuses on maintaining a 9x multiplier throughout the game, stating it's vital for a high score and rank, and that losing it can significantly hinder your performance. Finally, the last tip encourages players to collect all available lives, highlighting that achieving a perfect no miss clear is the ultimate goal. There's a comparison section showing the difference in scoring between prioritizing justice shots and focusing on consistent 3-shot bursts. It suggests that while justice shots are important, consistently using 3-shot bursts for general gameplay appears to be more effective for overall score. The page includes score charts illustrating these different playstyles and their respective ranks, showcasing how these tips translate into in-game performance and ranking. Essentially, this is a guide for serious Virtual Cop 2 players looking to maximize their score and climb the ranks to become a top cop. This page continues the Virtua Cop 2 strategy guide to reach the 9th Dan rank, presented as a Q and a Kim with AM2 developers. It's divided into sections for beginner, intermediate, and advanced players, tackling specific gameplay questions. For beginners, the advice is to anticipate enemy appearances and shoot preemptively, especially at locations where enemies are known to spawn, like a brown tube in the example given. The intermediate section addresses enemy overlap, recommending at least 4 shots when enemies are clustered to ensure hits. It also stresses the importance of quickly taking down close-range enemies to avoid damage. There's a tip to sometimes hold fire when the aiming reticule turns red, indicating civilian danger, and wait for enemies to move. Regarding items, the guide advises picking them up, but notes some might not be essential. Finally, the advanced section highlights reload timing as crucial, especially during Stage 2's rush scene, emphasizing conserving ammo and reloading efficiently. It also advises against chasing shots when enemies are near hostages, suggesting it's better to stop firing to avoid accidental civilian casualties. This page highlights the Virtua Cop Crime File 1 novel, based on the popular Virtua Cop arcade and SEGA Saturn game. It mentions the popularity of Virtua Cop and poses the question if the game is just a game, implying the novel goes deeper. The page seems to feature an interview or discussion with individuals involved in the novel's creation, including someone named Shinbori Ryuji. They discuss the process of adapting the game into a novel, aiming to expand the world and story beyond the game's straightforward action. The developers mentioned that they wanted to delve into the characters, like Rage and Smarty, and explore aspects that the game couldn't fully convey. There's a section introducing the beginning of the novel, titled Read It All at Once. This is the introduction, suggesting exciting and engaging content right from the start. The overall tone emphasizes the novel as a way to further enjoy and understand the Virtua Cop universe, going beyond the gameplay itself. The page also includes screenshots from Virtua Cop and photos of the people involved in the novel project. This page is packed with news and scoops for SEGA Saturn gamers. First up, there's a last secret technique for Virtua Cop, revealing a simple button combo B plus X plus Z to see all the game endings, which was originally a debug feature. They've also got an interim report on the Virtua Cop ranking attack, listing the top 3 players in Japan at the time. Moving on to Virtua Fighter 2, they are announcing the final results for the 15-stage attack, listing the fastest clear times for various characters, detailing the players and their times. The page also highlights Cyber Troopers Virtualon,
as this month's cover feature, promising it's coming early next month, including a comment from the Virtual-On team designer from AM3, mentioning they are making various media and planning to show more of Virtual-On, and asking fans to look forward to it. Lastly, there's an AM2 Research Special Present section, giving away Virtua Fighter earphone jack covers and Sega Rally and Virtua Fighter 2 posters as prizes in a reader giveaway. And finally, they're also recruiting reader submissions with a Hagaki Big Recruitment section where readers can win a special t-shirt designed by AM2 and SATURN Maga's editorial department. They're inviting readers to send in postcards with questions and opinions, promising that AM2 will use them for future content and maybe even influence game development. This page dives into the exciting developments at Sega AM3 Research Department. It seems AM3 is on a roll, with new titles following their work on Cyber Troopers Virtual-On, which was featured on the magazine cover last month. The main focus is on Last Bronx, Tokyo Bangaichi, a new polygon-based fighting game set in Tokyo. It's built using Model 2 hardware, promising smooth 60 frames per second animation, and features 8 diverse characters, each with their own fighting style and weapons, from a selection of 8 types like nunchaku and tonfa. There's also an interview with the developers, AM3 research producer Akita Yoshiro, and programmer Yasube Norishige. They explain their reasons for creating a fighting game, aiming to deliver something fresh and challenging beyond typical genres like racing or driving games, especially in the wake of popular fighting games like Virtua Fighter. They specifically chose the Model 2 for its power and wanted to create a realistic fighting experience, with stages based on real Tokyo locations. They emphasize their dedication to creating a unique fighting game experience that stands out from the crowd, focusing on the feel and realism of the game. This page continues to delve into Last Bronx and its weapon-based action, emphasizing the smooth, 60 frames per second gameplay, which is a key feature. The article highlights how all character movements and weapon actions are designed to be fluid, with each attack animation taking only 1/60th of a second. It also mentions the controls being similar to Virtua Fighter, using 3 buttons, a lever and zoom functions, and camera angles can change. The game is set in a realistically recreated Tokyo, with backgrounds featuring famous locations. The page includes an interview where the developers discuss various aspects of the game's creation. They mention using motion capture for realistic character animations and weapon movements, striving for a more realistic fighting experience. They talk about the challenge of creating weapon-based combat, where each weapon feels unique and impactful. They also discuss the effort that went into recreating Tokyo's scenery, using photographs as references to create accurate in-game environments, comparing the process to building a SimCity of Tokyo within the game. The developers express their ambition to make Last Bronx a standout fighting game, even comparing it to genre giants like Virtua Fighter, and aiming to surpass other 3D fighting games in quality and innovation. They hope players will appreciate the motion and realism they've strived to achieve in Last Bronx. This page announces a special lecture series about Virtua-On, titled Drive Watari's Cyber Troopers Virtua-On Lecture. It's presented by Sega AM3 and Dr. Watari, who is described as the development leader, aiming to reveal secrets of the game for players to understand it deeply. The page details the curriculum, which includes Virtua-On Now, focusing on the current state of the game and its appeal, setting secrets of each machine, discussing the specs of Virtuoid machines, deep game lecture for advanced players looking to improve their skills and strategies, worldview of Virtua-On, exploring the game's background and universe, and development secrets, revealing behind-the-scenes stories from the game's creation. There's a section dedicated to the Virtuoid Temjin, MBV04G, labeled B01, providing specifications like height, weight, generator output, and weapon systems, including beam rifles and solid rounds. But it's mostly a stat table, which is not too important. Finally, there's a message from Taro Kudo, Sega AM3 chief researcher, who mentions that Virtua-On is a game with deep mechanics, and he's excited about Dr. Watari's lecture series to help players understand the game better and improve their skills, hoping it will lead to even more intense gameplay. This page continues the Virtua-On lecture series and dives deeper into improving your game. It starts with tactical advice, encouraging players to master one machine, specifically recommending Temjin for beginners. The page lays out 7 key tactical points, including keeping enemies on screen, using voice cues to anticipate attacks, mastering dashes and jumps, dodging missiles with sidesteps, evading homing missiles by backing off and dashing, and engaging in versus battles to improve. Moving on, The page delves into the lore of Virtuoids, explaining their place in the virtual century timeline and their development by the DN Corporation using OVER technology. It touches on concepts like V-converters and MSBS, while visually presenting the design evolution of a Virtuoid, from early drafts to the final version. Finally, there's a developer talk section, where the team reflects on the creation of Virtua On. They emphasize the iterative development process, highlighting how they incorporated player feedback and used prototypes to refine the game's concept. They mention that the game was finally released in spring 1994. The page ends with a preview of the next issue, promising time attack strategies and new information about Virtua On. This page is all about the new arcade game Manx TT Twin from SEGA, running on the Model 2 hardware. It's advertised as capable of up to 8-player battles. The game's tagline is, "Stage is from limit point breakthrough to battle," and it features both time attack and death heat modes. The focus is on intense head-to-head racing, described as a deluxe-style experience, where battling opponents is key. The page highlights the twin arcade cabinet setup, boasting 29-inch monitors to draw players into the race, creating a more immersive experience with dynamic camera angles during gameplay. 2 courses are introduced, Laxi Course and TT Course, with preview maps shown. Location testing for Manx TT Twin has been very positive. Professional game developers and players have praised the game for its realistic motorbike feel, with many enjoying the authentic handling. The overall message encourages players to experience the game for themselves, promising a thrilling and immersive racing experience. The tagline for Manx TT Twin is, "The wind will blow you away. Welcome to the next speed level." An interview with Mr. Mizuguchi and Mr. Yoshimoto details the development of Manx TT Twin, a bike racing game. The creators, from AM No. 3 and AM No. 4, aim to create a physically immersive experience, a body sensation game. Unlike previous games where controls were limited, they focused on realistically simulating bike riding, including leaning and body control, which was praised during location tests. Key to this was the cabinet's kickback servo motor, enhancing the feeling of speed and terrain. The developers highlighted the challenges of achieving this realism. They believe Manx TT Twin's unique body sensation, especially in the twin cabinet setup, sets it apart. They sought to leverage Sega's expertise in arcade hardware and immersive gameplay, aiming to create a truly unique experience. The game's development drew upon experience from titles like Sega Rally and others.
This page showcases 2 exciting Sega arcade games. First up is Gunblade NY, a thrilling gun-shooting game set in New York. You play as a gunner in an attack helicopter battling armed terrorists who have occupied Manhattan. It's described as a fast-paced action experience with a reaction-based machine gun. The game uses a 50-inch projector for immersive visuals and supports 2-player action. Next we have Decathlete, an Olympic-style decathlon game. It's positioned as a game suitable for Olympic players, featuring 10 different athletic events spread over 2 in-game days. Gameplay relies on button timing for simple yet deep controls, emphasizing replayability. The goal is to break world records, and it supports 2-player competitive play. The graphics are described as realistic, using STV Board's high-resolution mode, aiming to replicate the feeling of watching the Olympics on TV. The review highlights the addictive timing-based gameplay and encourages players to aim for world records in the arcade. This Sega Saturn review page covers 3 games, Vampire Hunter and 2 fishing games, Sea Bass Fishing and Polygon Suzuki No Die Fight. Vampire Hunter, a port of Darkstalkers, is highly praised. Reviewers like the Lady Users Group, High Rollers, and Guest Writers all give it a 9/10, highlighting its strong gameplay, graphics, and accessibility, making it a great fighting game choice. Sea Bass Fishing receives mixed reviews. The Lady Users Group rates it 6.33/10, finding it relaxing, while the High Rollers, 7/10, and Guest Writers, 5/10, criticize its simplicity and jarring screen transitions. Polygon Suzuki No Die Fight also receives mixed reviews. The Lady Users Group gives it a 9/10, praising the action-oriented gameplay. The High Rollers, 7/10, enjoyed the realism, but found the reeling mechanics lacking, as did the Guest Writers, 5/10, despite appreciating the immersive backgrounds. This page reviews Logic Puzzle Rainbow Town,
NFL Quarterback Club 96, and Virtua Photo Studio, along with a puzzle game preview. Logic Puzzle Rainbow Town received mixed reviews. While the core concept was praised, reviewers criticized the graphics, puzzle size, screen layouts, and rewards. Scores ranged from 4 to 7, with the guest writer finding the gameplay enjoyable despite some issues. NFL Quarterback Club 96 was considered a solid sports game, praised for its updated data and atmosphere. However, reviewers noted a steep learning curve and weak CPU AI. Scores were consistent at 6.
Virtua Photo Studio's reviews were also mixed.
Critics cited unattractive models, poor picture quality, and limited poses. While some enjoyed the concept and dress-up element, they felt hampered by wait times and pose limitations. Scores varied, with 5 and 7 awarded depending on the reviewer. This page presents reviews for several games. World Advanced Great Strategy Operation File, a hex-based strategy game, is slated for a March 15th release. Feedback on an unnamed game from female players praises its approachability, smooth controls, and beginner mode, awarding it a 7. Another unnamed strategy title, deemed a must-buy by high rollers, is lauded for its quality and value, earning an 8. A game in the guest writers section receives a perfect 10 for its improved quality and weapon accuracy. Linkle Liver Story, an action RPG, is praised for its visual appeal and gameplay, scoring a 7. Quiz 365 receives mixed reviews. One finds it uninspired and slow-paced, score 5. Another agrees, score 5. And a final review criticizes its forced retro feel, score 4. This review covers a variety of games. Mahjong Hyperreaction R, aimed at female users, is praised for its cheating mechanics and receives a score of 7. More luxurious 18 Ban is criticized for lacking adult content, specifically Strip Mahjong, earning a 4. A 2-player fighting game with manga-like visuals is lauded for its CG and self-data mode, scoring a 7. Roadrunner Legend Returns is a nostalgic computer game that's addictive, scoring a 5. Ancient 150 Faces Are Scary receives a 5 for its monster design and puzzle solving, despite some confusion. Golden Point Meaning is a 2-player co-op game praised for its design and construction mode, scoring an 8. The editor-in-chief review highlights Vampire Hunter and mentions too many games. Finally, the CG Portrait series ends with Jeffrey McWild, praised for its high-quality CG and backgrounds. This page shines a spotlight on art director Koyomiya Keita. He's a big fan of classic animation like Popeye and Betty Boop and Japanese B-movies, especially those from Toei, like Female Prisoner Scorpion. Interestingly, he mentions these as inspirations for the 32X game Tempo. Currently, Koyomiya is part of a project team called Muzzies, developing new game ideas for the SEGA Saturn, and they're aiming to create a hit. He's interested in using scaling effects to give Saturn games a luxurious and polished feeling. Looking ahead, his dream is to produce anime that reflects the old-school styles he admires, envisioning something like a short film shown between main features at the cinema. The page also features some cool character artwork. At the top, there are 2 vibrant, cartoon-style characters in dynamic poses, and below, there's a striking image of a whip-wielding female villain with a mischievous grin, alongside a smaller character with headphones, possibly a hero facing off against her. These visuals definitely give you a feel for the energetic and stylish games he's working on. This page dives into some secret techniques for a couple of games. First up, for Street Fighter Alpha, there's a trick to make Akuma appear right away in arcade mode. At the character select screen, you highlight your fighter, and then quickly press L, R, and B buttons 3 times each simultaneously. If you do it right, Akuma will show up as your very first opponent. Be warned though, win or lose against Akuma and it's game over.
Next we have Rondero, a puzzle game.
Here, you can view demos of chain reactions by pressing L and start or R and start together during loading, or when selecting replay options, you can watch pre-recorded demos of 108 and 45 chain combos in action. Back to Street Fighter Alpha, there's also a way to fight against Dan Hibiki. In arcade mode, you need to progress to around the 5th to 7th opponent and beat them with a KO, displayed on screen in Japanese. If you manage that, Dan will crash the party before your next fight and challenge you. Finally, another tip for Rondero. If you're playing the Stay Up All Night Doriro mode and find the falling speed of the pieces too fast, just hold down the End button. This will slow down the falling speed and give you a bit more breathing room to plan your moves. This page provides cheat codes for various SEGA Saturn games. The Hyper Golf Devil's Course gains a visual select mode by holding right, X, and Z at the SEGA logo, allowing for visual adjustments. Burnt Memories unlocks a nudity viewing mode by holding L, X, and right while pressing start on the title screen in the options menu, granting access to all nude scenes. Hat Trick Hero S unlocks the Max Team in exhibition mode by holding L and R while repeatedly pressing C during team selection. Lastly, Tokimeki Mahjong Paradise Koi no Tenpai Beat reveals the staff role by entering a specific button sequence, up, right, down, left, up, Z, X, on the title screen. The page concludes with a call for submissions of more cheats, offering prizes. This article introduces electronic book software for the SEGA Saturn, a new media format offering searchability and multimedia features. 3 types of electronic books are highlighted: video crids, photo crids, and the main focus, actual electronic books. The article reviews software in 3 categories: dictionary, language learning, and fortune telling. The dictionary software allows quick word searches, exemplified by a science and technology dictionary. Language learning software, like English Teacher, offers pronunciation and conversational exercises. Finally, fortune-telling software analyzes names using numerology and 9-star astrology. Each software type includes screenshots and pricing information. ACB Fan Club section teases upcoming releases. This page from SEGA Saturn Magazine is all about reader presents. They're giving away some cool stuff to lucky readers who answer a questionnaire and send in their entry by March 23rd. With the magazine issue going on sale on March 8th. First up, 20 people can win their choice of SEGA Saturn game from those eligible, so if you're hoping for a new title, this is your chance. Then, for 3 lucky puzzle fans, there's a suntanned memories and swimsuit girl puzzle, suggesting it's got some pinup style artwork. If you're into posters, they are giving away 3 Idle Sparrow Final Romance R posters, so expect some anime girl action there. Another poster prize is for 3 people, and it's from Mahjong Era Kogel After School Edition, which sounds like a mahjong game with a high school girl theme. For the more practical prizes, 3 people can snag a Night Striker S mug cup.
Maybe you've seen it before, they hint at an S design.
5 readers can get their hands on a Japan, create special ballpoint pen, and finally, 10 people can win a Descent telecard, celebrating the release of the PlayStation version of Descent. Looks like a nice mix of game goodies and Saturn swag up for grabs.
This page showcases the game G-Bockers by Riverhill Soft. It's all about super intense 3D arena battles.
They are really pushing the idea of wide-open 3D battlefields, where you can chase and dodge your opponent in all directions. One of the big features highlighted is cable battles, where you can link up 2 SEGA Saturns for head-to-head matches with a friend. They even show a picture of someone connecting the cables. But if you don't have cables, no problem. They also mention you can play 2-player battles without the link cable as well. There's a section showing character data, kind of like stats. It lists things like PHL, velocity, equipped weapon, laser, engine unit, rocket engine, and power levels. You get a few screenshots showing the game in action, with one saying won and another lost. So it's definitely focusing on the versus battling aspect. At the bottom right, you can see the box art for G-Bockers.
It's got a cool anime-style character on the cover. The page also includes contact details for Riverhill Soft and their website address if you want more info.
This page continues the spotlight on G-Bockers, emphasizing its dynamic 3D combat. It boasts more than just simple shooting, highlighting a deeper command input style attack system, letting you unleash a variety of weapons through commands. They're also showcasing the Weapon View window, a feature that tracks your projectile weapons, giving you a close-up view of your hits and adding to the intensity. The page also promotes a special Versus Cable Pack that is launching at the same time, priced at 6,300 yen, perfect for head-to-head battles. They've pictured 2 Saturn consoles linked up, really pushing the multiplayer aspect. And for those getting just the standard game, it's priced at 5,800 yen and hitting shelves on February 23rd, a Friday. You can see more screenshots of the 3D arena battles and artwork featuring some cool robot-style characters, reinforcing the hyper 3D battle theme of G-Bockers. This page is all about soccer games for the SEGA Saturn. The main headline shouts, "Raise soccer! Win with soccer!" There's a big feature on J.League Pro Soccer Club O Tsukuru, which translates to J.League, let's create a pro soccer club. This looks like a management simulation game where you build your own J.League team. They list a bunch of J.League teams, like Antlers, Verdi, and Marinos, and it's set for release on February 23rd for 6,800 yen. Below that, there are two more soccer titles.
First is Isto é Zico, or This is Zico, featuring the famous Brazilian footballer, Zico. This one comes out on March 22nd for 5,800 yen, and seems to be a multimedia sports game, possibly focusing on Zico's soccer philosophy. Lastly, J-League Victory Goal 96 promises Diamond Soccer Realization, with commentary from Mr. Marinos. It's due out on March 28th, also for 5,800 yen, and is compatible with the multiplayer adapter, suggesting head-to-head matches. They mention teams like Avispa Fukuoka and Kyoto Purple Sanga will be included, highlighting real player data and commentary as key features.